Hello. I think you need to start reading your playing your voicemails out to the stream because the last time you did, it was pretty funny. And yep, that's it. Bye.
Yeah, my name's Dry Rot. You want to hear something interesting? You should call me back right now. Like I said, this is Dry Rot. Call me back. Bye. Hello, Mr. Hour. This is Dry Rot again. I just had a comment about dreams. The topic tonight seems to be dreams. I had a dream about monkey feet and how they look like human hands and how that could relate in a certain way to a certain part of the human anatomy. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is Dry Rot again. I was just wondering, what the fuck is a Bulbasaur? If you can call me back and answer that question, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Hour. He said probably 3 times. This is Dry Rot again. This is the last time I'm calling. Call me back if you want to hear something interesting. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, it's me, Garrett. I'm calling, like the show. Just leaving a voicemail. I got some stories about tricking a teacher into thinking I was being abused when I wasn't, as a goof, accidentally. Tricking a kid into thinking he had super speed when he didn't. A lot of elementary school trickery. So, call me back when you can. Thanks. Garrett, by the way. Bye.
Hello? Hey, doing a show on travel. I travel to Poland every fucking day when I go to work. I'm half Polish, but goddamn, these fuckers are full Polish. They got selective listening too. The only time they listen to you is when they fucking want to hear something. I don't know, man. Call me back. You got the number. Bye.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I was just listening. I didn't know this would leave a voicemail. My sincerest apologies. Carry on, TMH.
Well, it was a good try. I wasn't gonna take over your show or anything. I was just gonna let you ask me the questions, and I was just gonna roll with it with your questions. So don't feel intimidated or anything. This is fine. Yeah, we'll try next time.
What? What? I thought you were... What do you mean, probably? What do you mean, keep calling back? Here I am, fucking heart racing, thinking, like, the public will tear me down, limb from limb, take me apart, you know? And here you are. I'm not even listening, probably hung up by now. I'll call back.
I'm gonna get on this show for the last thing I do.
Todd. I'm Todd. Welcome me, I'm Todd.
I'm eating a steak right now. My wife, she's complaining to my brother about him waiting my chicken's asshole. It's actually called a cloaca. It's a combination of an asshole and vagina. But yeah, you know, it's what it is.
I'm peeing.
Hey, good morning. I was just wondering what happened to your streams. That's yeah. Okay.
Yeah, calling back. Gonna keep calling back till I get through. Keep on calling, 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 keep...
Yo, man, let me in, bro.
Hello, this is James here. No time to hesitate. We must communicate. Call me.
No.
Well, shut the fuck
actually get these voice messages, but I apologize for the spam earlier. My anxiety flared up. I will keep trying to call, but I won't call as often.
No, listen to you. Listen to you go on about how complicated this broadcast was. No, I'm like, it's not really that hard. If I was white, I could probably do it too. Up there, it's just really confusing and complicated. I try to keep calling back. Is that what I said? It's just so complicated and confusing, Should I just keep on calling back?
It's a game of numbers, right?
Jeff? This is Jeff. This is a message. Yep.
What's up, dude? All I gotta say is Slouch Show, majorly underrated. Love that guy. Gotta pump him up. Gotta get him some more traction.
Tits. My name's Alec. I'm gonna call next week. I'm definitely not gonna get through. This shit's fake. Anyways.
Well, I mean, if you gotta get me, you get me. I don't really know you get me, okay? But I should them. Okay, sorry, then.
Oh, I met you.
Oh, man. Hello, my friend. I'm very ethnic. I've got the best heritage to tell you about. It's crazy. No, I may have called you like 50 times already, but God as my witness, we say it is 10. I love you. Goodbye.
Oh, I can leave a message. That's exotic.
Look, man, you won't hear this, but we gotta do drugs together. It would be really fucking productive, I think.
Yo, it's Extra Pants. I wanted to talk about, like, weird sex dreams that shouldn't be happening, but keep happening. Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait, you should probably get to me. Probably really should probably get to me. You should probably.
Your videos are hilarious.
Hey, this guy on the mic is boring as fuck. When are you gonna get a real fucking color on? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up? I just wanted to tell you about this dream I had where I was at this guy's house, with his family and all. And thing is, he was a cannibal though, and he wanted to eat me, so he made that pretty clear. So obviously, I wanted to leave, but I felt bad, and he was like, are you sure you don't want to stay? I could just have a bite. And I felt really bad. I was on the verge of saying yes, That's it.
All right, man. Baked potatoes and shit. Meatloaf. Put all my socks in the beer cabinet. Can't find the bread, man. Shit.
Hey, call me back, motherfucker. What are you doing? Get over here talking to this motherfucker. This guy's pee-pee's a little. Who the hell is this guy? Come on. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
Again, I don't know if you're on couples or something, or what, but I understand this last, but I just want to say I agree with this last dude, in that, like, dreams from, like, your early age, come from, it's like they get, I'm stoned, to be honest with you, but information, it's like from early childhood is like meant, it's like something, it's like as a like early child, you know, like you can look around like at your family or like your life or like who you are, where you are like in society or like in a culture, and it's like your subconscious mind is like, whoa, like there's so much information here, like how are we going to preserve it, how are we going to like, and it can take you, I guess, pretty far, down to maybe some colors of a shirt, I don't know, but yeah, no, definitely something that happens and happens to people. I will attest to that.
I'm gonna get on this damn show. Last thing I do.
Hey, it's Jeff again. Just another message. Hope you're doing good.
John.
Fucking Ricky, man. Let's do PCP.
Nice. Milk, by the way. The Minute Hour. So I used to think that you were Drew for a long time. I would speak to Drew like through Instagram. His art, or my art, and my philosophy must have radiated or something. I don't know. But his thing, I know where you're going to head towards the next topic, and this topic is really touchy because we're going through like right now where there's a lot of Asian hate, and what people don't know is that, okay, hold on a minute, this is America where they let Hitler live for him to be in Brazil and fuck a lot of people in his fucking gang over there to make people come over here. So I don't know if you represent 88. I really, I was born in 88. There's a lot of 88 bullshit going around here. I know you can fucking look that shit up because you're some type of philosopher as I am. So here's the thing. We have a lot of confused people if we're going to touch this next topic. And we've really got to educate them of where everything is coming from. And if it's really communist, then where did it originated from and which dictator let it grow to the possibility of it becoming ourselves? And if you really want to make it into that type of topic, a lot of us are accounted for because a lot of you are pigs. So I'm not going to be a fucking Poppin' J right here and try to throw shade in your stream, but I just want to say, are you going to answer my call next time? Because, like, come on, man. You're going to let slouch all your union guys who are just white and you don't have not one Mexican artist in there? Not one. Not a black artist there either? Come on. Where are you at with us? Where are you at with everyone? Are you still thinking of Jews Collective and how it is going through the whole, that we're like an assembly line of people? Exactly. So, yeah. Exactly. You as soon as chat figures out, the young chat, which you're trying to reach, which I already figured out. But as soon as the young chat reaches that, and you're just creator that only mid freaking 20 these
Okay. Okay. Whoa. A little loud, maybe. Okay. We're streaming. We're streaming again. It's been, what, a month? Sorry. But we're back. We're back. We're doing it again. We're doing it, baby. We love it, baby. This is the call-in show. You're going to be able to call in soon. I'll put the number on the screen when you're eligible to call in. And today we're talking about conspiracies. Conspiracies. Any kind, any as local or as global as you want. It could just be, it could be a conspiracy in your household against you, maybe. Could be happening. Or any kind of conspiracy, historical or modern. Whatever you got. Or even if you don't have a specific conspiracy, you could just talk about conspiracies, I guess. The concept of conspiracies. Whatever, we'll keep it, it's open. You don't have to be some sort of conspiracy expert. You can just make up a conspiracy. We'll probe it. We'll dissect it a bit. We want to know the motives. We don't want just the machinations. We want the motives. I saw a movie recently, like a week ago. I'd seen it before, actually. I rewatched it. It's a TV movie, an HBO TV movie called Conspiracy. That was about the meeting where the orders were given and the details were ironed out on how to do that final solution for that Jewish question in Germany back in the, when they were doing that. You remember. Good movie. It's a good movie. It's good. It's it's like it's a TV movie. It's kind of more like a play. It all just takes place in this one little area. What's good about it is it seems authentic. There was one surviving record of the minutes of that meeting that the movie is based on, and the people making the movie studied it closely, I guess, according to Wikipedia, and it feels pretty authentic. Does a good job of slowly doling out the details of this sinister plan, and everyone in the room's got there's a good variety of reactions to it along the way. It's good. Anyway, it was a conspiracy. All the different heads of different departments engaged in a conspiracy to kill 600 million Jews. And, maybe this is the topic of the show. Maybe the conspiracy, is that none of that ever happened. Maybe it was all just a lie. Maybe this is just a Hollywood fable. Huh? Conspiracy alert. Maybe it's fiction. We're not saying yes or no, but that's what we're going to talk about today. Conspiracies. Who knows? Nobody knows. That's the fun of it. A conspiracy is like just a creative exercise, because there probably is crazy shit happening in the world, but we aren't going to know the most crazy shit until maybe much later. So we can just imagine the crazy shit that might be happening. That's the fun of it. Let's see if we got any boys in the house. Oh, I do. I see a boy. Let's get in here. Yo! Oh, wait, hold on. You're coming out of my headphones. I can't hear you. Wait.
Wait. Yeah, I am.
Oh, mama mia.
Okay, I can hear you now.
What? Oh boy. Okay.
I could hear you
Hello,
faintly
everyone.
blasting out of my headphones, but now I can actually hear you.
Good.
What's up,
Shalom.
bro?
Dude, so are we going with conspiracies today? I can't actually listen to the stream and talk to you. So
We are
this
doing-
whole time I haven't heard you at all.
We are doing conspiracies. I was saying.
What is the stream about today?
It's
Are we
all-
going with conspiracies?
It's all conspiracies. It's.
God damn it! I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? God
You
damn
son
it.
of a dip! I can't
shit.
hear anything.
Wait, can you guys hear me, Moxie?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Alright,
I just
alright.
want to say, like, that whole thing about the 600 million Jews.
Yeah.
You know, people like to say stuff about Jews being greedy, but
Mm-hmm.
it's the opposite. They're so modest that they're just like, we don't need 600 million. We'll just say 6 million. They're so modest.
Yeah, they take a very
and charitable, and they're like, we only really need 6 million to, you know, use this for the rest of eternity. We don't need to pump it up to 600 million, which is the reality.
Right. It's like we've made our point. We'll make a conservative estimate, and it still makes our point.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear.
Hello?
Can you hear us? No.
Oh, dude, I don't. Oh, okay. Hold.
He fixed his mic, and now the other bit doesn't work.
This happens. What are we gonna do? Damn technology. Technology is probably a conspiracy.
It's conspiring against Bubba right now. Someone's sabotaging him. And it's probably Moxie. I'm going to go ahead and point my finger.
What? Hey, come on now.
Technology is a great vector for conspiracies. You got so much power contained in there. Be easier. It almost feels like it'd be easier to do crazy conspiracies today because, like, the connections are all built in there.
I know.
Yeah, plus
Yeah,
also, like,
you're-
you know, you can get away with anything, be like, oh, they just deep faked that shit. That's not actual video evidence of us doing evil shit. That was faked.
That's true, and that'll only get, like, more prevalent as that shit gets even better. It's just easier to say that things are faked. What about you boys? You got any conspiracies you want to talk about? Anything specific or general?
You know what I was thinking about earlier today is I was driving to the post office to drop off a package, and I was thinking about the whole labor shortage thing, and I think it's a bunch of bullshit. Because you know what? Like, I know somebody that works at the Dollar Tree, or like getting dog shit wages for dog shit hours, serving dog shit people. Why would people work there if other places are hiring? Like the Burger King across the street. They're like, hey, we're hiring. We're hiring for, you know, whatever the shit is, $16 an hour, like several dollars more per hour than the dog shit Dollar Tree. But people are being hired at Dollar Tree and not at Burger King because Burger King is just, hey, everyone's gotten used to everything being shit. Why would we ever want to be good again? So we'll just put out a sign that says that we're hiring at a very high rate, and then we only hire 2 people to, you know, do all of everything for Sunday night. They save money in the long run. They get to advertise that they are like paying high wages, and everything sucks shit, but people are used to it. So they're like, hey, we'll just make them like, you know, let's just have it suck shit for the rest of all time.
So the labor shortage, the idea of that is a way to get more people to come into the hiring, even though there's not more positions.
It like if you claim that there's a labor shortage, then there's more sympathy towards the places who say that they're hiring, but they're not. So, you know, like if you go to a Burger King and it sucks shit, or you like, you know, you go to a Domino's Pizza and there's one guy working the entire place, and you go, wow, nobody wants to work. If my order sucks shit and like everything is nasty, I'll just go, well, they're trying their best.
Yeah, they're cutting labor costs.
They cut the labor costs. Like, you know, they only hire a couple people at those good wages, but then those people are doing way more than like, you know, one man's job. They're doing like 3 or 4 people's job.
Right.
So like overall, the wages are lower. People are used to things being shit, so they're not going to make them better. Because they'll just keep them shit because it's cheaper. And then because things are shit
and they can say, hey, nobody wants to work. It's not our fault. And then you have to be a bit more forgiving towards Domino's and be like, well, okay, well, I mean, they're in a rough spot. Nobody wants to work, but they're just not hiring the people that want to work.
So it's
I hear tell from an unverified and unrememberable source that there was some guy that like experimented with this, and he went out and applied to like 60 or so entry level jobs and only like heard back from like 1 or 2 of them. So it's like, all
and
a
now
ruse.
the only I do go to some places and they have new hires, but that's for places like department stores where the holiday season is coming up, so they actually need more workers because then that's actually profitable.
Mm-hmm.
They only hire when it's profitable.
And we noticed that when the actual rules came out for the vaccine mandates for companies over 100, they placed it just right after the holiday season is over. Like that's the date where all your employees have to be vaccinated, so we could get this last little hump over before we do those rules.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Moxie, you said dog shit customers go to the Dollar Tree. Just want to clarify, you shop at the Dollar Tree.
Oh, I shop there a lot, and I am pretty dog shit, but I'm one of the good dog shits, okay? There's some really dog shit people that shop at the Dollar Tree because, I know somebody that works there, and almost daily he's telling me stories about the dog shit people that shop there.
So you know for a fact that you're in the upper echelon of dog shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. All right, I'm going to go to the first break now. Good talking to you boys. I'll be back in like an hour, I guess.
Hell yeah.
All right, see ya. Cool. Those are the boys. We will be back in like not even very long, like 3 minutes or so. Taking calls. Excuse me, wait, one more. One more. Okay. Apologies for that. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, before I go, the music from the stream is all by an artist known as French Class. The link to their Bandcamp is in the description of this video. I got all the music that I'm going to be playing on the stream from their Bandcamp. Drew Langlois, the guy who does the animations, the most popular animations on this channel, just did a Dudes of Hazmat music video out of one of French Class's songs. That's going to be playing a little later in this stream. The link to that is also in the description. The HUD/overlay that you're looking at here with the hands and the cigarette and all that is by Slouch. Slouch is a great animator YouTube channel. His link is also in the description. Okay, be back in like 3 minutes or so and we'll start taking calls. I'll put the number on the screen and all that shit. Okay. Yeah, I just have to press these buttons here. Okay. Yes. All right. We're back. We're back. We're back. You can call in now. Oh, God. What's the number? The number is 518-288-7938. 518-288-7938. Call in. Tell me about conspiracies or a conspiracy. Anything. Anything. Anything that can fall under the overall umbrella of people conspiring to do something. Doesn't have to be it can be anything. I don't want to say what it doesn't have to be. It can be anything. And we all acknowledge it right here at the outset that I acknowledge this at least. I don't know what I'm talking about, so don't get all right.
Call from
Forest North.
Forest.
To accept.
Forest.
Hello there.
You.
Hey.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Not a whole lot. Just sitting at home. Started watching a stream before I go to work.
Oh, nice.
I love conspiracies. I got a friend that's really real deep into conspiracies. I am actually not even sure he's not a flat Earth theorist. The way that he talks about conspiracies.
Does he talk about that one, or is it just? Are you extrapolating?
Oh no, I guess I'm just extrapolating. But I guess the one I was curious to ask you about is, what do you think? Have you ever heard of the birds aren't real?
Say it again.
Birds are not real?
No.
Conspiracy?
No.
No, okay. So I guess this one's kind of surface level, especially since I was actually able to buy a hat with birds aren't real on it. So I imagine it's kind of in there in the general corporate kind of scene at this point. But,
who made the hat?
Just, I don't know, some internet company saw that it was something big on the internet. You know, you go on Facebook, people make shirts, people make hats based on whatever the heck's on there.
There's some internet opportunists.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, but tell me what is birds are not real? All birds?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So the idea is that birds are not real because they are government spies. So
Like
they are actually
robotic?
They're all supposed to be like drones, robotic drones. And so the idea is that all birds have been phased out and replaced by robots, and it's the perfect cover because who would suspect that regular birds would be spying on people? You know, the birds are everywhere. So you would notice a camera, but you wouldn't notice a bird. So the idea is that they're spying on everybody.
So birds were real at one point.
I think that's the idea, yeah.
And the government saw birds not as a part of any ecosystem, but as an opportunity, a disguise.
Yeah, exactly.
This sounds like a bunch of fucking bullshit, man.
I mean, I love wearing the hat. I love
Is this
people's
one of
reactions.
those? Is this one of those? Is this a joke conspiracy? Is this just a joke about conspiracies?
Personally, I think so. But I would be willing to bet money that there's some people out there that are willing to believe that.
Well, let me ask you this, because you just said that. What do you think? Do you think the flat earther thing might be the same thing, where there are, you would bet money on people, they actually believe it, but maybe a population of the quote-unquote believers are just believing it as a joke?
See, okay, I want to believe that my friend, who's a big flat Earth theorist, is believing it as a joke, but he is so passionate about it, I really can't tell anymore.
Which part is he passionate about? Does he think that NASA is full of liars, or that the whole what's the basis of that?
I think he's passionate about going down the rabbit hole. He likes to go into these Facebook groups, and he likes to delve down deep into the rabbit holes of other people's thoughts on these conspiracy theories, and I think he maybe gets a little lost. But have you ever heard of a YouTuber, or he got his start on YouTube? It was All Gas No Brakes.
Yes, I've seen a couple of their videos.
He actually did a flat Earth convention interview series, and so you asked me if I think that the majority of those people are doing it for the joke, and no, I don't think so. I think a majority of flat Earth theorists they actually just believe that.
Well, I'll say this about that and All Gas No Brakes. I watched one video of his that was at like a speedway, a super speedway, some sort of NASCAR event. You seen that video maybe?
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
When I watched that video, my takeaway from it, I thought it was funny, but my takeaway was that the people that he was interviewing, I thought that they were in on the joke. I think that people, when they watch that video, they think that like these are ridiculous people who are like, just being drunk crazy. But like, when I watched it, it seemed like they were trying to be funny. Like they're leaning into all the stereotypes, like in a funny way that I thought.
Like if you shove a camera in front of somebody and you say, "Hey, I'm doing an interview," and you can be funny about it,
right? And it's not about a serious,
right?
There's no, there's no context there where it's like you should act like serious now. It's like the point is that it's a funny interview.
Yeah, I think definitely that video specifically, I think they definitely were leaning really hard into it. But I think the difference between the NASCAR stream event that he did and like the flat earther and like the porn convention that he went to is that he's interviewing these people, and I think he tells them it's like a serious interview. And so he asks them serious questions. And he interviews some people, and he sometimes goes into these convention rooms at these events, and he just videotapes people asking questions at these conventions. And I think a lot of the comedy for a lot of people just comes from just watching how ridiculous it seems from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's good content. But you do have to give that feeling of like at these conventions, these people are going to be at their most ridiculous because they are, surrounded by everybody and like want to.
That's true. I mean, when you're surrounded by your kind, I guess you definitely feel more free to open up.
All right, before I let you go, man, any crazy real conspiracy you can think of, anything, maybe it's even just something local in your household. Is there any conspiracy you follow that is not a joke?
Okay, one conspiracy that I think is real is that JFK was not killed by an assassin. I heard a breakdown that someone basically explained JFK was actually killed by his bodyguard in the car behind him, accidentally firing his weapon after hearing the gunshot of the assassin that missed, and he shot JFK in the back of the head.
Dude, nice. So a guy is running behind there. All those guys are running. It's like a Secret Service guy. You're saying?
Yeah, so it's a parade of cars,
right?
And they've got Secret Service in front, Secret Service in back, and they're all in the different cars, whatever. And so then the assassin shoots at JFK, misses, but then the bodyguard behind him, I don't know, he's not practicing gun safety or whatever, gets spooked by it, whips his gun up, and accidentally shoots JFK in the back of the head.
Dude, I like it, because that's like, the government in that scenario. It's like you might as well just say it was the guy. Like, why risk the embarrassment?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
you got the perfect alibi right there. A guy already just shot at the president.
Exactly. I mean, there was an assassin. We caught him. He shot at the president. Might as well say he did it.
Yeah, and then kill that guy, and then get that guy killed before he goes to stand trial.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, before I sign off, I just want to say I'm a real big fan. I think my favorite thing you've ever done is probably the self-defense class.
Oh, hell yeah.
Video. Nice. I love that one so much. I wish Drew would animate it. But hey, I'm going to let you keep going with your stream.
All right. Thank you, man. Hey, it was good talking to you.
No problem. Have a good day.
All right. Bye. Nice, nice. We got the real conspiracy out of him. I got burp before I answer this. Okay.
Call from
Garrett.
Okay. Derek or Darren?
Oh, this is Garrett.
Garrett.
Yep.
Garrett,
hey, nice to
we heard
be on
your,
the show. I love your work.
We heard a voicemail or two from you.
Oh, really?
At the very beginning of this show, we played a few voicemails.
Oh, sorry, that was a different Garrett. This is my first time calling in.
Damn it! All right, sorry. I mean,
that.
I guess I shouldn't have assumed so readily. All right, sorry, Garrett.
It's all good. Well, I guess I just start going, huh?
Yeah. Do it. What do you got?
All right. Well, we live in this mostly relates to the U.S. I assume you're North American, somewhere in there?
I'm in the U.S.
Oh, well, then you probably know a lot about this, considering all the political talk going on. But, there's we live in a place where medical debt is so huge, and it plunges lots of people into insane amounts of debt. It's crazy. But what a lot of people don't talk about is the fact that the medical institutions themselves create problems so that they can solve them. And, I know it sounds crazy, but there is proof, unlike a lot of conspiracies.
Yeah, what are we talking about? What examples do we have?
Oh, well, what they do is they essentially suppress the studies that show that these people are insane, and they're trying to keep you pressured down with this money because it's a huge profit incentive for them. They make, well, you know how it is. They make thousands off of it. And really, there's no, people have this preconceived bias that science is infallible when really it isn't. If science is completely made up, we made it all up.
Right.
I get very passionate about things. You know how it is. Anyways,
you're good. All right. So wait. So science. All right. People do have the idea, and this is sort of a propaganda that I've seen propagated over the internet and otherwise, that just like, those signs that say, in this household we believe science is real, but there's like this sort of idea that's just like anything that any expert has said is like perfectly, can't be subject to critical analysis. The experts tell us what is real and what has been scientifically proven, and but maybe there's ulterior motives among those experts, because who decides who the experts are? I mean, the whole goddamn
Exactly.
right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm glad you're seeing where I'm coming with this. But yeah, it's insane, with the so-called death of God, science has replaced that, and a lot of people don't seem to recognize that science is science is God essentially, and nothing has really changed with this coming time. But that's beside the point. I just want to focus on medical, because I think that's something that everyone can hopefully relate to,
Mm-hmm. So the idea of being in medical debt is something that the people who are
it's
the people
it's
who are
insane.
people who
sorry.
who have medical medical training are who do you think is at the top of this? Who's organizing, or even like who's got the most effect on these sorts of things?
It's the top 1%, those people that control everything, and the government's complicit in it, because it's a very easy scapegoat for them. They can spin the issue around endlessly because no one really knows what they're talking about, and they use it to their advantage. Like with what's his name, Ted Kaczynski. They said he was insane and stuff so that they could discredit him, but really we don't know. We have no idea. We just know what they're telling us.
Well, here's an example of something I think relates to this, is like the overprescription of opioids for pain relief. Is like I was reading something about how like the vast majority of what we prescribe now as like a regular thing for chronic pain used to just be these medications that were only supposed to be used like right after surgery and like just in a very acute way, but now they're being prescribed and people are getting addicted.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm glad you're knowledgeable on the subject already, because I gotta admit, I fall into these little traps and I just keep talking. But anyways,
I'm not that Hey, I read some fucking article. I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, you're exactly right. That's exactly what happens, and it isn't the fault of the doctors really. It's more the fault of the people at the top, because they make huge stacks selling these things to the hospitals and the insurance companies and all that jazz. So it's this very sad state of affairs where these doctors are trying their best and there's nothing really wrong with what they're doing, but they've been educated wrong, and everyone assumes that they're right because they went to medical school. They did this for 10 years. If anyone would know, it would be them.
Right. All right, hey man, it was great talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, have a great weekend, dude.
Love the show.
Thanks, man.
Have a good day.
All right, bye-bye. Conspiracies, medical conspiracy. I like. There's potential.
Call from
Jet.
Yo, Jet.
Hey, what's up, dude?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
Good. So good. I'm on my 4th beer.
Nice. I just smacked what was left out of the little bag of wine I had the other night.
Hell yeah. You're slapping the bag?
Yeah, you have to. They're not efficiently designed to get that last drip of alcohol. You almost have to cut it open and like plop it into the glass yourself.
That's what they want you to do.
They do.
To strip your last remaining dignity.
Yeah, they say, you know what? $15 for 34 glasses of wine. You got to work for it a little bit, at least.
That's fair. All right. Well, Jet, you're calling into the conspiracy stream. Did you have a conspiracy you wanted to tell me about?
Yeah, kind of. So first, I wanted to. I wanted to kind of brush up on a very relevant conspiracy that a lot of even members of my own family have taken to nowadays, which is like the idea of the Great Reset and all this QAnon stuff. And I got thinking about it because I had to ask him. I was like, so give me a little more information. Like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, we think that the coronavirus is, some sort of big thing to kill people off by the millions and make way for this new authoritarian government that's going to come in and control and everything. So we don't want to take the vaccines. And I was like, well, I was thinking, just a little bit logically. And I was thinking, well, if you take the vaccine and you die, but if you don't take the vaccine, then by your words, you're subjecting yourself to a post-apocalyptic future that's ruled by an authoritarian government that wants to control everything that you do. Like, dying sounds a little bit better to me in that case.
These people think taking the vaccine will kill them?
Yeah, they think the vaccine is designed to kill everybody off by the millions is a huge understatement.
In a long-term fashion, like people will just start breaking down at some point.
Yeah, long-term or even short-term. The vaccines haven't even been out long enough to really know for sure what's going to happen. But it sounded a little crazy to me. But if it isn't really crazy and it is true, then dying personally sounds a little bit better of a of a result.
If that would actually happen, the majority of the world would be dead. That doesn't seem like a great plan.
No, man. No, I would take the vaccine regardless. Fuck it. But I did have this one kind of conspiracy that I don't remember how it came up, but I was thinking about it a bit last night. And when I remember I was maybe 6, 7 years old, but I had come up with the idea. I was like, what if everything that I'm looking at in all of existence, like houses and benches and going to school, buildings and stuff, what if none of that was what if I was just seeing that as buildings, but in reality, the world was a desolate fucking hellscape of just brimstone and leftovers, and the people that I see in life are trying to keep this illusion going, basically, to keep me believing that this is what I'm seeing and this is the world I'm living in. And I'm the only one who's out of the loop.
You thought this as a child?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember where it came from, but I remember thinking this for the longest time. And then at one point I was like, well, what if they also communicate by they have those those scrolling text boards where it's a digital display and it scrolls text along, and that's how they conveyed their true thoughts to each other, but I couldn't see them because I just saw them as their regular heads.
My God, that's bleak.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not ruling it out. It hasn't been disproven yet, but I thought that was just a fun little thing to reflect on. Oh shit, I hadn't thought about that in
it's funny.
20-something years.
It's a similar base thought as something I had when I was a kid. But your thoughts that the world is basically an illusion to keep me entertained or complacent or something like that. When I was a kid, I used to think I was in a movie. I was just
shit, like a Truman Show kind of deal.
Yeah, just like the star of a movie, and I would kind of make sure to furrow my gaze in certain ways, like this. Yes, I'm looking.
Yeah, you're just walking down the street, just randomly glance up at the sky, I see you.
I didn't know. I wanted to get a good shot. I wanted them to have a good, good content. So I would try to look especially interesting. It's if I was in a movie right now, I would be a very interesting subject.
Dude, no lie. That's actually not a bad way to kind of go about your life anyway. Even if you don't think that, just kind of pretend anytime I make any decisions that I'm about to make, or if I look at the state of my life at the moment, I always think about if I'm looking at myself as if I was watching a movie and I was looking at myself as this character, would I be oh, go for you? Or would I be come on, man, what the fuck are you doing? You know better than that. I like you. Why are you being a dick?
That is good. To put your life in that sort of context, that it's like a story and you've got to be a likable character. A character that's worth it.
Yeah, or at least a character that you would like, you know, because, I mean, realistically, that is kind of what you're doing in life anyway. You know, you are a character. You have a presence. You have everything that a character in, like, a film actually has, you know, but...
And you can do bad things and still redeem yourself because redemption is a great character arc.
It totally is. And sex sells, I'm just saying.
All right, Jet. Hey, it was great talking to you, Jet. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, anytime, dude. Have a good stream.
All right, thanks, bro. See ya. Good. Jet, regular caller, Jet. We had 2 new callers, 1 regular caller. Maybe I can grab a... No. All right, I'm out of beer. It's all right.
Call from
Gray Dog.
Gray Dog?
To accept.
Gray Dog?
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
How's it going, dude?
It's going pretty good, man.
Nice. You calling into the Conspiracies call-in show. Did you have something you want to talk about regarding that?
Yeah, I did. So, you know the guy earlier that was talking about the flat earth stuff and all that jazz?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you, flat earth is completely fake. Fake news, all right? Obviously, the earth is a sphere. But here's the hot take, the conspiracy part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're actually on the outside of the earth. I think we're on the inside, on like the outer edge. Because if you think about it, why would there be gravity? You know, like, why would we be sticking to the earth? It doesn't make any sense. Because if it's spinning, normally stuff falls off of spinning stuff. You know, if you're like on a swing set and you let go of the swing, you're going to fall down. You're not going to fall inward, right?
But what if it's spinning really fast?
Well, then you'd fall off even faster. It would make less sense.
You know, like
But
if a
if
kid
we're on the
was like,
inside-
if a kid was somehow like swinging so fast they're orbiting the entire swing set, and you know that would keep them glued to their seat, wouldn't it? But that is outward motion.
Right, but yeah, they're on the inside of the seat. That's what I'm saying.
I see.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think.
What about the sky then? What is that?
Okay, well, I mean, the Earth is big. Like, you can go all over the place, right? It's huge.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that if it's big enough, it's just the same as sphere people claim that, like, it looks flat because it's really big. You can say the same thing if you're on the inside. It looks flat because it's really, really big. But, you know, the sun is actually right in the center, and it's just lighting up, and you can't see it because, you know, or you can see it, but it's lighting up everything, but you can't see across because it's too far.
Okay, so you're on the inside of the Earth, but the spinning of the Earth is pulling you towards the outside of the Earth, but the ground is underneath you because you're on the inside. The sun is like kind of below you, but it appears to be above you.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, you know. So, all right.
And there's like an occlusion clock kind of deal, like going around the center so that you get day-night cycles.
But what is the sky in that? That's just the empty space between you and the sun inside the Earth?
Yeah. There's no space.
What is?
Or maybe there is.
What did they do?
We don't know what's outside the Earth.
Well, what about those
times? We have no idea.
What about those times where they went outside the Earth? Is that part of the conspiracy?
Everybody knows rockets don't work in space, man. There's nothing to push against. There's no air. It doesn't make any sense. It's all publicity.
So every space thing that's been done is fake. It's faked.
Well, I mean, they could send it up pretty high inside of the Earth. I mean, I think it's a lot bigger than people think. But what they might have done is, you know how like the GoPros can like change the angle of the camera so that it looks kind of bulgy? They might have done that and gotten some shots of the outside and then just kind of wrapped it in, you know, so that they didn't actually have to go outside of the Earth. Because I don't think we know what's out there, man.
Yeah. What do you believe? What might be out there?
I don't know. I mean, there's just no communication between them. So there could be more Earth. There could be, you know, we could just be in one of a 1,000 in the grid of Earth.
So there's You're not necessarily believing in, like, you know, what are stars?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's okay. What do you think? What if you? I mean, they must, you know, penetrate your mind when you look into the center of the earth and you see these bright pinpricks of light. You must think, what are these things? What are they?
Yeah, well, you know, I was telling you about, because first you got to decide what night is, and I think it's a little, like, not clock, but like a kind of like a hemisphere that goes around the sun in the center, right?
Yeah.
And it would make sense that if there were little holes in that, you know, because, like, we don't upkeep it or anything, then it would shine the light through them, and we would see, like, star-looking things.
I had heard that stars, in this theory, I had heard that stars are the glittering lights of cities far away in different countries.
I mean, if the Earth were, you know, 30, 40 times as big, maybe. Maybe there's stuff floating up there, whole cities that we don't know about.
No, like this, you know, because you're on the inside, so you're seeing, like, China's lights glittering in the distance.
Oh.
Something to consider.
Maybe, like, yeah. All
right, hey, it was great
Could
talking
be.
to you, man. Thank you for telling me about this theory.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Have a good weekend, dude.
You too. See ya.
Bye. The inside the globe theory. It's not, you know, it's not mainstream yet. It's not popular, but it's catching on.
Call from
Billy.
Billy.
Hello.
Billy, what
I didn't
up?
think I was going to make it through. How's it going?
You're in here. It's good. We were just talking
about
about
time.
with a guy about how he thought people might be on the inside of the globe.
Yeah.
Did you hear any of that?
Hollow Earth nonsense. All right, so we can talk about some really basic stuff. We could talk about the war on drugs or the suppression of consciousness or any of that kind of crap. You know, globe. I don't know. I think the globe theory is pretty well supported, but who
Let's
knows? Maybe
talk
they
about-
just got me tricked.
Whatever you want. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the war on drugs, or what was the other thing?
Oh no! There. Let me tell you what I want to talk about.
Okay.
I want to talk about a conspiracy that we all play on ourselves and on each other, and it's I like to describe it as the conspiracy of the ego. It's the way we all maintain our presence in this reality and our feeling of individuality within it through language and the way that we use language and the way that we define things. This mostly through using these opposite terms, right? So when we talk about life and death, when we talk about existence or non-existence, it's always in this binary, black and white, where you know, you either are or you aren't. It's ones and zeros, and that's just not how reality is. But we trick ourselves into being imprisoned with these ideas.
Are you talking about some sort of quantum reality where things are like matters of probability?
I guess what I'm talking about is, you know, from starting principles, what do you know to be true? What do you know about what truth even is? All I know is that something I call me gets to feel, you know, whatever feeling is to feel all these funky colors and sounds and sensations that I think that, you know, we are raised to think are representative of some world external to us, but we don't exist separate from that. And we're just it. We're it.
I'm not.
And we conspire to
entirely
keep each other
follow-
from realizing that.
Well, I'm not entirely following you,
That's okay. Most people don't.
but I want to here.
People tend to call me crazy. They call me insane.
Right. You're saying that people are part of a greater whole. We're all part of reality. We're all the same thing. Is that what you're saying?
People aren't separate from reality. We're no, I don't know what I'm saying. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I don't. But hey, let's. I'm down to figure it out. So what happens when you die? What do you think?
What happens? Well, think about it like this. All right.
Do you become separated from reality when you die?
If picture a waterfall, right? Picture a waterfall.
Uh-huh.
When you've got the river upstream of the waterfall, all the water's, nice and flowing together. But then when you get to the waterfall itself, everything splits off into a bunch of little droplets. And we point at that collection of droplets and call it a waterfall. But then when it all reaches the bottom, it forms back into a river. And it's all the same smooth conglomerate, and you can't tell where any of the droplets went. I think dying is like reaching the bottom of the waterfall as a droplet.
That's interesting. So how does like the idea of time interact with that? Is it just that like the droplets that are in the waterfall have no concept or connection to before and after? Like it's like this thing where it's like in reality things occur and there's like a timeline, and then out of reality nothing occurs, so it's all eternal. Are those things like actually connected? Is there a bridge between those things, or are they just like separate parts of the same thing that can't interact with each other?
Well, I can't pretend to know. But I can tell you that my guess is that what happens after death is a lot like what happens before life, right? You don't really know. You don't remember. You, as you know yourself, aren't there to see it.
Do you believe in God?
Do I believe in God? God's a funny word, I'm not a religious person, but I don't think that this reality is. Well, I'll put it this way: I don't think conscious life exists within it as a fluke.
Say that again. You got a little muffled there.
I don't think conscious life exists within this reality as a fluke. I think it's kind of the point for the universe to get this chance to observe itself and to be in a way that it can process itself in some informational level.
What do you think is the purpose of that? To be able to process itself?
It's a lot less boring than not.
So is that death then?
Right?
The boring, eternal nothing?
I suppose so. I suppose that's not a bad way of looking at it.
It could be a bad way of looking at it. Who knows? Hey, I think that
maybe I'm gonna burn in hell for all eternity.
I think I sort of think like that God, the idea of God and spirituality, spirits and demons, is that it's like they're metaphorical, but they're not. That doesn't make them not real. They're attached to reality in my mind, where it's like when you die, you become metaphorical. You don't exist anymore, but the idea of you exists, and you can be represented in things in reality. People who knew you or whatever can see things in reality and see you as something that's represented.
Very interesting take. Yeah, I mean, you don't come out of it without leaving some kind of impression.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody does. Like, even just
Can't help it.
Even without talking to anybody ever, you're leaving an impression on the environment, the things that are around you.
Just by virtue of being.
Exactly. Hey, it's great talking to you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, likewise. Thanks for giving me a soapbox. Have a nice day.
Hey, have a good one, man. Cool.
call from
Ulysses.
Ulysses?
Yeah.
Is that your real name?
Damn, I can't believe I'm on this, first of all. Holy shit. No, it's not. I just decided to pick an alias because I had the book in front of me, and yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, what's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm all right. Just got back from a busy day, you know.
From
Bunch of
what?
meetings
Busy
and shit.
day? What, are you working?
Yeah, busy
School?
Day. Yeah, I'm in university, so I'm, part of a literary magazine and this and that, right? Going through that shit.
Oh, nice. Cool. What do you do for that?
Yeah. Sorry?
What do you do for the literary magazine?
Yeah, I just go through the slush pile. It's a bunch of poems and shit that people submit that are really bad. And, have to cross them out and kind of say no.
Do you
let the
ever?
bigwigs.
But sometimes you find good things, or is it's all shit?
On occasion, yeah. I mean, it's sort of my job to go through stuff that I wouldn't normally read, and then find the good parts in them, and then kind of to say, hey, maybe this is something you guys be interested in. Kind of talk to the higher ups and let them know about it, because they don't want to know anything what's going on down here, right? With all the trash and the garbage, right? That's for us to sort
Right.
through.
Yeah, they need at least one level of sorters.
Exactly.
Say-
That's the whole point of the grunts, that's the whole point of those fellas at the counters and stuff. They don't do any work. They're on the phone and all that. They're just sitting there, waiting for the next rube to show up, so they can say, get the hell out of my face, that's what it is. Because otherwise the executives are gonna get a bunch of homeless people coming up to them and yelling at them about their great idea for Vice News.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that your literary magazine, Vice?
No, it's not. It's some minor publication for the university.
All right, so hey, you're
but I
calling
guess
into the conspiracy stream. Did
Yeah,
you-
right. Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's all
The conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Kind of like the guy was talking about. It reminded me of a thing. I don't know if it's I don't know if you call it conspiracy. It's more just a lack of understanding that I think people have. That notion of the universe being far more interconnected than people give credit for, or you know what I'm saying? It's I don't know. I have this theory, right? That the universe is comprised of just a great mycelium web. You know what I'm saying? You know what mycelium is? Fungus.
Something to do with neurons, right?
No. Mycelium's it's like a layer of fungus or mushrooms beneath the actual fungus, right? So you see the little toadstools and shit you see on top of it, on top of the ground and the rotting wood or whatever. That's just the first level. Those the individual little buds that release spores and stuff. But beneath it, there's a whole web of mycelium that just that is totally unknown to you. You're just to the naked eye, right? But it's there, and all mushrooms therefore are connected by it, right? And that stuff spans for miles and miles and miles, depending where you are. In South America, there's a whole range of it. I don't know the exact parameters, but I mean it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in a lot of ways, that's sort of you can explain human life in very similar way. In that we all sort of perceive ourselves to be individual creatures, kind of roaming around and talking with each other and having sex with each other and stuff. But the bottom line, right, is that we're all sort of connected to some mycelium, some kind of universal godhead, which dictates the nature of things and how we act and whatever. And not only godhead, maybe a conscious, like it's making decisions for you, but it's arbitrating, within itself. It's like a I don't know.
What is
conscious?
Is the thought then that it's like it is like the mushrooms and there's a substance, or it's something in our brain, or is it purely like a theoretical metaphysical type thing that's not really a physical thing that connects us?
I think you could describe it both ways, honestly. I mean, when you talk about the metaphysical, right? I mean, there's probably it depends on who you're asking, right? I mean, in my opinion, I don't think that there's a whole. I don't think there's any physical aspect to it, but I suppose if you talk to maybe a more spiritual person, you get a different answer. But I mean, I think it more in the sense of that idea of a collective unconscious, that mankind, for as long as it's existed, it sort of feeds into itself, it's a
self-contained entity, right? Like everything that nothing anyone says is original, right? Like as an example, like nothing you say or think is really original. It's been thought of, like it's been thought a million times before you, various iterations throughout, the generations of mankind that's come before you. But like, if I can lose my train of thought,
do you think like that it's, I don't know, is it something that is present in a species? It's not unique to humans because it's also in mushrooms, but is that something that's just like, you think every species has some, like, is it a desire to preserve itself, or is that like a biological function, or what is the collective unconscious, what do you think it says to people? What is it guiding us to do?
What is it guiding? I mean, I guess that's not really for me to say, I suppose. I mean, whatever it does, I suppose, is what it has to do. I mean, I can't really know that. I'd have to understand the entirety of the human race to kind of like comprehend.
But so you think it's God?
It is unique to humans. Is it God? I guess you could call it that in a way, maybe. Like I don't like I wouldn't say so. Like, I mean, because if you're talking about like, the collective unconscious, it just like in like a pure like a biological point, right? Like let's talk about ants, right? Talk about ants. You look at them. They do things like they're like mass personified, like they get the food, they return to their base, and they just do that until they die over and over again, right? Mm-hmm. And everything they do is determined by like a series of pheromones by the other ants and shit, It's like it's sort of like that, but just a lot more complicated and intelligent, considering we're humans and we have things like language and high concepts and whatever else, it's just.
So do you think
that sort of deal,
Do you think a thing like free will exists, or is it that we're just being persuaded to do certain things by these biological subconscious factors or functions, like, or are we actually told what to do?
Yeah.
We're actually told what to do.
It's all predetermined in that sense. It's just like no one really would be able to determine what that predetermination is. So it's like kind of a moot point of like asking the question. It's like, well, you wouldn't really know regardless. Like you still think you still be in the delusion you have free will. So it's like, okay, you may as well act in that kind of way, but it's not there. I don't think, not really.
There's no free will.
I would say no.
Fuck, cunt, bitch, fucker, cunt, big fucker, bitch, fuck. Cunt, bitch, fuck, cunt, love.
Did you just break free will? Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to escape out of the confines of your...
I was trying to do something that someone hadn't done before.
Exactly, yeah, that's right. Yeah, people do that, but that's the thing. That's how people react. That's how people react to the notion. So, the matrix expands to include you in it. Oh,
it sounds okay though. Like, so you can still be however you want.
Yeah. Whatever, it's like it's just like you're just still gonna, like, no matter what you do, you're going to be incorporated into the whole. Like,
I believe that. I didn't just phase out of existence by doing that.
Yeah. Maybe you're like your own mushroom though. Maybe like you're your own toadstool just sitting out there. So like you're still part of the mycelium, but you're just
I like that thought. That's what I aim for. All right, hey, it was great talking to you, man.
Yeah, great talking to you. So been a big fan of the show. A long time listener. First time caller, so.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Have a great weekend, dude.
You too. Yeah.
All right. I could only think of like 2 swear words. Fuck, shit, cunt, bitch.
Call from
AB.
Who? AB?
Yes.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so glad I got in.
Yeah, brah, you're on. What do you want to talk about? You can talk about whatever the hell you want.
All right, so a bunch of the people that were just on hit a bunch of good points that I already wanted to talk about. I have a 5-point spreadsheet right here. No, I'm just kidding. But they already talked about the Truman Show.
Mm-hmm.
I want to kind of go a little further with that by talking about another movie. Have you seen Being John Malkovich?
Yeah.
I think, like, I watched that movie and, like, the idea that someone could be looking through your eyes really, like, pervaded into me, or I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like I think it's possible that there's people that are in positions of power or have control or whatever that could possibly look through anyone's eyes at any given time and be anyone they want.
Like the people who are most in power have access to some sort of metaphysical framework of the universe where they can bend reality
Yeah.
to their will.
Yeah, in a way they could just like drop down in to spy on whoever they want through their eyes.
All right.
Oh man, I'm really excited that I'm talking to you. Sorry.
Hey, it sounds
I
like
also-
even if they couldn't do that, you know, the increasing desire to move everything onto the internet, and you know, to talk about like the metaverse and all that shit, where it's just like all your social interactions should be done on the internet. All those things are quite easy to track. You don't have to be able to bend reality. You can just talk to the corporations that own all the data.
Yeah, but think about if you could do it, like how intimate it would be. Like whose eyes would you want to look through? I think it'd be different.
It sounds like a power that no one should have.
Yeah, right. I took a heroic dose of mushrooms a couple months ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I was really freaking out. I felt like I was thinking about like all those things that guy was just saying about how we're all one and whatnot. And I kept feeling like, oh man, every secret I've ever had, it's going to be known by everyone at some point, and then like I'll know everyone else's secrets too. Yeah, but I'm rambling. I want to bring up.
You were ashamed. You were ashamed that people would know your secrets.
Well, in the moment, I felt like I had no choice. I mean, like it was not even about shame anymore. It was just like, it's like the game's over. It's like psych. It's what you thought, everything you thought was a lie, and it doesn't matter. But it's fine in a weird way.
Right.
It's like freedom, but also very shocking.
And if you would be joined with everyone else's secrets, you know, you would see that you weren't the only one with secrets.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have this one kind of fantasy. It's like kind of a Truman Show type deal where like one day, like maybe everyone will say, oh, just kidding. It's a game. It's not real. You can do whatever you want. And then like they open a door and like everyone, like people from your past that have died are there. And it's like, hey, we're just kidding. We're here. It's all fun.
Do you think that might just, you know, that could happen when you die, right?
That'd be great. But like, imagine if it was abrupt, like you were just going to work or something and it just stops. It's kind of like the Adjustment Bureau. Oh man, do you know about that dolphin guy?
No.
There's a guy, I don't know his name. I think it's Lily something. No, but he was basically giving LSD to dolphins and trying to get them to communicate. And
I like this.
Other things. You should look into him. There's a really good story there. But I think he overdosed on ketamine while in a sensory deprivation chamber. I think he might have been the one that invented that. I might be wrong. But he was trying to contact these people in charge of coincidences.
Huh.
It's like basically the Adjustment Bureau thing, like people that are like in control and like have some kind of metaphysical influence and all that. That really interests me.
Coincidences. Like, are coincidences a thing at all, or is the concept of a coincidence a smokescreen?
Yeah, like maybe someone's planning something out, like that other guy, like we're like the Truman Show all over again, like it's a movie. Although I guess the Truman Show, it's not really planned out. They're just kind of letting him do his own thing. But like if someone's like planning events and everything, like writing a story.
No, even in the Truman Show, there's all those coincidences. Like when he's trying to leave the island, there's always the coincidence of the huge thunderstorm that gathers, and he's afraid of rain and water.
Yeah, they planned it for me when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, it was great talking to you. I'm gonna take a break
Good
right
talking
now.
to you.
Actually, yeah. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right. I am gonna take a break. I must do a bodily thing that we all have to do. I'll be back in like 4 minutes. Okay. Right? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Wait. Okay. Damn! Alright, fuck. I forgot the boys. All right. I'm going to do one call and then I'm going to go to the boys.
Call from
Alex?
Alex.
Hello.
What are you doing?
I am calling you.
Oh, okay. Are you
to talk about something insane?
Are you done with work or school, or are you at home? Or where are you
I
at?
am at home. I got off work a couple hours ago.
Nice.
Yeah, I work the night shift, and it is currently 1:15 p.m. for me, which is actually 1:15 in the morning per my schedule.
All right. So this is a late night call-in in the early evening.
Absolutely. I cannot believe you picked up. This is great.
I pick up whoever gets through. It's not up to me.
Yeah. Thank you.
If it was
algorithm, I
my
suppose.
choice, you would have never got through, Alex.
Well,
I'll
take that as an insult. But
all right. So what did you want to talk to us
okay,
about?
all right. Hear me out, man. Right? The government wants power. And the ultimate frontier of power is surveillance. At least I believe so. Right. Now, during or after World War II, they brought over a bunch of Nazi scientists and whatnot, right? And they say that the frontier of technology that the Nazi scientists aided in was rocket technology, aerospace and whatnot, which is true. But in addition to that was psychological evaluation sciences, right? That was a big deal for them. And I was thinking, a lot of the media today, I believe, is heavily structured around influencing the minds of the people, right? Now, nanotechnology is a big deal. And I was wondering, well, not wondering, but I contemplated, what better way to have absolute surveillance than to have nanosensors over absolutely everything, right? I'm sure you've heard of chemtrails, right? What if such a thing were to be true, except rather than being chemicals to make the public docile, per the conspiracy theory goes, what if they were nanosensors, that they were covering the whole country, or perhaps international coatings of all the land that could survey the topography of an area, real-time data of everything that it absorbed, plant life, animal life, humans, everything. And they fed all this information into a super advanced AI, which could then process and compress into a digestible UI, to which they could watch everybody and everything in real time.
But first you need like the Steve Jobs AI to give us the UI that we can, properly interact with it.
Yes, supercomputers are kind of a big deal in technology today. And to quote Elon Musk, he says that an issue that they have today is bandwidth, the ability to stream large amounts of data at once, compress them. And so I'm not sure what breakthroughs have been made secretly in the government or in other corporations that are working on such technology. But let's say if it weren't an issue, what if there are nanobots over absolutely everything, watching us, like giving real-time data on our temperatures, our chemical compositions from within, but not just us, all the plants, everything.
Right, so there's nanobots, a full sheet of nanobots and like when you walk around, you're like picking them up and they're following you.
Well, you're breathing them in. They're in the plant life. They're in the animals. Everything. It's in everything.
It's an interesting theory. But hey, what about this? I mean, hey, when it comes to controlling or when it comes to surveillance, wouldn't the ultimate surveillance be to surveil the very thoughts of the populace?
Mhm.
And in that case, Elon Musk, the frickin' Neuralink, the chip in your head
Mhm.
that connects you to the internet.
That is true. See, the thing about that, though, is they're more or less evaluating chemicals, right? Rather than actually, like, reading minds, they construct the potential imagery, I suppose. At least I think that's how it works, that we would be generating per the neural activity in our brains. And so it's not like, you know, actually looking at our thoughts. It's looking at our chemicals and our electro signals. And Neuralink that's exactly it. That's exactly it, yes. But what if they're beyond that? And Neuralink is more of a digestible way for people to integrate such technologies willingly on a deeper level than any nano sensor could.
I mean, Elon Musk has said that it's the beyond what the bandwidth thing that you were talking about. He said that it's the interface that matters most to people, and the interface that and the latency. Like having a thought that you want to search on the internet. At this point, you have to. It's quick, but it's quicker than it's ever been in the past. But you have to take out your phone, you have to unlock it, you have to go on the internet, and you have to search the thought. It takes 2 seconds or something. But if the interface was right in your brain, where you could just think, I have a query, and it's in my brain, and then you're instantly connected to the World Wide Web, wouldn't the government have to record all those thoughts all the time? Because if it's so instantaneous, wouldn't it be too powerful a tool to put in the hands of domestic terrorists who would want to think while they're in an environment and get all this extra data, like they're little superhumans? They can access the internet with just their thoughts. So wouldn't we have to track the data?
Well, of course they'd have to. I mean, it's not like they're just giving it away. This would be something heavily controlled if this truly was existing and being accumulated right now in real time. Only very, very select people would have that kind of thing. And it wouldn't be like a two-way street where anyone could access it through their brains. It'd be like the internet that we have. If that's what you're saying, like, we have restrictions just as any kind of Neuralink would have restrictions in and out. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I don't know if I'm making sense. Yeah. So that's something to think about.
All right.
I suppose.
Cool. Hey, thanks for calling in, dude.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye. Nanobots on everything. In everything. In your drinks. In your eggnog. In your Christmas presents. On your Christmas presents. Oh yeah, put on Do Not Disturb. I was gonna go to the boys. All right, let's see what we got.
Atmosphere, because people just didn't know how to run their cameras, so it'd be like like a little moth would fly by and show like a trail, and it would kind of look like a big old worm, and people were like, oh, these big sky worms. I liked it back then when people didn't know how technology worked and there was the low video quality, and you could just be like, well, obviously there's big 100-foot snake worms flying around the atmosphere because I don't know how my handy cam works.
Yeah, now it's just we live in a time where we have too much information.
Yeah.
How's it going, boys?
Wow. Hi.
It's going all right. We're just talking about how conspiracies were way more fun back in like the early 2000s with the low quality video. Like all the 9/11 stuff, where like there will be like a digital video, they'd be like, put some spooky music in the background and they'll like blow up a 320 by 160 motion JPEG. and circle a little blob and go, doesn't that look like a missile? And go, yeah, sure, it's a missile. Let's go with that. This is interesting. Now you can't do that. You know, get like everyone's got like a 4K camera in their pocket. You can just circle something like, doesn't it look like a missile? And it's like, no, that looks like part of the airplane. Zoom in, you can read the number on it or whatever. It's no fun anymore.
That's
Yeah.
That's vaguely related to a thought I've had about playing video games before the internet was a real ubiquitous thing. It's like there used to be all these weird legends that that came up about video games, like, you know, like the Grand Theft Auto 3 Skate Park Island, or someone said, I remember Pokemon Snap, you could unlock a shotgun if you did just the right thing. And before the internet was really popular, like, you couldn't verify those things, so they became like these cool legends that was like people strive to actually do, but even though they were fucking
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's boring because nowadays you also just, like, you know, completely look through all of the files of the game and are like, oh yeah, here's this shit and here's this shit, and
right.
Okay, we looked through the code. This is how you do this shit. It's just, I don't know. Life isn't fun anymore. Like in the spooky mystery kind of a thing. I remember when the last time was I was like, that's spooky.
There used to be those great, urban legends videos on E-Bombs World I used to watch.
Oh shit, yeah.
They would talk about, like, there's the rescuers, like, running by, they're driving by, and there's a naked woman. There's one frame of a naked woman, and the in that song where, like, the roller coaster of love, where for a second, like, maybe you hear a woman scream, and it was like this whole backstory of, like, the model who was dripping honey on herself for the photo shoot. The honey sealed her skin to the wax underneath her.
Yeah, or this stuff where it's like, oh yeah, you can hear Phil Spector, the producer, in the background killing a woman or shit like that. Yeah,
and they kept it in because it sounds so good.
It was fun back then where there wasn't just like YouTube. You actually had to find different websites. Like, I remember when I was a kid, well, like, you know, I would find a website that was all about paranormal shit, and I would just like go through like all the different postings and watching the videos and, like, you know, reading the stuff on there at night. And, like, you know, that's what you had to do. And then, you know, YouTube, Google videos, all that came out. And then, you know, that's where you watch stuff like, you know, you would be like, oh, let's go watch Loose Change on Google Video. And it's like, yeah, that's cool too. And then, like, I don't know, now everything's on YouTube. It's like, that's boring.
And you don't have to be scared by anything now, because there's Snopes.com to debunk all of the dangerous internet myths out there.
Yeah, you go like, hey, should I be scared of this? And go, Snopes.nope. It's fine.
This is mostly false, this claim.
I think that's a very American thing.
Snopes?
We don't do that here. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit.
I'm talking to the American audience.
I'm sorry that your audience is mostly American in nature.
It's like almost 70% American. All right, well, you speak for the rest of those. Yeah, okay.
No, I remember finding a website that showed you how to summon ghosts and shit. You had to sit in front of a mirror at like 3 a.m. and do some shit with your blood or something.
Oh no.
And then you could like travel to an astral plane. And I don't quite remember because this is like 15-ish years ago. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm not going to try this. I don't want to end up... Because there were like disclaimers that if you ended up telling someone your name in the astral plane, they would actually possess your body and you would die or something. Or be trapped. I don't know.
That's what I said. It said that on the website, like, don't sue us if you get possessed. We warned you.
There was like a disclaimer, you know, never tell anybody your name in the astral world because then they can come back and kill your family or something like that.
That reminds me of, I'm trying to remember what it was, but there's something like in the Mormon teachings or something when I was a kid that I remember were just like, oh yeah. If like anyone ever like comes to you and says that they're from God, like an angel or some shit, ask to shake their hand. An angel won't shake your hand. and a demon will try to because I don't know, but then you won't actually be able to feel them. So that's how you know an angel from a demon, because they'll come and be like, "Hey, I'm an angel. You're supposed to do this. God wants to do this." Be like, "Let me shake your hand." They go, "Okay," and then you don't feel anything. You go, "Get out here, you stupid demon." But if it's an angel, they're like, "I'm not supposed to do that. That's against code or whatever." And you go, "Okay, it's probably real."
But that is like because angels are actually like those wheel things, like the true angels.
I'm trying to remember what it. I think,
and they don't
remember
have
what it
hands.
is. Like in the Mormon doctrine, if angels are physical beings or if they're purely spiritual. I don't remember. It's been a while, and it was one of the more weird, wacky ones that for some reason my dad liked to bring up a lot. Like, "Hey, remember this, kids? Just in case an angel comes." Like, okay, that's gonna happen at the flea market on Saturday. Yeah.
Well, you never know.
It seems like just a very religious way of explaining that you shouldn't trust people with weak handshakes.
Yeah, hell yeah. There's a lot of strong handshakes at church, I'll tell you that.
Because if you can really feel it, that's proof that you're not a demon, is if they really squeeze.
Yeah.
Oh, you can really feel me. Yeah.
The Mormons hate people that have weak handshakes. That's my theory now.
That's true. I hate people that have weak handshakes.
There's nothing worse than like going in for a handshake and then just grabbing like a limp hand. Is like, this is a two-way street, right?
And it only works, and you can each party can squeeze as hard as they want as long as they're both squeezing really hard, because they cancel each other out.
Yeah, then it's just solid and there's structure to it. It's like trying to crush an egg with your hand, like that whole thing where you squeeze it just the right way, and it's like all the forces going in. It doesn't break the egg. It just makes you hold an egg really hard. And that's what church is, man. That's a handshake. You go in, you're trying to hold an egg really hard with another fella.
You're creating a solid bond of trust and agreement.
I don't know. I haven't shook a hand in like 2 years.
It's probably gonna be really bad the next time you do.
Start practicing on some eggs, dude.
Yeah. I'm on no handshake. Gives really good benefits.
What are you, a hugger?
No. That was a NoFap reference. You wouldn't get it.
No.
You Kuma.
I didn't. Yeah.
You wanted
the topic this week to be masturbation.
Yeah, sure. Because that would be amusing to me, because you're so, I don't know, weird about sexual shit. Americans.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just normal American weird. I'm not.
I like violence, but I don't like the sex.
We like violent sex, okay? Jesus.
Once I saw a nipple and it made me really embarrassed. I had to kill a deer or some shit to not feel embarrassed anymore. That's American.
I just need cleavage. I don't even need to see a nipple. Just the outline of a woman's breast is enough for me.
To make you embarrassed or to make you horny?
Both, the same thing.
He turns so bashful.
I turn red in all over. That's how you know the blood is moving.
Oh, fucking Americans.
All right. Any final words, boys, on conspiracies before I start taking more calls?
Well, what do you want to hear? What conspiracies? What sort of stuff? Like, what should we be brainstorming?
I don't know. What have you got? It's open. It's wide open.
Dude, I like conspiracy. So, like, there's all sorts of things I could talk about, but I just need some prep time to think it over, man.
Well, you got
9/11? 9/11?
Yeah. What do you got? What can you?
Dude, my favorite theory about 9/11 was that there were no airplanes, but that, like, of course they planted bombs and all that shit. Mm-hmm. But like on the news footage, because there's like a slight, delay, because I don't know, I guess, electricity and everything doesn't work at, the speed of light and instant, that there's a slight delay in everything. So it's like, they're like, oh yeah, during the delay, they used the same technology that they use in football where like, you know, they put down the yellow line during the live game on the TV, you know, so you can see where the next down is. And like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, there's the line that they need to pass. And like, it's got the technology where it like goes behind the players and everything. It really looks like it's there. They're like, yeah, instead of just a solid yellow line, they did entire airplanes. And then they just like showed fake airplanes on the news footage when they bombed the building. It's like, oh, that's an interesting one. That's a more fun one than, you know, it's like, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, man.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
but
like
what
we
about
saw
the mind control agent in the planes? You don't know how hot that burns, huh?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
So,
All
yeah,
of those chemtrails.
It's like we have proof that the technology exists to digitally alter live video, and that's all the proof we need.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, man, they just did that one thing, but in a different way, and they tricked everyone, and they brought the buildings down at nearly free fall speeds, and then, after, you know, and then they got all the gold out of Building 7's basement, and they put that down too, man.
All right, before I go, Lordy, thoughts
Yeah.
on any thoughts on 9/11 as an outsider?
I don't know. No, no funny thoughts.
Pro or con?
It happening or like
It's an
which
open-
pro
it's an open
cons are there
question.
for 9/11?
It's an
I
open-
would like
it's open
you to
for
explain that to me.
interpretation.
No. I want what pros do you feel about, like what would be the pros so I can decide if I'm pro or against?
I couldn't conceive of it, but maybe you had some pros in mind. I don't know. I'm not trying to lead you.
I was really confused because we had to pray like the next day for America
At school?
when that yeah. Like at the next morning,
We didn't
had to
even
pray for America.
We didn't pray in America.
Yeah, and you see, it didn't fucking help, did it?
Hey, man, I got the day off on 9/11.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
We went home
I just
at 9.
I was a little kid, and I was just like, nice. I'm gonna play Neopets all day. That's what I did, man.
So you think 9/11 just happened so you could get a day off school?
See, that is a pro. That is a pro. Every kid
That's
got
one
that
of
day
the
off
big
of school.
pros, yeah.
It was like a giant snow day with no snow. That's a pro. Okay, anyway.
Yeah. No, I'm contra 9/11
All right.
because I had to pray afterwards.
Wow.
Jesus.
Big man over here.
I don't know. Is Contra? Which one is the one where I'm not happy that it happened?
That the one I think. I mean, Contra is a video game. I don't know if that is also.
Yeah, I'm pro Contra.
Okay. All right. Thank you, boys. I'm going to be back in an hour.
Okay, we'll probably be here.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Try. Okay. Good. This. Fucking. Boys. Okay. And this. Okie dokie. You can call in now. 518-288-7938. We're talking about conspiracies. Any conspiracy you can conceive of. Oh. I have an ear thing right now. There we go. It's good. Yeah. Conspiracies. We're just talking about whatever, you know. You don't need to be a scholar. In fact, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe, I don't know, well, you can be a scholar. All right, I don't want to discount the scholars. The point is, anybody can call in and talk about whatever the hell they want, as long as we can somewhat tie it into conspiracies at some point. Which I can do. I'm great at it. I'm getting good practice. Calls are coming in, but not coming through. This is a thing that happens with Google Voice sometimes. We got calls that are just going straight to voicemail. I'm on Do Not Disturb. If it keeps going, I'll call someone back here. All right. Let's just call someone. Let's call this person. Oops. Different person.
Hello?
You.
How's it going?
Yo, good. Who's this?
This is Diego.
Diego, how's it going? You called in to the show. It didn't come through for some reason, so I called you back.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you're on the show now. Did you want to say anything about conspiracies?
Yeah. I got a conspiracy. I don't know how cool good it is, but yeah. So do you know the rapper Fetty Wap?
I've heard that name, but I don't know. I don't know any rappers.
Well, he has a song, and I think it's called 679 or something like that.
Okay.
And at the beginning of the song, if you listen real closely, it sounds like he says that he's a devil worshiper in the beginning of it.
Like in backwards speak or just quietly?
Just quietly, like you can. It's very hard to hear it out. I don't. It's like actually, I don't know. It just sounds. It sounds like that's what he's saying. You know.
And this is a conspiracy? You think that he is a devil worshiper? Are you a believer in this?
Yeah, I think that he's a devil worshiper.
Nice. What do you think is his goal, his aim?
I don't know. I think his goal is to just. I mean, when he was popular, that was like 2016, 17. I guess it was. He was just trying to get as many people to follow him as he could.
Do you think that is inherently devilish? Just trying to get like as big of a platform as possible, like, or is it just this guy particularly?
I think he's a part of a big group of one percenters that just I guess are trying to. It's Hollywood, man.
That Hollywood's full of these people who are satanic or devilish?
Yeah, like satanic worshipers, like the satanic whatever, and, also the Church of Scientology.
Okay. So what is it you think that, like, what is the satanic part? Besides Fetty Wap saying something quietly at the beginning of one of his songs, what do you... Like, if the goal is to get a lot of people to follow you or worship you or something, what path are you going to lead them down that's satanic?
Sorry, could you like rephrase the question a little bit? Are you saying like how are you going to
which part is satanic? Like if Fetty Wap was a Satanist trying to get a bunch of people to follow him, he would probably have some sort of devilish intent for his followers, and what might that be?
Well, we don't, I don't think we ever got a chance to know. I don't think he blew up too big, but like, it's more of the, it's like Hitler, I guess, when he first started, he had alternative, agenda. And then it kind of turned into, what is the word? I can't think of it right now. I don't know. He just turned into, a fascist dictator.
Right. What I'm asking is, if you think that like Hollywood has, there are these rich people, these one percenters who are trying to gain control. What is the goal after control? Is it, I imagine it, it's subjugation to some extent, but is it they want, is it like Satanism where they want people to start believing in Satan and sacrificing to Satan, or is it that they just want to make people complacent, or what do the people want with the people they control?
Well,
I think this is Diego's counterpart here. My name's Derek.
Oh, whoa, this is a different person.
It is.
Did Diego just hand the phone off?
He did.
Okay, all right.
His mind is melted.
All right, Derek, what do you got?
The questions were far too difficult.
Okay.
I think the overall agenda behind the satanic worshiping and the use of telling everybody that they worship Satan is because they're trying to undermine the Judeo-Christian traditions that are all about America. And that's the only way that they can bring in the next great world empire is by first getting rid of the current American empire. And so by doing that through Hollywood and music, such as Fetty Wap, then the culture will grab onto that, start to own it, and really enjoy it. And then, soon the masses will be against America as well.
Is it sort of like the celebrities are meant to be the new gods? So we'll listen to what they say, and they're controlled by higher forces that are evil, or they've sold out to higher evil forces.
Right. That's exactly right. That's exactly what will happen.
And if it's a global thing, then it's not really just anti-Christian, is it? It would be anti-Muslim and anti the rest of the religions, right?
Yeah, you're right. But it starts in America. And America in its history, is founded upon those Judeo-Christian values. And before it can overthrow America, it first has to overthrow those values. And then as soon as it overthrows America, since it's founded on that anti-Christian value system, it can then flood over into Europe, which was also at one point founded upon those same values, and overthrow it on the same basis. And then before you know it, half the world's already been taken over, especially the more, first world countries. And then all that's left is China, basically.
So in this case, Satanism is sort of related or the same maybe as secularism, like believing in a non-spiritual or religious morality, some sort of like, you tell me.
Yeah.
Is it about like forming a new morality, like a morality that we can change rather than one that's been kind of decided before us?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly right.
So what do you think? So the downfall of that is that the people who are ushering in this era have nefarious purposes or motives.
Hey, what was that question again? I missed it.
Is the idea that that religious values are correct, or they're just better, or like what is your personal feeling on religious values versus this other thing where it's like people are yeah, what did you say?
But the new values, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. So from your perspective, like where's the downfall there? It's like, is it like we've already got it figured out, we shouldn't tamper with it?
From my perspective, I think since the masses have already been won over and have evolved in this way, that Christianity really is outdated. It was only a stepping stone into our further consciousness, such as is said by the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche in his book "Thus Spoke Zarathustra," and where he talks about sorry, I just had a friend walk in where he talks.
Your friend is like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah, and the funny thing is his name's Danny, so it's Diego, Derek, and Danny. The
All
three
right.
Ds.
All right.
All together, we make one big D.
Good. Good. All right. All right. Hey, Danny. All right. Wrap this up. Then this is the final thought here. You ready?
All right. Danny will give the final.
The
final
deep,
thought.
the deep Danny digression. Go for it.
What do I say? Talk about Christian values.
You're losing it. You're losing it. Your time
I'm
is almost
Jewish.
up.
I don't know anything about Christianity. I'm Jewish.
Who's this?
This is Danny.
This is still Danny?
This is Danny, yes, of the big D.
You sound a lot different from the other Danny.
What other Danny?
It was Diego, Derek, and then this is Danny.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
just
Dan. Okay,
me.
I'm sorry. I got the names mixed up. All right. Danny. Answer whatever you thought the question was.
No, I am not circumcised.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling in, guys. Appreciate it.
No problem. Great to meet you. I'm a big fan.
We're big fans.
All right, thanks, guys. It was good. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, bye. These jokers. I got one answer out of the three of them. Danny, Diego, and Derek. Is Google Voice working yet? Do I just have to keep calling people back? All right, I guess I do. All right, who's most recent? This person. Oops, did I get it? Okay.
This is Adam.
You, Adam?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Hanging in there. It's Friday.
Do you have work today?
No, I'm on a long break right now.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm unemployed.
Oh, okay.
How you holding up? I already asked you that. All right, I
Okay,
called
great.
in to talk about conspiracies.
Mhm.
If you got room for that, because those last guys didn't sound like they knew what they were talking about. I don't think those guys really read Nietzsche. I don't know.
All those guys were pulling my leg, I think. But you're the real deal. You know what you're talking about, right?
Hell yeah, dude! I've been unemployed for months.
So you've done the deep dives.
Yeah, so I guess my conspiracy theory is people don't understand how much propaganda they're subjected to.
Mm.
You know what I mean? People talk about local politics is the most important politics. That's the shit that actually affects your life.
Mm-hmm.
So that is where the majority of propaganda takes place. You know what I mean?
In local politics?
In local politics. So I was reading a shit ton of newspapers from a rural area in the desert.
Mm.
And a part of that land was in question by a uranium mining company. All right. So a company had the claim to a part of the land which was originally public, because the government owns a lot of land in the West. Familiar with that?
Sure.
Yeah. And as this uranium company started pushing their agenda, the local newspapers filled with so-called op-eds, people writing in from town talking about how great it would be to have uranium mining nearby, right? And this is an area that historically has been exposed to a lot of radiation. And you hold one of those radiation things up to the wall, it'll click off. All the cinder blocks are made of irradiated cinder or whatever, and the water is not necessarily safe to drink.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly all these these town members were writing in talking about how important it was that the uranium gets mined. And nobody you spoke to in the town, of course we need uranium, yeah, but nobody you spoke to in the town would tell you that was their opinion, right? So the local newspapers sort of define the opinion of the boomers who read them. That's the only people who read them. That's also the only people who vote
even though they're a minority. So that's my conspiracy, is that like local news, like small scale media, that's where people really exert their control and power.
I mean, why just contain it to that? I mean, it seems like local news would be the easiest for a big, rich company to exert their influence over because they're the poorest. But you know,
And that's also where like
why
you
not?
know like industrial decisions are made are on a county and state level.
I see. So,
So
but
if you're a
it
company with
seems like
money, you blow.
it seems like the argument really is just that like media is used as a tool for propaganda. I mean, you're talking about the local level, but I think that extends out regional and national and everything. Is like the media is used to sway public opinion, and the people who have control of the media are the people with money.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. That's well put.
Oh, thank you. I mean, that's what I believe. I think the media is like a great force of evil in the world. I think it is
I'm with you, man.
all propaganda. Like, you know, it's funny to talk
Including
about it on the local
maybe
level.
Maybe even especially comedy YouTubers.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm part of the problem.
Just checking.
No, it's interesting to talk about it on the local level, though, because I personally don't, you know, I have those thoughts about the media, but I always think about like the national big corporate conglomerate type media, but really it's almost easier to influence the small time media if you're like some giant uranium mining corporation that's coming into town. Like, you might as well be the boss of everybody.
Yeah, you're totally right. And if you look at, I mean, newspapers are a failing medium, right? Like, nobody buys newspapers anymore, other than, like I said, these boomers who are still the only people who vote. And they're all bankrupt, and there's large corporations that go around buying up these local newspapers. And so this can all happen in back channels at a very like high level. And then, you know, the will of the Uranium Corporation is expressed to the multimedia conglomerate that owns, you know, whatever percent of small town local newspaper rags. And it trickles down, and next thing you know, there's a bunch of supposed townspeople who feel really strongly that, you know, a bunch of extractive industry move into town and fuck up the landscape and irradiate all the employees and the people that live around there.
Yeah, dude. That's fucked up. That's a good conspiracy.
The fucked up part of it is it's like almost certainly true, right? And that's kind of what it seems like the shitty thing about the last couple of years has been, is we realize like a lot of the conspiracies are not the crazy ones, but a lot of the idea that like corporations and like this idea that like citizens are expendable and stuff, that's all very true on like a high level. Like, that's how they see it. And there's nothing we can do about it. Like, knowing the truth doesn't change anything because it's too general of a truth and we're like disenfranchised.
And there's also this push by the larger institutions to sort of nip these things in the bud by debunking them as conspiracy theories, as unprovable things. It's like it's easy for giant institutions to corral large groups of people as conspiracy theorists who are crazy and should not be trusted, even though there are obviously some conspiracies that are true and we just don't know about. Like, you know, we can't deny that. We just can't really grasp you know, the full specific extent of things until they're, you know, revealed at a later date.
Yeah, and by the time they reveal them, like, they play it down.
They've already
like,
had, and they've already had their effect, and yeah, they can also divert blame.
Yeah, totally. I mean, every time one of these things comes out, it's like, like for example, that the FBI was like trying to gaslight MLK into like killing himself, and that they may have looked the other way on assassination stuff, just in hopes that the problem would solve itself, that their problem with MLK would solve itself.
I hadn't heard this, that they're trying to gaslight Martin Luther King Jr. to killing himself. Do you know what techniques they used? Because I've got a couple people who I could do without.
I don't know, man. Do you have access to a bunch of bugs and like millions of dollars in domestic surveillance technology?
That's what it takes. It's not just a clever turn of the phrase.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, but anyway, they came out and said like, yeah, we were monitoring him, but we don't do that anymore. You know, like, oh yeah,
Right.
sorry, that was the bad old days, but now we're better. You know.
Right. Exactly.
And obviously that's not true, right? It's all the same people, the same positions with the same incentives, and there's nothing we can do to change it.
And on that note, thank you for calling in.
Thanks for having me.
All right, have a great weekend, dude.
You too.
Bye. Just branching off of that, there's a video here that might be fun to play. Let's get this up here. How do I make this big?
Is brought to you by Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is brought to you by...
Just a fun little video. Oh, goddamn. Don't look at my desktop. Get this back. Oh, no. Shit. Fuck. Oh, fuck. My computer's so fucking slow. Alright, good. Okay, anyway. Just a fun little vid. Oh, you know what? There's actually another vid I wanted to play. A Lordy WebM. Lordy's got a great folder of WebMs. Where'd this one go? Here we go.
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics.
Okay, you know what? We'll do it after.
Call from
Riley.
You.
Yo, dude.
Hey, what's up? Was this Riley?
Yep, and I feel like I'm cheating because I called in last week or last time, yeah.
It's been a month. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, I gotta say last week because I guess I have no sense of time.
Yeah, good. So what's up, Riley? You got a conspiracy you want to talk about?
I actually kind of do, and I'm not your typical conspiracy nut because I don't know. I'm sure everyone has their own, like, 9/11 conspiracy, their own, I don't know, Israeli conspiracy, but I don't know, one's been kind of interesting me, and it's kind of a typical one that I'm sure people from like the 70s were really into, and maybe I'm curious your opinion. You know Jimmy Hoffa?
Okay, Jimmy Hoffa, the mob boss.
I don't know if he was he was definitely involved with mob figures, but like, yeah, I think he was literally like some union guy, like he was the head of, some like trucking union or whatever, even though he was like hiring mob people and stuff. And he also apparently put up a lot of cash to build casinos in Las Vegas and stuff like that. Oh, that was,
Right. You're right. He
I'm kind of-
wasn't. I was misrememering for a moment there.
Yeah.
I saw The
I'm-
Irishman. I learned a little bit about Jimmy Hoffa from that movie.
I was even gonna mention that movie because even though that movie dabbles in, I think some it maybe makes up some stuff, but I don't know. That movie did actually get me thinking quite a bit, kind of like you're saying. I did some of my own research, and that shit is pretty, like, even I was kind of getting more and more and more fascinated with it because just the fact that it's unsolved and basically they couldn't really get any information out of anybody. And that's fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't have a true answer to this conspiracy, but I think The Irishman, I think, certainly is hinting very much at the direction of what it could have been. And I'm kind of revealing that movie. I'm not going to spoil the movie to it, but I think the idea is he probably pissed off some of the wrong people, but the fact that they were able to keep it silent or able to get away, yeah, this guy was so fucking huge. And like, there's a weird little line in that movie because they say, like, if the mob can whack a president, they can whack a union boss or whatever. And, that's sort of implying the mob took out Kennedy or whatever. And I used to sort of be one of those people who's like, that's one of those kind of crazy. But even now, after doing more research on that, like, I'm not going to say the mob killed Kennedy, but there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, even what Jack Kennedy was involved in, before he became president. There is even a lot of truth that he got the election stolen, but it's also crazy because this is relating to now because people talk about stolen elections now, but he actually did do that. Like, it is proven by history. He stole that election with mob help. So
what is that story? I don't know that.
It's crazy because he actually, I believe, was able to get mafia help to, I believe, get votes in Illinois. It's like these various key states. I'll literally have to look up the specifics, but it is literally proven in actual historical records that he used mafia help in key states to get elected. Whether or not he would have been elected without that mafia help, I'm not certain we have the answer to that, but that's one crazy thing because in a sense he was in debt to the mafia, or the mafia helped him. So
I've heard that sort of thing before, that JFK had ties to the mafia. Do you know about those ties?
His father was a bootlegger. Yeah, his father was a bootlegger in the 20s or he helped them run alcohol and stuff when it was Prohibition. So he was breaking the law and working with gangsters. I'll have to familiarize myself with the Irishman mentions a guy named Momo Chincana or something, who I believe was a gangster, who I think worked with the Kennedys, and
So it's like they made the Kennedy family had made these connections, and then it was
before he got elected. Yeah, his father was very well connected because he helped them run booze there, and they got a lot of money. I think that's how the Kennedys even somewhat made their fortune, which is even kind of its own crazy thing. I don't know how they got away with that in the end, but the reality is, he had mob ties, he got mob help, and I can't necessarily just put the dots together and say, okay, therefore the mob whacked Kennedy, but he did do things that probably pissed the mob off, and he probably, but even that Irishman movie, it somewhat says because he fucked up the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, and I've been researching that. It's kind of true. He fucked up the Bay of Pigs because the mafia wanted their casinos back. They had a shit ton of casinos in Cuba, and after Castro took power, he apparently took over all their casinos, and the mafia was pissed. They were like, we want our fucking casinos back. So they, I think, probably were pressuring the Kennedy administration to invade Cuba and get their fucking casinos back and get rid of Castro because they wanted them back.
I see.
Those were their casinos, but that's what's kind of cool about that movie is, I'm not saying everything in that movie is true, but it links a lot of these very interesting elements of, I truly do think there is a real conspiracy behind that. And even like Las Vegas are implicated because he helped build Las Vegas. Jimmy Hoffa, he put up shit tons of money, basically illegally. This was pension money for these trucking dudes who drove trucks with meat and all that other crap. And he's using their pension money that should go to them to build casinos in Las Vegas, and it's kind of personal investments for him. So he had mob ties to Las Vegas as well. So for all we know, maybe Las Vegas people got pissed off at him too. Yeah, there's a lot of weird unknowns in that story.
So a bunch of people with a bunch of money who presumably have a bunch of influence, and they're a criminal element. Do you think that that's something that happens today, like where there are criminal elements that have that sort of sway and power, or do you think that it's shifted to another group, or what do you think?
I mean,
because if it can happen, 70 years ago or whatever, why, you would assume, why can't it happen today? If nobody ever got punished for it.
Yeah, see, you're sort of I would oddly say there is people today who have that kind of money, that kind of power, and not only that, see, the fact is that murder is still, the Jimmy Hoffa murder is still unsolved. The FBI is still, looking into leads and stuff, and that's just basically coming up empty left and right. I feel like
they're watching The Irishman. They're looking for clues in The Irishman.
Yeah. I mean, strangely, I think that movie maybe gets to the answer, which is they're never going to solve it because everyone who knew information about it is dead or, kept their mouth shut, which is crazy because I believe there are people that who still have that kind of money and can still keep everybody's mouth shut if they want a certain person out of the way, which is, that's a real conspiracy, but the reality is I can't name names, but they were whoever it was in the 70s, they got Jimmy Hoffa whacked. And I'm not sure if it was even just that Tony Pro guy or who, because, people probably are pointing their fingers like, oh yeah, it was just this mob rivalry between Jimmy Hoffa and this Tony Pro guy. It could be so many things. It could be these different people.
If a person in power in the modern day wanted somebody who was threatening them or threatening their power to be gone, to be killed, there's a lot of apprehension on the public's part, I think, to believe that actually happens, that hired hits occur. And part of the question is probably who would do them. In this scenario, it's the people in power have ties to the criminal element, so they don't have to go through any sort of channel.
It's even a weird, it's an overused term, but some of these people are able to maintain criminal conspiracies of silence where it's a broad, range of people who, maybe they just want someone whacked, but the reality is you have to make sure each person in that chain keeps their mouth shut or gets whacked in the end, to make sure nobody tells anything and the history is never figured out. And the fact that Jimmy Hoffa is still unsolved, and I somewhat believe I might even be willing to stake my bet that they'll never solve that murder. But we kind of are able to put together the pieces in our own weird basement conspiratorial ways because there are elements of that story that I think you can actually piece together, whether it's, the Kennedys, the ties to, Las Vegas, the ties to the Bay of Pigs. All of those things are connected to who killed Jimmy Hoffa. And it probably was, at the end of the day, I mean, that was random, but it probably was just some random mob guy that released, and it probably was a kind of Frank Sheeran. I can't say if he was the actual guy who did it, but it probably was a just low-level mob guy, but who hired him? How did he do that? And he kept his mouth shut, and everyone he was connected to kept their mouth shut. Yeah, it's almost unbelievable that they could do that.
And there's also extra, intrigue because Lee Harvey Oswald was shot by Jack Ruby. People say Jack Ruby had connections to the mob, that sort of thing.
Yep. I'm pretty sure he did. I don't know if he was, I think he was connected to, he was, I think, a strip club owner or something, but yeah, I think he was connected to the mafia, knew mafia people, and his, I think, reason for shooting, Oswald was just I just felt like
patriotism or something. And it's just kind of like, right, yeah. There's just so many weird shit about even who Oswald was working for. I get people someone say Oswald might have been working for, the CIA. And I can't answer that either. There's a lot of, I'm just throwing in another funny direction, because have you seen the movie Full Metal Jacket?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and there's just, a great part in that movie, because, it's just, he's like, where did Lee Harvey Oswald learn to shoot? In the Marines, that's what that was, yeah, and he used this old school bolt action rifle, and, got a headshot and a chest shot in, 5 seconds or whatever. And I think that movie is somewhat suggesting that, yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald was not only military trained, but potentially they might have been able to brainwash him or get him to do what they wanted him to do.
All right, hey man, thank you for calling in. You're starting to break up a little bit, so I gotta go. But
no problem. I'm just so glad I could talk to you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. See you,
Bye.
man.
Bye. Starting to lose the audio quality there. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with more calls. Cool.
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics living in America today. Should our healthcare system be doing more to make sure they are safe to themselves and others by watching over them 24 hours a day?
Yes, we need to monitor these people to make sure they're safe. Hide cameras everywhere they go, in the streets, in their homes, in the eyes of people at the convenience stores where they shop.
Cameras aren't really enough.
I read it in
though.
a medical journal recently that a number of doctors have already begun to place microscopic tracking devices under the skin of schizophrenics, which is a great way to make sure that they don't get lost.
Yeah, and this article said here recently that most of them have had no problem with that, and it's a very non-invasive procedure and has proven to work very well
Painless.
so far.
Yeah, schizophrenics often respond well to pleasant memories from their past. And one technique which might give them a little bit of relief is if we have their caregivers' faces surgically reconstructed so they look like the schizophrenic's dead relatives.
Now, some say that we should offer verbal encouragement by implanting speakers in their ears which would whisper kind words to them 24 hours a day.
Couldn't agree more. I think what would be great would be a recorded voice on a loop saying, everyone around you wants to get you, in reference to help.
Of course, we can't have just one voice. We need to have more than one voice because then they know it's a team effort.
That's right. They feel supported by the community, and that's what we really should be going for.
But we have to do more than just calm them. You know, we have to give them practical advice, too. Like tell them which bus drivers hate them, which manholes are covering up underground government prisons, which statues don't love them anymore, you know, that sort of thing.
This kind of technology would be expensive. Some people have said to slip it into their minds subconsciously, perhaps through coded anagrams that, let's say, we would hide or encrypt into books.
Definitely. They'll think that they're just reading, standard literature, but actually it will be encoded instructions from people who want to help them.
In newspapers or inside the tattoos of people on the street.
Just the ingredients on a box of cereal, anything that they might read.
And this is an area where I think that we could really get some help from the government. We could be using this stealth planes and helicopters to be tracking those paranoid schizophrenics as they're going through their daily lives.
We already have the ability to make everything that's a color red signal data and images back to the government's underground bunkers. And we should be using this technology to help these people.
I know. Isn't it weird to think that so many people pay for the internet to go just do all that stupid bullshit?
I mean, yeah.
Yo.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Don't sound so down, Moxie.
I'm always having a good time talking to a regular Australian guy, and then you bumped in
You
here.
can keep going.
Nah, the mood's ruined.
We were talking about how, a barrier of entry would make the internet better, and then I told Moxie that there actually is a barrier of entry, and you do have to pay for internet.
Too many Obama phones out there. Get rid of them.
Hey, there was a trailer for the latest Kirok documentary, and all the people who are commenting on it, the Dutch people, the European, the people in the EU, were complaining about how they couldn't watch the trailer on YouTube because you have to prove to YouTube in the EU that you're 18 years or older by sending your information to the government. The government has to confirm that you're 18 years.
Hell yeah. Good job, government.
That's a good barrier of entry, right?
I mean, I think that's in Germany now that they do that. Because for some, I don't know, it's just fucking retarded. Because they feel like, you have to make sure that people can't watch porn on the internet. So you have to send your ID to the government.
Well, you agree with that, right, Lordy?
No. I agree.
No?
I think we should just, take people older than 35 and make their own internet for them.
Oh God, that would be amazing.
I agree with that.
That would keep a lot of people from committing suicide and go, I'm almost 35. I can get to it. I can get to the good internet.
No, I was thinking that would be the bad internet.
It would be the fun internet. I'll say
You
that.
need a whole
your
separate.
parents are also about
Well, that's the
35.
thing. You need a whole separate internet just for parents.
It's called
As soon
Facebook.
as you get a kid.
Yeah, that is true. That is what Facebook is now. I remember being on Facebook when I was in high school, and it was this thing that kids did, and then all of a sudden everyone's parents and grandparents even got on Facebook. And it's like, why would anyone stay on there?
Dude,
while
it
their
was weird
parents-
because it was like everyone was like, oh, I got MySpace, and then Facebook was the hot new thing, and all the young people were like, hey, you got a Facebook? It's like, yeah, sure, I'll make one. And now it's just like, hey, the yogurt shop down the street has a Facebook. Do you want to see their posts? No, I don't want to. Like, I don't give a shit what their flavor of frozen yogurt is this month. I'm not going to eat there.
That's like a
Man,
thing.
I follow Burger King on Instagram, and if you like them enough and send them some shit, you can get a beanie.
A Burger King beanie?
Yeah.
I don't like Twitter, but I used to have a Twitter account just for bitching at food companies. And that was fun because I would just be like, hey, local grocery store, this frozen pizza is like half melted and sagging down. This is disappointing. They'd be like, oh, please, for the love of God, can we make this right? Message us, and we'll fix this. I was like, nah, I'm not going to message them. I'm just going to leave it up. This half melted, frozen, floppy ass pizza that you sold me.
That is like a new form, a new direct way to customer service for big companies is like just trying to humiliate them on Twitter.
Yeah, it's really weird, like how many times you look something up and like, hey, you contact them if you've got a problem through their support. But if that doesn't work, message them on Facebook or Twitter, and then they're like going to instantly just like bend over backwards. And just like you can chop their balls off and you've got them. It's like, oh, that seems weird. Okay, well, I don't want a Twitter or Facebook, so I'm not going to do that.
There are places around here, like bars and restaurants, and they only hire through Facebook. They say like on their sign, they say like hiring now. Look us up on Facebook. That's how you can. That's the only way to get in touch with them.
Shit.
It's like it has something about this, like the suburban small town thing. It's like that's the connecting fabric is Facebook, because all the moms and grandmoms are out there and like, I'll tell my children who are on there. Like,
I feel like social media ruined the internet, to be honest.
Oh yeah, social media and internet on mobile phones. Yeah,
I like internet on mobile phones.
No.
I can shit post on mobile.
What about porn on mobile?
I mean,
why would you need that? I'm waiting in line at the bank. I need to blow a load.
Man,
no, in your bed, in your lonely bed at night with nothing but your phone by your side. Why not just look up some hot cleavage, hot sweaty cleavage?
Oh, wow. God, I need to look up some cleavage and some womanly silhouettes. Ooh, baby.
What a harlot. She's showing her ankles off.
Am I the only guy here who likes cleavage?
I mean, yeah, but I don't look up cleavage in my bed on my phone to masturbate. That seems like a you thing.
What do you
Let
look
me
up?
just pick up my phone. I'll go to yandex.com and search cleavage. Oh, baby. I'm going to have a good time tonight.
You got to look for hot, sweaty cleavage, because if you just put cleavage, they're just looking for the biggest cleavage possible, and that could be like really just like heaving fat breasts.
Is there an Indian search engine? Because that's probably the place to find Bob and Vagine.
All right. So, Laura, you don't agree that the mobile phone is the primary delivery method for porn?
No, why? It's small.
Wait, you look up porn on your computer? I mean, really? You jerk off at your desk?
No, I sit on my desk,
The porn is behind you?
Yeah, I don't look at it. I just have it on as an inspirational thought.
So you can be more first person.
There might be porn existing, and that's hot.
Mr. The Minute Hour, are you telling me that you do not have a widescreen 4K monitor mounted to your ceiling above your bed that you can look at that's connected to your computer? While you're in bed, you're gonna look.
Then I would have to wear
on
my
a little tiny screen.
I would have to wear my glasses in bed.
Oh my God!
This is the thing. I can have it close to my face. I can have it 6 inches away from my head. It's like I'm really there.
what I'm getting from this is that Mr. The Minute Hour doesn't have enough patrons to actually afford virtual reality goggles.
The Mr. The Minute Hour sounds like a teenage boy from 2002. Looking up cleavage and silhouettes on a small device hiding in bed.
That's my conspiracy theory. Mr. The Minute Hour is actually 3 teenage boys stacked on top of each other.
Look, I learned what I know about porn when I was a child, and I've never felt the need to look any further into it. I got it figured out like 15 years ago. You look at it on the phone in your bed.
What do you have, like a stack of Sears catalogs next to you or some shit? Keep those next to the bed?
No, I don't need them. That's what I'm saying. So once you got the smartphone, the possibility for porn is just a second away no matter where you are. I use it in my bed with my jism blanket, not out in public. Maybe once or twice on like the train or something. If it's a long ride, maybe just take a little peek. But this is normal.
Yeah. I mean, who doesn't Google Victoria's Secret catalog 1997?
It's the shape, it's the curves, it's the shadows. It's all about the way the light plays off the cleavage. It's like, I wonder what's under there. Once you see it all, who cares? It's like the mystery is ruined.
Fine. You're right. I'm gonna get with the modern age. I'm gonna hail an Uber and go, hey, do you mind if I look at my 5.3-inch screen and come into my cum blanket back here while you drive for me? Thank you.
They probably don't mind as long as you tip.
And yeah, they want you to wear a mask while you're doing it.
As long as you don't have to wear the mask over your dick, it's okay.
That'd be easier though. It's like you just catch the residue in there, right?
I think the true conspiracy here is that we are very old-fashioned when it comes to this shit.
I'm so old-timey. I just, I hail a carriage and they drive me around the block so I can look at women-ish things on my phone.
Hey, take me by the shopping district. I'm going to look through some windows at some of those shapely figurines wearing some nice summer dresses, and I'm going to imagine them later tonight when I'm in bed. I'll use them as my imaginary fuel, and I'm going to come into a blanket.
When I was a kid, I remember I would get, I would be horny enough listening to just a song. That song specifically.
Any song?
No, specifically that song, My Humps. That song used to get me horny as a kid.
I think this is a good reaction to.
You guys never had a song that was like, oh, this is like so fucking bumping. This is, the rhythms are just making my blood pump in just the right way. No?
No.
Never?
I feel like the more I learn about the way you masturbate, the less I want to know about it.
I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing.
I mean, you just said you still jerk off to cleavage.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not judging
I'm like
you.
innocent. I'm like an innocent little boy who just, that's all I need.
That's true. Like he hasn't progressed to hardcore pornography. He just all it takes is cleavage or watching people die.
Or listening to My Humps.
Yeah, I'm on either end of the spectrum. Some nights it's the.
I mean, you're very much on the spectrum, my man.
This is not like a welcoming environment. I'm just trying to tell you guys about my sexual proclivities. You guys won't even tell me about yours.
That's nothing new, man. We're used to that.
Yeah.
This always happens. I try to be just honest, open and honest, and you guys, what do you guys do? What's Lordy
I ain't telling you shit,
right.
buddy.
Yeah.
Lordy, what do you do?
I am a monk. I don't if I see a woman, I just look through her because I don't recognize that as a being.
Amen, buddy.
Yeah. I don't get seduced.
Mr. The Minute Hour, all you need to know is that me and this regular Australian guy, we both have big dicks, so we don't need to worry about anything else in life, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, good for you. Congratulations. This is obviously the source of my,
We have big dick energy and you don't. You just don't get it, okay? So just like, go do your thing. We'll just watch over you like a couple of adults and make sure that you don't hurt yourself. And that's it, okay? You don't need to know what we do.
All right. I do appreciate that, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. But before
This was the best conspiracy theory I've ever talked about.
All right. Should I go now? Lordy, like we said, you wanted to talk about masturbation on the stream. You wanted that to be the primary topic.
Not masturbating.
Right. No Fap November, right?
Yeah. No, it's a no nut November nowadays.
All right, sure.
And
So you can fap, but not to completion.
I don't know how stuff works nowadays.
But this is something.
No. That's Big Edge August. That's a different month, okay? And then No Fap February is a different one. It's No Nut November, okay? No nutting in November, but just don't go to completion. In February, there's no fapping at all. Don't touch anything. And then in August, that's when you like really, really go as far as you can without nutting. That's the edging month, okay? Get with it. Jesus Christ.
Don't forget about Dick Destroying December, where you masturbate the amount of times the day it is. So on 31st December, you have to, do it quickly, because that's more than once an hour.
Dude, I've been... I said when you wanted to do No Nut November as the topic, I said I didn't want to talk about masturbating, but we're in it now. We're talking about it. It's the topic of this conversation for sure. So I'll just say this: when I made the originally, when I was masturbating as a pre-teen teen in that area, never used lotion or anything. Just went dry, and got used to that. Eventually, everyone in the media was talking about lotion and stuff all the time, as if lotion was the key to masturbation, or you saw lotion in someone's room. It was like that's how you know there was masturbating going on in there. And I never got that because I never did that before. And then I made the switch. Huge difference. Great. I review it 5 stars. But now when I switch back, if I don't have the lotion, I can't even do it. It's like afterwards, it's like my dick's been in a prize fight. It's like all bruised and scarred and what do you do, Lordy? Do you use lotion?
I'm not. What? I don't. Is this an American thing?
Do you not? Okay, you got a foreskin, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Child.
Yeah, that's the difference. The foreskin creates the lubricant.
Hey, I'm confused by Americans. What the fuck?
Oh man.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It wasn't my choice. All right. Anyway, okay.
Let's
end it here.
Jesus.
Let's end it here.
Why is your dick bruised, man?
This is good enough. All right, this is good enough for now. All right. I'll be back in like an hour if you guys are still around. Right.
What?
I don't think so, to be honest.
We didn't even talk about conspiracy shit. You just talked about jerking off the whole time.
Well, what do you want to talk about? If you got
what
a
conspiracy do you want to hear?
Whatever you got. I can't.
Talks about jerking.
I can't.
For 20 minutes.
He just comes in and he's just like, "Hey, you guys like to flog your cock? Okay, I guess we'll work with that subject matter for the next 20 minutes."
I can't preempt what conspiracy you're going to talk about because I don't know. So just talk about it,
dude. Just chalk your cock and get a grip, okay?
Chalk?
Conspiracy. That's what we're doing now, okay? Conspiracy. What do you want to hear? Cryptozoology? More 9/11 shit? What do you want to hear?
Cryptozoology.
And no cock shit. I'm done with the cock shit.
We pledged to stop. Okay, because cryptozoology. What about that? Like Bigfoot? The Loch Ness Monster?
Loch Ness Monster, like everyone knows those thylacine. Well, that's not cryptozoology. Those were real.
Do you have Wolpertinger in American law?
Have what?
Wolpertinger.
What's that?
Yeah.
It's an animal that's a mix of I think it's a bunny, and like it has horns and wings.
No, I don't think we have that.
Sounds harmless.
I think that's they have one in World of Warcraft. That's where I know it from.
I know there's like there's
As a
supposed to be
pet?
like some like California mountain giant salamanders. That's like one of those like lesser known, like kind of like nobody gives a shit cryptozoology things. Where it's like, yeah, somewhere up in the California mountains, there's like some lakes where you find these massive, like I think they're like 6 to 12 foot salamanders, and there's been a few excursions to go find them, but there's like no real scientific proof. Because like nobody gives a shit. They'll be like, can we just put our money towards finding Bigfoot instead? And like, okay, fine. That's one of them that I think is interesting because it's
Yeah,
just a
look it up.
big salamander, and for some reason
On the
that's a thing.
World of Warcraft wiki, because it's
Hey,
you get it in the Brewfest.
That's pretty cute. I know that we had a thing called like the jackalope or whatever, which is supposed to be like a jackrabbit with antelope, like antlers on it. But that was like, I'm pretty sure that was like a scam to get travelers to stop at a certain lodge or something. Going across the big wide America.
Doesn't that
but
seem like
not with wings.
the basis for a lot of the cryptozoology stuff is like a tourist attraction?
There's a lot of that, like traveling shows that have, with fake mermaids and shit like that, for sure. There was a lot of that. Then there's there's different crazy animal sightings. There was something about there's a whole thing about kangaroos being spotted like around Chicago or Illinois or something. It's weird. Like things will happen. Like there'll be a small period of time where you're like, oh yeah, we saw a bunch of these one animals where they don't belong in this one area. And then there's a bunch of sightings and then it just kind of goes away. And it makes you wonder what the shit? Like kangaroos in Chicago?
Yeah, what could that be if not kangaroos?
Yeah, it's like, how do you explain that? It's like, it's some other, I don't know, it's giant Chicago rats or something. I don't know. And they're hopping around because they're on crack or some shit. I don't know. It's like things like that will pop up, and weird little things will be for like a short period of time. And not just like cryptozoology stuff, but like in Britain in 1909, there's a bunch of dirigibles that were spotted, like the scare ships of Britain. They weren't sure where they were coming from. And there was a bunch of sightings in 1909 that died away. And then a bunch showed up again in 2012. And it's like, okay, well, did people just see a bunch of Zeppelins in the sky? Do we know where they came from? There's a bunch of shit about them, shining lights. And, it's like a little short period of something like that happening, and then it's like, yeah, it's over, forget about it. It's like, well, I mean, what happened? What actually happened? What were people seeing? What was going on?
I think the issue, the thing that happens is that people just enjoy lying or making themselves believe stuff.
It's fun, yeah.
yeah, but it might be, that they just, you tell someone, oh, I saw XY, and then people start believing shit that other people tell them, and maybe even sometimes project it onto themselves.
Yeah,
I actually saw that.
UFO shit showed up in the 50s and then hit hardcore because everyone was really into it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you make yourself believe that you actually saw something that you didn't see. Like if you are primed to see, I don't know, a kangaroo, then you might be more likely to see the kangaroo than if you are not actually thinking about the kangaroo.
It's a psyop. It's an organic.
That's not a psyop.
It's like an organic psyop.
Well, yeah, you're primed to believe something because you want to believe it. You are like, oh wow, yeah. I really want to believe that there are kangaroos in Chicago or whatever the fuck we talked about.
Yeah.
I believe all kinds of things about you, Lordy. Just being a foreigner and then, you give me like confirmation bias all the time because I've already got the idea in my head.
I mean,
Bad things.
That's just you being racist.
No,
Yeah,
xenophobic, but not. I mean, are you a race?
Me alone? No, that would be shit because then I couldn't like procreate.
What?
What if I was a race on my own? A race is something that cannot, procreate with another race by definition, isn't it?
Is that race or is that species?
I don't know. I've never paid attention to that shit.
Yeah, me neither. Who
I think
gives a
that's a
shit?
species.
I do think you're human. I do think you're a human
doesn't work
being.
anyway because, lions and tigers can procreate, but then the
That's
offspring
true,
of
yeah.
that cannot procreate anymore.
Yeah. What a crazy world we live in.
Would you guys ever?
That's conspiracy.
Would you guys ever whack off to a porn of like a lion and a tiger mating? Because it's like naughty cross species, sort of like hot, like they're like we shouldn't do this. God says that we should just fuck each other. Would you guys? Does that get you guys hot?
No, I just look up cleavage.
I totally relate to that. That's enough for me too. All right, this is good. I'm gonna end on this note then. Is this satisfactory?
Yeah,
boys?
at least we covered something somewhat
we hit
conspiracy
something.
related.
We did a little bit. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna be back in an hour. Maybe you guys will be around. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, probably.
All right, cool. All right, see ya. Good. All right, just turned off Do Not Disturb mode. So you can call in now. 518-288-7938. 518-288-7938. And here we go.
Call from
Anthony.
Anthony.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, nothing much, bro. How's it going with you?
It's going great. It's a nice rainy day. Glad to be there.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Where are you at? Regionally?
I'm in South Carolina currently.
Oh, okay. How's the temperature
Pretty,
down there? It's like it's 40,
Holy
30
shit.
around here. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's about the same. I rode to work on my motorcycle this morning. It was like 41.
Damn.
And I don't think it's less 40s today. So it's weird.
That's a tough motorcycle ride.
It's not too bad. It's only like 5 or 6 miles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to get into the real, the minute-hour lore and the conspiracy theories that aren't really out there, but they're in my head. So.
Okay.
So you just went on a nice little excursion across the country, or from the Midwest to the wherever. But I personally haven't heard from old Catholic Joe. I believe I have it in good faith. Almost one would say on good authority that you maybe went out and devoured Catholic Joe. And now have gained his power.
That is propaganda, and you know it. That is a paid story that's been planted. I've never eaten Catholic Joe once. Period. So I don't know where. So these are unfounded rumors.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'll put that to bed right here.
In months.
I'm not. Am I Catholic Joe's keeper? I think not. I don't know where that fellow went to. Probably doing something terrible. He's probably. I hate to speculate, but he's probably done a crime that requires that he be on the run and off the internet.
Oh.
And you can feel free to spread that information as much as you want.
Well, that sounds like a great.
What do you think happened? So you think you think I devoured him? No way.
Yeah. You went all full. I heard that you went full. Venom and just ate him, absorbed him even. Yeah.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't do that, because I would like to absorb Catholic Joe's powers, his powers of perception and charisma. But I don't know where that guy lives. I don't know how I would seek him out. I would need a web of agents to find that guy. And if I had that, he would be back on the show by now. I mean, that would be the purpose of finding him, is to get him back on here. You've got my word as a YouTuber.
All right. Well, I may have to take you on your word on that. I mean,
all right. So good. You're convinced. Do you have another conspiracy you want to talk about? One that doesn't implicate me directly?
That was really it. I was actually trying to get in on that birds aren't real thing, but the first caller kind of took it.
You don't have any further? You don't have any further thoughts on the birds aren't real theory?
No. I think that kind of religion in itself is a conspiracy theory. I guess.
In what sense?
I don't know. Because you have people who would sit there and say like the Bible or the Torah, the Quran, would like to date the universe and the Earth at like 4,000 or 6,000 years old, and you're like, hey, what about carbon dating? This freaking nematode that we found in this lake is like 6 million years old. What's going on with that? Oh, sorry, guys, that's the devil's work.
What if carbon dating is a conspiracy?
I don't know.
The idea
carbon
is
dating.
The idea,
velociraptors.
The idea is maybe that with science, with bodies of scientific evidence, that's people do those things to they have evidence to prove their claims, versus religion, which is more cerebral.
So are you saying that science is just a organized foundation of ignorance, essentially, or
that's literally not 100% not what I was saying, but I like that extrapolation. Why do you think I meant that?
I don't know. I'm just trying to poke the bear, man. That's it.
No, I like it. Well, hey, so they're both bodies of thought, but they operate differently, right? I mean, don't they?
I don't believe so.
There's the scientific method in one instance versus whatever the religious method is, which we assume would be different, right?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I think that it's a structure. Religion is a structure that is, or an organization that is structured by elitists. Why would a god need people to pay tithes to be able to keep his roof on his building that he could just keep on itself? I don't know.
So you're not a fan
of... Go ahead.
You're not a fan of large institutions generally.
I wouldn't say large institutions. I'm just saying some that use fear mongering or like unfounded potential for joy or peace or whatever. I'm a fan of faith. I really am. I'm a big fan of faith, but not a big fan of religion. So,
does it have to do with the idea that people who organize religion are using followers' faith in a malicious way or like a malevolent way? Like,
yeah, that's pretty much where it stems from. Yes.
And it's different with the institution of like science because of what? Because there's evidence. There's.
I wouldn't say that, but science is always changing. It's always evolving. Not to say that faith or religion never is changing. I mean, there's new religions born almost every day. You got Scientology that just brought out, what was that about, like aliens or something?
I think that seemed like it was just made up as they went along, basically.
Like, yeah, it was like a tax break for people. I don't know, but whereas science has always I mean, historically speaking, science has always been. Some people will like mock people, like the gentleman who said that, hey, doctors should wash their hands before or between birthings, like they're helping or assisting in the birthing of a child. To keep a woman healthy, because they're like, oh, she had just like bedside fever, because she had birth, whatever. You infected her. The guy who came up with that notion died penniless and shamed. Years later, they found out like germ theory and everything.
He was labeled he was labeled a crazy.
Yeah. So
there was a bit in a Volume 2 zine, I believe, about this guy Semmelweis, I think his name was.
Right.
And yeah, exactly.
And,
it's like he had the
that
theory that like if you were just elbow deep in a man's viscera, you should wash your hands before giving birth, handling a birth. And he was labeled a crazy by the scientific community.
Yeah. But not to say that the institution of science or the pursuit of scientific knowledge has been a picturesque thing of like just. Excuse me, I've been drinking all night, so I think we all have. It's not that it's been perfect. So it has not been perfect. It is not without its own shame. It is not without its own volumes of, shame and just complete idiocy. But where we are today in relation to where we were even 20 years ago, like in the 90s is when they started teaching the human genome. I mean, that's kind of where I found my my foundation of my belief in science, whereas my beliefs in an organized religion, and I see where they're kind of just touting it around to just line pockets and seize power and keep control over the masses. You have these huge like super churches all throughout the Southeast United States. It's just I don't know. It's nothing. It doesn't really seem right with me.
I think like religion as an institution versus science. It's like religion has the home field advantage. Like they've been around longer. Religion was clearly doing a lot for people.
Sure.
That caused
especially when they were living in the worst conditions imaginable.
Absolutely. So yeah, so it's like it's got this, it's ingrained in people's mind. And then it's interesting though that you're not against the idea of faith.
No.
Because it's faith plays a role in both of those institutions, I think, because it's like when it comes down to the individual or the population, usually individuals don't claim to know or understand the innermost workings of God or science, but they do have faith that those who are in the know are giving them the correct information.
Right, or they just feel intrinsically privy to that information, or just that feeling possible.
Yeah, how do you
I'm just
how do you mean by
eloquent
that?
right now because I'm like 6 shots in and a couple of beers, so.
But how do you, what do you mean exactly by that? They feel privileged to the feeling. What did you say exactly?
No. I said some people just feel like intrinsically they intrinsically know, or it's just a gut feeling. This is just not church. Like it's a difference between going to I don't think Buddhism is actually like a religion. It's more it is a kind of a way of living. So, but what's the difference between like going to a mosque or going to a Baptist church, or going to like a Native American tribal deal where they're worshiping the gods of the winds or mountains or what have. I mean, what's really the difference between all of that? You can sit there and just be like, hey, it's all the same thing. It all goes off of faith, which I can 100% get behind. But the whole distorting people and kind of like using their emotions towards monetary gain and power over the powerless, I'm just not really for. That's all.
Right. And that's the sort of, struggle that's been going on for as long as we've recorded history, right?
Right.
There's always a group of people who will exploit the larger group, the sort of like the, maybe it's wrong to reduce it down to this, but the smarter group exploiting the dumber group.
I don't think it's wrong for deducing it down to that.
No. All right. Then we figured it out.
Smart people win, and those knuckle jaggers will just suffer. It's okay. Hey, I appreciate you taking the call, man.
Hey, thanks for calling. Yeah, have a good weekend.
You do the same. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh. I got burps. They're deep. They're deep in there, but they're... No, wait. Oh, man.
Call from
Fernando Martinez.
To accept, press 1.
What?
To send a voice...
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, who's this? I didn't catch your name.
Fernando Martinez was what I said.
Okay. Is this Legato?
Yes. How's it going, man?
Good, dude. How are you doing?
Terrible.
No.
Life has been shit. But I wanted to tell you, I got something even better than a conspiracy theory for you, man.
Okay.
What about a conspiracy fact?
Okay.
Something that's legal, documented, in black and white, undeniable.
Sure.
You want it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Finders?
The Finders? No.
Okay. In 1987, in Florida, I think, I want to say Florida, somebody called the cops on these two guys that were at a playground in the middle of the night. And they were all in nice suits. But the kids looked like they were like wearing gunny sacks and shit. And rags, and they were all dirty. And so it was odd. So they questioned these people, and they ended up arresting them because they thought it was at least child negligence and something was up. Because their story was, the two guys, we're taking the kids to Mexico for smart kids school.
Ah.
It doesn't even make any fucking sense. Why are you in Florida?
Sure, yeah.
And they came from Virginia. It's stunk all around. So they arrested the guys. They didn't know what was going on. And they're getting calls all night saying, we're going to kill this kid. You shouldn't have done that. The cops are getting calls.
Right.
Threatening the kids. And the kids have never even seen a stapler before or a computer. They don't know about that shit.
Right? They're talking to the kids. The kids don't know anything.
Yeah, the kids don't know anything about the outside world. So something's going on there, and it don't look right. And they arrested those two guys, and the news was going to run a story the next day. But CIA came in and said, shut down. Shut it down.
Oh, no.
And this is why I'm saying it's real in black and white. Go to the FBI archives and search Finders. It will have this incident, and then the follow-up, because the detective didn't let it slip. He investigated further. He got to a ranch in South Carolina where he found hundreds of pictures of ritual, goat sacrifices and shit. And kids holding goat heads and stuff, butt naked. and this was actually in the newspapers, but they're like, that's not child pornography or nothing. It's just country folk.
Right.
Like the New York Times really said that. They're just country folk.
That's just what they do out there?
Yeah, country people, they have to kill animals sometimes.
In their suits?
Yeah, with kids butt naked and like in the middle of a pentagram and shit.
So did anything come of this, or was it just swept under the rug?
It was swept, but it's there.
So it's like...
And like, if you go to the FBI archives, they got the Florida incident, and they got the, I think it was South Carolina and Georgia, and that range where they filmed those pictures incident. And then in the third part of it is tunnels underneath Washington, D.C., underneath some school. Like
tunnels?
Elementary school. This is black and white. Clear as day on the documents. It happened.
Tunnels?
Yeah, tunnels.
All right, so the idea is then if the CIA came in to kill their report, that they're involved, or that it's some sort of operation?
Yes.
So what do you think? What's the operation?
They're abducting kids and banging them, and like killing them sometimes.
To what end?
To what end? They're just like fucking crazy as shit.
No, Legato, let me tell you to what end.
They believe that they get power from the blood at the innocent when it's super scared.
You get power from the butt.
It's called adrenochrome. It's like adrenaline that's in blood. Have you ever heard of that?
Vaguely. But what about the idea that that it's an operation by intelligence agencies to they got like these. This is the idea that I've heard, that the sex trafficking rings that are run perhaps by the government are to extort and blackmail rich figures who want to have sex with little boys' butts, and so they get them the boys' butts and they film it and stuff, and then they've got control over that person who did it.
Yeah, they call it brownstoning people.
Oh, that's
because at the Playboy Mansion, it's a brown. That's where they did some of the stuff.
Okay.
For some politicians, because he has a brownstone house. It's a type of house. It's not just that it has brownstone. It's like a certain kind of setup. But either way, the Playboy Mansion, they would get like politicians to come party, and they might not even be married, so they're allowed to sleep with somebody. That wouldn't be a scandal.
Right.
But then they sleep with somebody, and then they come to them the next day and be like, hey, that chick was 14. You're going to do what we say now, or you're over.
So it's an interesting, different sort of idea where like the government is the one that has control over the elites. The intelligence agencies control the elites rather than the other way around, which we usually hear as the conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 100%. It's like they're kind of in cahoots and fucking each other. In fact, I think the only reason the FBI leaked it was because they were like, CIA and FBI kind of hate each other because the FBI always has their investigations cut off by them. Like whenever they make ground with like drug trafficking and stuff.
Because they'll find out that it's actually a CIA operation that they've discovered.
Well, yeah, it's like the dude from the CIA is named Marion Petty, I think, and he was what they call the game finder or some bullshit like that. It's weird stuff, but it's all in the documents, all in black and white. Look it up.
All right.
FBI official website .gov. Don't go to .com, go to .gov.
Go to FBI.gov, search The Finders, right?
The Finders, yep.
All right, sounds good. That's a good bit of research we can do. Thanks, Legato. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, fuck you, man.
Hey, come on. I know what you mean. That's your way of saying goodbye.
I'll bang your face with my cock.
Okay, all right.
Love ya.
All
Bye-bye.
See you, dude. Bye. That was not a threat. That's just how he says goodbye. Okay, got to take a quick break here. Let's see how long we can do this. One or two more breaks by the end of this, and we'll probably be good. It's been fun though. Conspiracies, keeping it going. Be back in 4-ish minutes.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, here's the thing. After all the cock talk, the average Australian guy was getting pretty horny. So he walked down to Target, which is, by the way, completely unaffiliated with the American Target. And yeah, he just had to look at the plus size mannequins there in the women's clothing section to imagine cleavage. So that, yeah, they do. It's you gotta sell to your clientele when your clientele is, big and big boned and ferocious and prideful. Then yes, that's what you're gonna get. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like when I go to Target and I look at the plastic models, I want to think, "Yep, that's just like me. That they look just like me. I need to buy a product." Yeah, that's true. It's just like I don't have the mental fortitude to imagine anyone who doesn't look like me in a situation that I'm in. Like I watch a commercial and I see like, oh yeah, there's a loving wife and she has her black husband and like they're advertising Clorox or whatever. And I'm just like, I can't imagine this because I'm not black. So I like I don't have I'm like, okay, I'm not black. I don't have a white wife. I don't know how to use Clorox, to be honest. Wait, are people in the chat saying shit that am I muted? What the shit? I don't think so.
I'm muted.
You're muted.
I'm muted.
Oh no!
Perfect.
You stupid
Yeah.
dumbass.
No, this is perfect. I was making you say racist things, and nobody got to hear what I was saying.
I wasn't saying anything racist.
Yeah, you said something about a black guy, dude.
I can't identify to a black guy. Is that racist?
Yes.
I feel like
Obviously,
what?
yes.
Oh, what am I supposed to be? What? There's no winning for me. What do I say? Oh, I know exactly what it's like to be a black guy with a white wife buying Clorox.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's what I was saying the whole time I was muted. I was like, Moxie, stop. Moxie.
That's
No.
right. He was on the right side of history the whole time. And I was sounding bad and he was sounding great. He was just landing major blows on me. And I'm not talking about cock blows. I know he's into the cock talk, but we weren't talking about cock this time. We were talking about, advertising.
So is that a conspiracy? Wait. So there is the okay.
I was just explaining why the average Australian guy is not here anymore.
That's right. He was right. They heard your part. The fevered cock talk made him. He had to.
Yes, yeah. He went to Target to look at the mannequins. Yes.
He had to take a break so that he could relieve himself. But not you. You're strong-willed. It didn't break you. The cock talk.
No, not at all. No, yeah. I'm a pious monk sort of fella.
Okay, I thought it was just like. Maybe it's every day for you. You're talking about this stuff, so it doesn't even phase you anymore. But no, it's that you can block it out easily.
I use the power of my brain and the power of the Lord. I can come without it, no problem. I'm just like, hey, my body needs to come. Oh, Lord. And I think about it and then it's done and then that's it. It's over with. I don't need to talk about it for 20 minutes and pester someone about lotion.
That's what the monks do. They in addition to being able to handstand on their fingertips, they can also come without aid.
They can come with a pure mindset with the power of the Lord. Come on. They can't think about cleavage like you do, you dirty little bastard. They just have bodily needs They sit there cross-legged and they go, I'm feeling pent up. Oh, Lord, whichever God they're praying to. And they're just like, please relieve this from me. And then blort, it goes out. And then they're done with, and then they go and they stand underneath the waterfall, walk around, chant, and they serve the Lord, and they better the world.
I like blort as the onomatopoeia for cum coming out of your dick. Blort. That's good.
I heard it somewhere. I don't remember where I heard it, but that's not original, so I will not take credit for that.
Thank you for coming clean. That's why I was. That's the only reason I was inquiring.
It might have been Doug Stanhope. I'm not sure.
Well, I like it regardless. All right. Well, Moxie, you got more conspiracy talk?
Well, one that I was thinking about since, the average Australian guy left and he was traveling, it got me thinking about landscapes and all that. And it got me thinking about ley lines, Ley, ley lines, which I think is more of a European thing. And it's basically about like lines in the landscape, like when there are waypoints, generally they're like churches, towns, shrines, things like that. And they are just like, they're just like, hey, people build shit wherever they belong, but they happen to end up on lines, and they're called ley lines. And because there will be like energy lines, like the spirit of the earth or whatever the shit, where things are built along lines. And I'm trying to remember what, I think they're called Dodman, D-O-D, Dodman. And they're like the ones who are in tune with ley lines. And they, it's like a mystic energy sort of thing.
Is it
like it's been a long time since I've read about them. But like, I remember them, like it stuck with me because it was such an interesting concept. It'll be like, oh yeah, if you look at this map in like, there'll be like this church, this hill, this monument, and they're all on a straight line. And like, they're like, oh, that's obviously the power of the earth and all that sort of shit. Like, on like energy, which we cannot understand and comprehend as mere human beings. That's ley lines.
Is it based on the landscape, like where things naturally fall, or is it just like or is it that people have built these structures like intuitively, and then there is a magical ley line that appears after the structures are built?
Pretty much, it's the belief that it's like looking after the fact at where things have been built, and then analyzing them and going, oh, they're on a line, so they must have been intuitively built along these energy planes.
Like some sort of spiritual energy.
Yeah, like the earth, the universe, all like, a spiritual, mystical energy.
I've heard this term before, but I've never actually learned what it meant. Whenever I saw it, I thought it meant something just like natural barriers in geography or whatever, where like there's
yeah, like natural stuff and like the topography, where it's like, oh yeah, there's like cliffs over here, so like that's a line there.
There's a line there. Right.
Yeah, it's something which I've thought has been interesting for years. Like I've got some old books. Let's see, what are they called? Oh shit. I've got like a whole volume of books, Mysteries of Mind, Space, and Time, The Unexplained. I've got like 30 of these books. Got them at a thrift store when I was a teenager, and like read them, and there's a lot of bullshit in them, but then there's just like a lot of like, this is interesting. I don't believe it, but it is interesting to think about. And ley lines is one of the ones that stuck with me.
What do you like about it? What do you find interesting about it?
I think it's just, for me in general, I like geographic, I just like shapes in general. Like when it comes to art or like a metaphor or whatever, like lines shapes, things like that. And just so to have something which is ley lines is very like a very geometric sort of thing. And then it's also linking it to like some spiritual power of the land, man. And it's like, okay, I know that spiritual bullshit. That's cool. But then they also have like special people with special names, the Dodmen, who are like experts of the ley lines, to like shuffle around the landscape, and they're like, hey, you should build your church here. It's on the ley line. You'll get the energy. Like it's like it's got the combination of like shapes, like weird mysticism, and like weird cottage industries, and taking advantage of people all brought together into one thing. And I'm just like, hell yeah, I like that.
The idea of it, or are you a proponent? Do you think it's if you could build your house wherever the hell you wanted to build it, would you be thinking about ley lines?
No, dude, I'll build whatever I feel is right. I like it as just like, kind of like in the way that there's feng shui, there's like people trying to understand the universe and trying to figure out the balance. Ley lines seems like a very European sort of, that's where it started. Like, well, that's basically where it all is. Like, no one in the U.S. gives a shit about that, but it's like a very European idea which is very similar to feng shui. So it's like different cultures, different areas, and then they interpret them in different ways, but same kind of idea,
Do crop circles have anything to do with ley lines?
No, that's aliens. Come on.
Okay, but I thought maybe like the aliens would sense the ley lines and like they're drawing them out in the crops or something. It was just a thought.
I mean, there's all sorts of stuff about aliens and leaving marks. Crop circles, I think, are all bullshit. They got all that stuff about like, God, I can't remember which desert it was, but like where they like have the big drawings of like, birds and like native art and stuff like that. Laid out in stones and like the dirt lines and whatever, and people are like, hey, that's got to be like to signal the aliens and sort of this. I mean, we don't really have a super rich history of that shit in the United States because we are a relatively young country, So it's not like, hey, we found some shit in the desert that's like 2,000 years old. It's probably aliens. We've only been around for a few hundred years. So it's like we have a different mindset towards that sort of thing. That's why like we don't have a lot of that stuff here until like the relatively modern era, like the 1900s and sci-fi and like all that sort of shit. When we get all the aliens, they get all the mystical shit in the rest of the world.
That's interesting. So yeah, it's like part of our cultural identity or something. Like when we see inexplicable things on our turf, we think it's like from the future. We don't think it's some sort of ancient thing because we haven't been here for very long.
Basically, yeah, it's either like aliens or it's ghosts or it is cryptozoology, something like that. Like Mothman, Chupacabra, Bigfoot, like it's like that's cryptozoology sort of stuff. And if it's not that, then it's like, oh, it's ghosts, which is basically it's like, oh yeah, people from our time
like
that died,
right? Dead Americans.
We're just hanging around. Like that's still modern. And if it's not that, then it's an advanced society from space and like futuristic shit. And it's sci-fi. Once we're into that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. What do you think with ley lines? Like, is the idea that once we've figured out where they are, like after determining where things are built, like then you can determine the concentrated points of energy or something? Are there like ley lines real estate agents that are like, this is where you want to build right here?
I would say that would be the Dodman of the past that would like analyze the ley lines and like, go places and be like, hey, you're on a really good energy plane, or this would be a good spot for an energy plane to like do something, like build a church here. Don't build a church over here where it makes sense, where it's like, next to the township where people are. Build it like 2 miles away, kilometers away. And that will be on the ley line, and we'll get more energy, and it will be more successful in the long run. Like it's that sort of thing.
It's a good scheme. I mean, assuming that it's all bullshit, it's a great scheme because there's no way to say that it's gone wrong.
Yeah, it's great. Like any good scheme, you can't prove it wrong.
That's a great scheme. All right, ley lines. Anything else?
I mean, there's plenty of other ones, but that's probably enough time talking about that. Hopefully someone else will show up pretty soon. We can get more of a conversation going on.
Yeah, we'll probably have Quaid in by the end here. We'll do one.
Yeah.
I'm either going to do 1 or 2 more breaks, so we'll be back 1 or twice more.
Okay, yeah, I'll be around drinking.
Nice. All right, good to hear from you, Moxie.
Hell yeah.
Bing, 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 bing. Okay. You can call in. One person I can see has called in about 40, 100 times in a row or something like that. Holy cow. Wow. Good for that person. 518-288-7938. 518-288-7938. Call in. Tell me something about conspiracies. This is basically the last hour. There might be one more break at the end here, but we're heading towards the end of the show. So if you want to get in, now's the time to call feverishly, rapidly, over and over. That seems to be the way to get in, by the way. You got to kind of time it. You got to see, you got to sense when the call that I'm on is ending, and then start calling nonstop until you get on. Because there's a delay there, so you gotta preempt it. Ooh, I'm getting some sort of global call. Oh, not this one.
Call from
Marizot.
To accept.
What? Hello?
Holy shit. Hey.
Yeah, what was your name? I didn't catch it.
Marizot.
Marizot?
See whatever you want. I don't know. It's a hard one.
Will you spell it for me?
Mehrezat.
Okay. I got it. All right,
Okay.
So what's up? How you doing?
Good. I got work in 20 minutes in my dorm room, hanging out.
Oh, cool. All right. You work on campus?
Yep.
Nice. Where?
I'm a bike technician.
Oh.
At least about wheels, spokes.
You work on other people's bikes on campus?
Yep. On campus.
That's like a service your school has? If someone breaks their bike, they can bring it to the school?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah. It's real cool.
Cool, I like it. All right, well, what's up? You're calling into the conspiracy stream. We'll make it quick since you're on the way out.
It's cool. I have some angry conspiracies I've been thinking about, but first I think it's better to talk about my dad.
Okay.
Big conspiracy nut, like unhealthily. He's the kind of guy with like the strings and the maps and stuff.
Nice. A paranoid, mentally ill man?
Maybe. Nobody really knows.
You don't want to go that far? Okay.
But have you heard of the Hobby Lobby smuggling scandal?
Nope.
Okay. So, 2009, basically people figured out that Hobby Lobby the representatives had been getting artifacts that were supposed to go to some Christian union or something for like museums, but the representatives were getting them for their own like personal stash and selling them and stuff.
Can we start with what is Hobby Lobby? I've never even heard that.
Oh, are you okay? Hobby Lobby is like a craft store.
Okay. Is it regional? I've never heard of that before. You don't know.
I guess. I
Okay.
didn't know that.
All right. I probably just have never heard of it. All right, so Hobby Lobby is a craft store, and they were getting donations to museums?
They were like purchasing ancient artifacts, like the Dead Sea, like kind of scrolls kind of stuff.
Okay.
And they weren't supposed to have them. And so, like stuff out of Iraq, like ancient Iraqi cities and stuff. But my father basically, he believed that they not only smuggled artifacts out of Iraq, but also started the conflicts in the Middle East. Like that.
The Hobby Lobby?
Yeah, the craft store.
Okay.
They were in like some kind of network with certain politicians and other executives of companies, and like whispering to the U.S. and to the Middle East, like some like middle school girls to get the two angry at each other, so that they would start bombing each other, go in and get the artifacts out of like the like destroyed museums.
The Hobby Lobby.
Yes.
Which I've me never having heard of them actually gives credence to this theory, because it's like, those are the people that are doing the real bad stuff, the ones that you don't hear about.
Yeah, and I haven't known a time without conflict in the Middle East, so I can't speak to its origins, but I know like whether it's Hobby Lobby or something, somebody was involved in it, like for the money. It has to be.
Sure, there's been endless conflict over there.
Always, of course.
The thing that I hear normally, and this is just a theory, but so I'll just say it. Is that those dang Jews, they're trying to cause all this discord in the Middle East because it benefits Israel or whatever.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of all the Jew stuff?
All of it? I agree with all of it.
All of it?
No. I have no idea. I don't know. I know that Israel is a weird country. I talked a while ago about how Israel is like this first country that is erecting giant like AI assisted auto turrets at its border, and it's gonna like have this amazing new weapon system that just annihilates everybody who approaches, and it's like it annihilates in the way that like their body won't even exist anymore because it'll be so exploded by bullets from these robot turrets. But
yeah, probably.
That's just something I heard.
Jewish robot turrets. I've never heard that. I mean, like iFunny and 4chan and stuff, they're all about the Jews like having their noses in business. Like Fauci. Did you hear about like the dog stuff and the monkeys?
No. Tell me.
People say there were like records or something released about Fauci's experiments where he put like living dogs into boxes with like full of hungry sandflies, and the sandflies would eat the dogs' heads while they were alive.
My
to
God.
Test like something, and then they had monkeys where they went and like took out parts of their brains.
We got to test for a second to see if you put a dog in a box with a bunch of sandflies, if his head will truly be eaten off.
Yeah, exactly. And like,
and the experiment was a rousing
what are you
success.
doing with the CDC? We're paying for that.
Yeah, so is that? Do you think that like the institution of science is used? I kind of hear this sometimes, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but that science kind of justifies animal torture and abuse.
It depends. I think that the problem I have is not with science, it's with the government. I hate big government, and everything like scientific is funded by them because there's no other way to get funded. That's where the problem comes in, and that's where like I don't know if it's about personal like sadism or whatever, like torturing animals. I don't think that's what most science is about, but apparently it's happening.
Not that like the scientists themselves would be personal gratification, but just that, like, we think about animal misconduct or animal treatment very exclusively in the terms of like the meat industry, farming and stuff. But also there's this whole other side of it where like animals are obviously horribly abused by scientists in the name of health and human wellness, or just even, like perfume. If you want to make a good perfume, you got to spray it in a monkey's eyes first to make sure it doesn't burn out their retinas.
Yeah, I think there's times where like you're furthering like actually useful discoveries, and I agree with that. I think that like with rats and stuff, that's fine. Maybe I mean, but like then you get to the dog thing where you're supposedly studying like parasites and bacteria and stuff. I think that's what he said he was doing, and like we don't need to go that far into those things. We know enough to like apply. We don't need to know everything about the world and about what happens to dogs when they're eaten by sandflies. We can just stop where it's actually helping people.
But who makes that decision?
Oh, I don't know.
There's no good answer, right?
No. But like back to anti-Semitism, people say Fauci is Jewish, and like just that it's really easy to get into that stuff, and you're like, yeah, fucking anti-Semitism is great when you're like on iPhone and 4chan and stuff, and you turn it off and you're like, whoa, what the fuck, like what am I thinking? Because like No Nut November, people are really into like doing it to like spite the Jews because they think that Jewish people are trying to get them to masturbate to like weaken society or something.
I hadn't heard that before.
I don't know.
I like that as a conspiracy, though. Do the is the thought then that the Jews don't masturbate themselves, and they're just tricking us into masturbating?
Yeah, like sex ed in schools. People say the Jewish like government officials are saying we have to put that into the school system so that like kids start masturbating really young and then like become mindless adults who will just work for the Jews.
Interesting. Hey, what about this Jewish conspiracy? Are you ready?
Yes.
Circumcision.
Yeah.
What do you think about that one?
Personally,
sorry, I was just coughing.
it's okay. I understand. Circumcision, I personally, like, I don't agree per se with like the Jewish thing. I don't think that a whole, like, that many people can all work simultaneously together. But I think that like, so personally, I don't agree with the circumcision thing. I don't think like it's a big conspiracy against the people to circumcise them and like eat their foreskin or whatever they say they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like circumcision itself is fine. However, I think it's like, it's a fun idea to think that the government is taking your foreskin and eating it, or like taking the blood of children and drinking it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't really answer the question of what I think about it, but what I think about it is not interesting.
Yeah, well, I've got a more vested interest in this topic, being in possession of a penis. But
yeah.
It is a weird one. It's a weird one because, the more you look into it, the more you realize all the medical reasons for circumcision are basically just bullshit. They don't exist. They're like these very, very tenuous reasons. So it seems like the main reason is a religious rite, which is what it is initially.
That aspect of it.
So I don't think anyone's eaten the foreskin, but there is a weird push in the United States specifically to get everybody circumcised. It's like not a thing in Europe. Like they look at us and think, oh, that's weird. Those Americans all cutting their dicks off. Strange.
Science is a tool to like further and spread religion is sketchy.
Yeah.
But
sure.
it's all the same. I think you were talking before about the different schools of science and religion both being like establishments that are basically, you know, doing the same things just in different lights.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Nice. Good. Good. All right. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go now. Thank you for calling in, though.
Thanks for answering.
Yeah, of course. Have a great weekend.
You too. See ya.
All right. Bye.
Well.
Oop. All right. Get a little bit into the Jews, eh? Okay. Good. So glad I didn't have to
Call
expound on that.
Kyle McLubber.
Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Yo, how's it going, dude?
Oh, my goodness. It's going well today. How are you today?
I am doing so good. Hey.
So good.
You just called into the conspiracy call-in show.
Conspiracies. Look, man, it's a fascinating thing, man. Yeah, why are we conspiring on each other? Like, it's crazy. I don't know how I'm going to follow up the cult that Gato mentioned earlier. That was a really solid call. Oh, okay. How about this? Did you know? I don't know if it's definitely not a conspiracy, but it speaks, I think, to the nature of conspiracy theories. Did you know that we actually, like 100 years ago, made light bulbs that could burn forever, that could just like keep burning? But
yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. You can look this up. And everybody who made light bulbs and was in light bulb manufacturing had a little closed door meeting. They're like, all right, look, we need to make more money off of selling light bulbs. You're making this much. You're making that much. We don't like it. You know how it goes. Basically, all right. So everyone basically has to make light bulbs that only last for like a certain amount of time. And then they all shook hands and then they left. And now we have to buy fucking light bulbs like nonstop. But there are still light bulbs that were made like 100 years ago, like a super long time ago, that like are still working back when they used tungsten filaments.
And so nobody, even to this day, nobody will take advantage of that because it's just a bad business model for a light bulb company.
Yeah, it's bad for the business models that are in play. Yes, it's the Dunk's talking about it in the chat. Planned obsolescence. Exactly. It's like it's literally why we can't have nice things, dude. It's fucking nuts. Like you could just buy like 7 light bulbs and just like have 7 light bulbs and just like use those for like your whole life. But because we want we want you to just keep buying light bulbs, all the manufacturers, despite their competitive nature and the nature of the businesses, they had to get behind closed doors and say, okay, light bulb filaments and the casings and all this other kind of stuff, when they're manufactured, when they're developed, all this other type of stuff, because of supply chain, all this other kind of stuff, they can only last for like a certain amount of time. Then we want people to have to go out and buy new ones.
Do you think that sort of thing could apply to, like anything, any mass-produced thing? It's like the motivation to make it more durable isn't really there because
certainly because we don't have the foresight to actually appreciate anything like that. Like nobody wants to make anything that's going to last 100 years because you're not going to live 60 years after you see it completed. So what's the point? So it's like greed, man. It's greed. It's like you don't want to find a way to give people light. Like we just want to see in the dark. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's not even like, but no, because I can make money off of light bulbs, we're not going to let anybody be able to see in the dark unless you cough up that cash.
Where I see that appearing a lot in the modern time is with technology. I'm thinking right now of phones. Phones used to be a little more like you could take the used to be able to take the fucking battery out of a phone and replace it. And now, like every major phone that exists has got a perfectly encased glass back, where like if you're gonna get in there, you gotta have some serious know-how to remove the battery from there, so that like it is like this planned explosion date where it's like every phone only lasts 3 or 4 years maximum until the battery starts going. And it's really only the
yeah,
battery that's the
exactly.
problem, but you can't get to it. You can't replace it.
Exactly, and that's part of the business, and that's what I was talking to the chat. It's like, oh, they do that to protect the business. Obviously, they're doing that to protect their pockets. That's the whole point. The problem is that the business model is not that the way that we're doing business is messed up. Like that's the point. It's like, oh, we need to protect the business. Okay, fuck that business. That business is, you're strangling people for light bulbs. Let's just say it's light bulbs. Let's just say, that just makes it easier to talk about. We don't want to talk about, like medicine or education, things where people are also kind of, pulling these kind of grifts. But like, it's, yeah, you can do it with anything that you can put a price tag or anything you can put a box in, you put in a box, you can do it with. But we've also figured out ways to do it with things like, education, medicine, and even damn light bulbs.
I mean, hey, even with the vaccine, you got to get a booster. You got to re-up in
Bingo,
6
right?
months.
Now we're getting boosters, right? Yeah.
And
of course,
probably
there's science
6
and
months after that as well.
Yep, and several after that, and there's.
So hey, wait,
ahead,
so what this idea does it really? Does the responsibility fall to the company, the people who are trying to make the profit, to give this what we're talking about, or does the responsibility fall on the consumer to not accept the shittier product?
Well, so now we're talking about responsibility versus accountability. Of course, it's not the company's responsibility to do anything other than line their pockets, make a profit. That's what a company's for. That's what the business is for, unless you change the nature of the business. As far as responsibility,
because companies don't generally exist to advance the greater good. They exist to make a profit.
Right, and any company who's told you anything other than that is trying to sell you something.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely, but of course, if we can imagine a scenario where it's just consumers and suppliers. Even in this kind of vacuum, the supplier does have a responsibility to be like, oh, okay, I'm buying doo-doo water. Let me stop buying doo-doo water and see what my other options are.
Right. There has
but
to
at
be
this point, we have other.
Yeah, there's got to be some line where it's like it can't just be 100% about profits, like getting the cheapest possible product to the consumer. There's got to be some regulations in terms of safety but durability is a weird one because it's like safety is different from durability. When you talk about like poo water, like you would assume that's dangerous. You'd assume that's dangerous to the consumer to be dealing with poo water, but durability is like it's the consumer's choice to buy the less durable product. You would assume that there would be some sort of secondary competition that exists. They're like, well, they've got the cheap, non-durable shit, and we here have the good, durable shit. You have to buy it less often, but it costs more.
Well, so this is what you're actually talking about. This is actually the very nature, this illusion of competition that we have in life. So there's certainly absolutely times where we need to be able to compete because of conflict and things like this. But when we have, so if we're in peacetime, why are we acting like we're trying to go to war? If there's not actually a shortage on something, why are we hoarding it? If there's a way to get something, why are we acting and talking as though there's not? Again, these are typically ad tactics. These are ways to get you. These are things to get you people to sell things to you. But you look around, and then at the same time, it's just like, oh, okay, well, there's the doo-doo water. It's an issue. So if we, again, even in the vacuum scenario, if there's only two parties, the only way to get out of it is together. At some point, the consumers have to say, hey, look, man, I'm not buying your doo-doo water. You know what? I'm gonna clean up this water a little bit.
So do you think it has to do
without that? It's just tug and pull.
Like at a certain point, it's like the consumers can't make a choice unless the competition is actually varied. But it's like if all the companies are playing by the same fixed rules, the consumer isn't actually. They aren't actually able to make a choice unless they want to just cease buying the things that they need.
Well, of course, your options are limited as a consumer. You're a consumer. You're not a producer. If you don't like that, then then we're gonna have to do whatever it is in your society to change that role, which could be easy or difficult depending on where you're coming from.
I feel like there was also an idea in a like generations past, like certainly before my generation, of learning how to fix things. I feel like my parents and people in their generation like grew up with knowledge of how to fix things, and when things broke, they had some sort of engineering sense and would try to fix them. Whereas like when something breaks for me, it's dead.
I'm calling HVAC.
Yeah, it's immediately useless until I buy a new one. Like I don't know how to fix shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it used to be acres and a goat. Then it was, fix me this, build me a house. Now it's buy me a house, pay my bills, whatever. So it's interesting. Damn. It's like, how do you call into account? How do you call every person in society? How do you call every role in society into account at once? Oh man,
we've all been fucked up for years.
They've been fucking with us, man.
They fucked with us.
Do the water.
All right, hey man, thanks for calling in.
Absolutely. Oh, hey, by the way, my name's not Kyle. I always use aliases when I call you, man, but this is actually the second time we spoke.
Who is this? Will you not tell me?
Oh, I'll tell you. I'm the guy with the wife, and I ride your nuts.
Okay, good, nice, good. All right, I'm glad you're back.
Oh, I never went anywhere. Don't turn around too fast, you might see me.
All right, man. Hey, thank you for calling in. Have a great weekend.
Love it. You do the same. Bye.
Bye-bye. Nice. Conspiracies. 518-288-7938. No conspiracies off the table. Say that now.
Call from
Matt.
Matt?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, dude, how you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Doing the Conspiracies Calling show. You just called in. You got some conspiracies you want to talk about?
Yeah, it's funny. I like the topic of conspiracies because, like, they're fun, they're crazy. I think when you had your boys on Discord, they're kind of talking about how conspiracies used to be a lot more fun, like they were just kind of goofy shit you talked about. Like, nobody really took it that seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So I got something that's, like, not a super serious conspiracy theory. It's just something I've, like, heard about, and, like, I just thought it was a fun idea for conspiracy.
Sure. Tell me.
Yeah, so, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Oh, yeah.
The Great White North. There's like a kind of a conspiracy that he may or may not be the bastard son of Fidel Castro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because if you look at photos of him and Fidel, they're kind of like, they bear a striking physical resemblance to each other from like young Fidel to Justin Trudeau. And Trudeau's parents were known to like be pretty friendly with like the Castros, and there's photos of them visiting him with baby Justin. And Fidel was known for being quite the poon hound, and both Justin Trudeau's parents were known to cheat on each other quite a bit. Marie Trudeau, in her one of her memoirs, I think, talked about how she fucked a Rolling Stone and stuff like that. So
wow.
They're kind of like cool swinger politicians. And Trudeau also, I think, was like an old bachelor when they got married. They had like a 20-year age difference or something. So that's one thing. And then the other one, which is less interesting, but could be, was that Ronan Farrow, the journalist who broke Me Too, and he's dating one of the guys from Pod Save America and shit.
Okay. Yes.
He's supposed to be the son of Mia Farrow and Woody Allen, but a lot of people think he is the son of Mia Farrow and Frank Sinatra, who was her ex-husband that she kind of on and off would go back and visit and kind of have a little affairs with and shit.
I believe that one because I looked at pictures of young Frank Sinatra split screen with Ronan Farrow, and they look identical.
Yeah, especially compared to fucking Woody Allen.
Yeah, there is not a trace of Woody Allen in Ronan Farrow.
Not at all. But like, I did find it interesting. I guess now that we've introduced the topic, like, what do you think would be the motivation to cover something like that up? Like with Trudeau, it's kind of obvious. Like, you can't have the Prime Minister of Canada be the bastard son of Castro. Like, that would ruin the brand. But make him, unelectable. But with Ronan Farrow, it's kind of like, you're just a journalist. I don't really understand, like, why it matters who your dad is. Like, what would be the motivation?
That is a good question. And you'd almost think that, like, that the people in that family would find it more palatable to have him not be related to Woody Allen.
I guess a lot of it is coming from the Sinatra side. I don't know if that's because they're like, he can't have a Fanuc son, man. But
does the Sinatra family still hold that sway?
I don't actually know. Nancy Sinatra, his kids were pretty famous, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how much wealth they have accrued versus Ronan, who is like dating a former Obama staffer. So,
it's probably, maybe it's just, they know and they're just keeping it secret. Like, they're waiting for the right moment to launch the big story. Like, that can be Ronan's next big piece that he uncovers is like, my God, I just learned that my daddy's not my daddy.
Yeah, who would have thunk it?
And besides everybody.
Yeah. But
that's a good question. I really don't. I wouldn't know really the why that would be kept secret. It could just be that they don't know for sure, and they're just not turning it into a thing. But like, we all know, we've seen it. We know what those guys look like.
Yeah, I guess it's like you can't get Frank Sinatra to do a DNA test anymore.
Right.
But yeah, I guess like some people brought up with both of those that like, oh, the timelines don't quite match up. But I'm like, you know what? I'm Ancient Mulder. I want to believe.
With that one specifically, it's just, hey, he doesn't look like Mia Farrow or Woody Allen. He just looks like Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it
would be quite the freaking coincidence.
Oh yeah. But yeah, like, other than those two, I thought those were just fun little. They're kind of more obscure. They're not like reptilians or MK Ultra or something that everyone knows about. Like, they're kind of offbeat. They don't really matter. They're just fun.
Well, you've been listening to the stream a bit so far?
Oh yeah.
Did you have any conspiracies you heard so far that you wanted to comment on?
I'm not really sure. Like I don't get what the fuck is going on with those 3D guys with the Satan worship and everything.
I don't really know either. That was.
Yeah, funny as they mention that is because I was thinking, because going back to like conspiracies used to be fun, is it's like conspiracies I think go through waves of like cultural relevance where like, in the 70s and then in the 90s with X-Files, there was sort of a resurgent interest in conspiracies and UFO shit and all that good Bigfoot, all that good stuff, cryptozoology, whatever it may be. And I think it's kind of come back into the public forum a little bit in a big way with like QAnon and shit like that. And like, it's definitely gone down a darker path, I think, with like people really buying into that shit and like having it affect their like personal life and relationship with their family and just their grip on reality to an extent. Like that's the dangerous side of conspiracies, is when you take them too seriously. They go from being fun to kind of like you're basically self-inducing mental illness.
All right, so here's what I don't understand. I know practically nothing about QAnon, but I hear about it. I hear about it in mainstream news sources where they're talking about it as like it's kind of like a mind virus in the suburbs, even, or the rural areas specifically, where like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's mostly white suburban or rural people that buy into QAnon.
Right. What is it? There's QAnon. There's Q drops. It's like QAnon comes out with a bunch of new information or something. What does that mean?
Oh, it's a little complicated, but the basic idea of QAnon, right, is that started on 4chan, I think it moved to 8chan, where this guy calling himself Q, which stands for Q level government clearance,
Mhm.
He's dropped-
almost the highest level. Z would have to be the top.
Yeah, like a deep state CIA operative, probably knows who killed Kennedy, shit like that. So he knows where Area 51 is, the real Area 51 and all that stuff. So he's dropping on 4chan these messages, predictions about what's going to go down, and they've become more cryptic the more untrustworthy they became. But the more he got proved wrong, the more cryptic and kind of Riddler like they would become. But point is that basically the lore of QAnon is that Donald Trump was like hand selected by God and a handful of members of the deep state who are actually double agents trying to protect America from the deep state, satanic Clinton Foundation, Epstein pedophile cabal who are trying to take over America / rape and eat babies and all sorts of other shit, Pizzagate, all that stuff's kind of wrapped into QAnon.
So it's good deep state agents who don't like the deep state.
Exactly.
Okay, go on.
Are supporting Donald Trump, who was like hand chosen by Christ and God himself to bring order to this universe, and that when he got elected, he would do a mass purge of the deep state and have all these people arrested and thrown in camps. And when that didn't happen,
Drain the swamp.
Some QAnon people think that he has already arrested people. Like Nancy Pelosi actually is wearing an ankle monitor, and she's just allowed to go on TV as sort of a puppet show to keep the masses.
But we're monitoring her blood alcohol content.
Yeah, exactly. We put a chip in her
through her sweat.
Using vaccines, of course. But so that's kind of the general overview of QAnon. And there was that HBO doc that kind of theorized that maybe one of the founders of 8chan was secretly behind it. And most Q people get into it through like YouTube and shit. They don't find out about it from 8chan. And most of them are actually not even aware, for being so opposed to, pedophile cabals that 8chan is a, breeding ground for child pornography. Most of them aren't even aware of that. So it's kind of like they think their eyes are open, but they're kind of living in this weird, like, insulated view of this thing, if that makes any sense.
Is the idea of QAnon then that, like, all of the info drops or dumps, whatever I forget what they're called, that they're all from one person?
Yeah, I mean, there's a split, like it's such a big thing now that there's, various subcategories, I guess, where like some people think it might be a collective, but the general view is that Q is one person. Some people think it's JFK Jr. who faked his own in the 90s.
Yeah. The question I have then is like, if the public opinion is that it's one person, and if the government is viewing QAnon as like a routing into domestic terrorism, as they seem to be, where it's like they talk about QAnon as like radicalizing people into yeah. Why? I mean, like, wouldn't it be easy enough for the government with all their power to figure out who's posting those posts and stop them? Or is that more fodder for the conspiracy?
Hey, you're talking too much sense to these people. Like that, that doesn't really matter. Like it only matters that this, continues indefinitely, and that Q is still promising the coming storm. Which
so
also,
do you think that the government then, because they're aware of it, do you think that they're using it as a vector for finding these people who potentially would become domestic terrorists, or do you think that like it's just
that's like maybe there's even a third party involved that's like a kind of like a plant Q follower who will like find out who these people are, and like find out if they're involved in some sort of right-wing militia or anything like that. That's
right.
Actually a good point.
Like it might be a way to find this, because you'd think like if it was a serious problem that the government like thought was a serious problem, that they would just find Q and arrest them or do whatever. But like it continues to go on.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing too, is that if the documentary on HBO is right, and it's the guy who runs 8chan, he lives in like Singapore, like he's an American ex, so he's actually beyond unless they really wanted the CIA to go and like assassinate the guy, there's no way for them to get a hold on him legally. So
Interesting.
it is what.
So it might be
but-
a global thing where someone is outside of U.S.
Jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction. That's the word. Yeah.
But it is also like, I'm sure it's not a big enough deal to them to be like, we're really not going to waste resources on that. Like, we'll just use it as a smoke out for like crazies here and domestically, and it'll just go on as that. Funny note, last note on QAnon that I had thought of that I wanted to get out there was, if you go to the trailer for this 90s movie called White Squall on YouTube, it's completely innocuous. Like, I think it's like a Kevin Costner movie or something. The comments are just all Q shit. Like, they think that the trailer is actually like a coded message from Q.
White Squall.
Yeah, it's a movie about a ship in a storm.
Storm.
Storm, yeah, the storm is coming. So that's just like to show you the depth of it. Like, you'll find a 90s movie trailer on YouTube and think that that's like part of QAnon. Like,
Right, to reinforce that this is something that's been going on for decades.
Exactly.
There's been hidden messages in Hollywood media for some reason. For some reason, somebody in Hollywood is trying to alert you of this in the 90s.
Yeah, not only Hollywood, but it's like, dude, it's like nobody. I don't even think anyone's seen that movie.
I've never heard of it.
90s kind of C-list film.
That's how we know it was suppressed, because that movie was suppressed by the government because it told the truth.
But still released in theaters.
Well, hey, we can't explain everything, but I know for a fact that it was suppressed because I've never heard of it until just now.
That's true. I mean, for all we know, that's the psyop. Maybe it's not even a real movie.
That's right. Hey, man, thanks for calling in. Appreciate talking to you.
Hey, no problem. Big fan. All right, keep it up.
Have a great weekend. See you soon.
You too.
Bye. Nice. We got to Q. I knew we would get there. I didn't have to force it. I knew it was going to come up. But like I said, I don't actually know anything about it. But I wanted to mention it.
Call from.
The name's Kyler.
Kyler.
Hey there.
How you doing,
Is this
dude?
the Minute Hour, I assume?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, hi.
How's it going?
I might have been that guy that was calling 1,000 times. Sorry about that.
Maybe. It's okay. Someone's got to do it. Someone does it every stream. Actually, multiple people do.
Well, that's kind of them.
So you're not alone.
So, the conspiracy theories, man.
Mm-hmm. Tell me.
I've been on for about like 2 or 3 hours ever since that Derek dude came on a long time ago.
Oh yeah, the 3Ds.
And there's a lot of religion talk. So I was thinking of a different conspiracy theory, but I also have some interesting insights to religion, if that counts.
Tell me. Start with whatever you want to start with. It's up to you.
Okay. Well, first of all, going to dive into the deep stuff. The moon landing, that was faked.
Yeah. Like
You know
the traditional conspiracy theory of like Kubrick filmed it in a sound studio, or do you have something different?
So I haven't done extensive research yet, but my dad did raise me to think that the moon landing was faked, and he gave me a lot of interesting proof, kind of, if you count, the moon landing videos as proof. And I'm honestly not an educated person, but I enjoy hearing what people think about this because I have a good stance and I'm willing to not debate, but just hear what people have to say.
I'm also uneducated, so let's be two uneducated fellows discussing this.
Sounds good. So, let's think. One of the things about the moon landing is apparently NASA has never actually told us how much fuel is in the rockets, and without that information, we can't really actually know if they had enough fuel to genuinely make it to the moon or not. And there's also, so there's areas where they filmed. I mean, they got videos of the moon on the moon landing at different points in different times, and they said that they were at different locations on the moon. But when some people overlaid the two video footage together, they found out it was the same hill with the same rocks and everything, which is weird.
Mm-hmm. So
why would
that lends to the idea that they're just filming in like a sound stage or something and pretending different?
Kind of. Like, if NASA takes 2 trips to the moon and goes to 2 different locations and they say that it's a different hill, but it's obviously the same hill, then what reason would they have and what's their excuse for that?
Mm-hmm.
So that's weird.
What are the 2 occasions you're talking about?
That's the thing. I don't actually know. I didn't do the research, but I remember my dad showed me a documentary all about it, so I'm pretty sure they're out there. If I do some typing really quick, I can try to find some evidence. But as I said,
that's not the primary focus of this stream, evidence. So don't worry too hard about that.
But yeah, it's just interesting. And for me, I'm a lover of space, so I love the idea of landing on the moon. But there's been so much different ideas that the moon landing was faked, and that it makes you think, man. Like shadows that don't align, the lack of fuel. What else was there?
Do you think that that to this day it's impossible or not impossible, but like with our current technology, we can't get to the moon? It's always been faked, or do you think it was just faked at the time for political reasons or whatever?
I think there's a good chance that it was probably faked at the time, because America's all about just beating people in the space race to some degree or another and being the first to a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a good enough reason for them to fake a moon landing. But I also do, devil's advocate, I recognize that that's a really big secret for NASA to, hide.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a small little instances in like different interviews with astronauts where there are these little breaks in the matrix where you kind of are like, wait, what? How'd that happen? Like there's the convenient death of a bunch of astronauts that could have maybe known something. That one's a little far-fetched. I really should have done my research on this. But
I'm not grilling you. You're grilling yourself.
No, it's a nice grill.
No, but I know what you mean in this in the idea of like with something like the moon landing. Any conspiracy that involves like a highly public-facing event,
yeah,
it's like at that point you got to have a lot of people lying about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. NASA is such a big company that in order to fake something seen by millions of people would take so much effort.
Right, because you would assume that either all the people in the know about it and they're lying, or that like you've got a huge brigade of people who are going along with a show without even knowing about it. It's interesting though, because that sort of did occur back when we were developing the. It's different, but back when we were developing the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
There was like I remember reading about how there's this whole town constructed in middle America with like, maybe 20 or 30,000 residents, and they were all contributing in the manufacturing process of the atomic bomb. They're all making parts to the atomic bomb, and they had no idea. As a whole, 30,000 people were working on the atomic bomb, and they had no idea what they were making. They knew that they were making something for the war effort, but they didn't know that it was going to be a giant bomb that was going to kill tons of people.
Mm-hmm. In that sense, it could be that the people in NASA were also being tricked, if that's kind of what that's going towards.
But like, we recognize that as different, because what's weird about the NASA thing is that, like, there was a public launch of a ship,
and it's a lot more. Yeah.
Like that wasn't all made up. I imagine there was something that there was a rocket that was going somewhere.
Yeah. I don't think it's impossible to go to space. I think that's definitely. For sure, there's astronauts out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't debate that whatsoever, and I don't really debate the moon landing either. It's just a little food for thought about all the small little things that could happen and if it's real or not.
Do you think that it's what do you think about modern conspiracies then? Because that's an older one. You know,
yeah,
it's
that
like
is an older
50.
one. I wanted to shoot with an older one.
No, but I mean that's the sort of thing that tracks with the conspiracy theories. Is that like there are older ones that we know of that are real, like the
Yeah.
Gulf of Tonkin. You know,
This
where
is
like
true.
like you know the U.S. just totally fabricated the attack on its vessel that justified our going to war in Vietnam. It was just made up.
Yeah.
So when we're in the future, we can learn about these things and be like, oh, dang, they really pulled a fast one on us there.
Yeah, and actually figure them out.
But what do you think about modern times then? Do you think that that's the sort of thing that's still going on today, that there are operations that are meant to trick us, that the United States tricks its own citizens into complying with something, or is that an old thing?
I haven't put as much thought as I'd want to in it, but I would say that I'm not the biggest fan of America, even though I'm kind of American, but there's definitely a lot of deception going on. I don't know how it dips into the conspiracy theory idea and exactly what it is, but governments are rarely ever honest, ever. And in the end, I think people in power want more power, and it's rare to find someone in power that is actually morally good. So I definitely think there's a big possibility that there could be a lot of conspiracy theories relating to the government tricking people. I don't bite into that too hard, but I mean, it's not something that I'll ever rule out.
Because it's hard to know. I mean, like,
Yeah.
if it's supposedly going on in the current time, it would be theoretically impossible to know, because you would think that the people who are organizing the conspiracy would be smart enough to not make it so obvious to the random idiot that we are just randomly in the United States. I'm
Yeah.
calling myself an idiot, but you know,
I do as well.
you know what I mean? Where it's just like, we don't know what the hell's going on. We only know what little information trickles down to us, and you'd have to imagine that information is tainted in some way by the time it gets to our stupid ears.
Yeah. I definitely agree. There's so much government input that can be put into our lives without us knowing. What that would be, I have no idea, because, well, yeah, I don't know.
All right, did you say there was another thing you want to talk about?
There's a lot of talk about religion and conspiracy theories about religion and everything. And being a religious person, I could have some insight depending on what wants to be discussed.
Mm-hmm. Well, what were you feeling based on what was already discussed? What were you agreeing or disagreeing with?
Conspiracy theories. So, I'm trying to think back from the past 2 hours. There's a whole thing about circumcision, and in the end, I think that's just a religious thing that dates back to Abraham,
right?
In the Old Testament and everything. And in modern day, I would not understand why the government would want to be pushing that whatsoever. And I think the majority of the Christians that would do that just do it out of kind of respect, but in the end, it doesn't actually have any matter.
Or kind of doing it out of the status quo, like that is the accepted
it's tradition
form.
at this point.
Right.
Kind of, at least for the American culture.
That's what's funny though. It was a religious tradition, and now it's become a kind of medically approved tradition.
It's because America dons this false religion on itself, like all the dollar bills and quarters and everything say, "In God we trust."
Mm-hmm.
And America is not a godly country at all. There are people that go to church, but it's not a very godly country in the end. And so I definitely think there's so many different traditions in America that began as religion and now are just tradition without actually understanding what the traditions actually were from. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yes, but typically, you know, what we consider to be American religious traditions have to do with Christianity.
Yeah, like, that's the thing, is that we've been. Yeah, wait, where was I going? I lost my train of thought.
It's a weird thing. I mean, like it's not a Christian.
Yeah.
Circumcision is not a Christian tradition.
Yeah.
As I understand it, it's prevalent in Jewish and Muslim. I think Muslims also circumcise.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
That's just a weird one. It's a weird one I personally don't understand how it became so prevalent. I've seen some polarizing media that has explained to me why it's present, and it's hard to judge exactly how accurate that polarizing media is because it tends to be quite anti-Semitic. But it's a weird thing. I personally don't agree with, circumcision.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a weird one.
It definitely doesn't have a big impact on society besides, like, what your wiener looks like. But
yeah, but like, what about the idea of just like when you're brought into the world, the first thing that happens to you is some guy cuts a bit of your dick off? Like, I thought that was just a terrible way to start life.
This is true.
I personally, when I think about it, I like to assign all of my anger in the world. It's like, you know what? This is all because when I was born, somebody cut my dick off. I'm still mad about that. I don't remember it, of course.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's
it left you with
why.
Emotional and physical scars. Yeah, I get that.
You come out of your mom's vagina, everything's like, oh my God, a whole new world. What the hell's going on here? Oh, my fucking dick! What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. And that is the tradition at this point, which is weird. And so, yeah, I totally get why you wouldn't support that. And I don't have a stance about that either. I just like, oh, it's a thing. Cool.
Are you circumcised?
Dare I answer that? Yeah, I am. It's fine. You got me.
No, me too. It was not my choice.
But I was forced to. So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm happy.
It seems like a good thing to have the person decide. It's like when they turn.
Yeah.
When did Jews have their bar mitzvah? When they're 13?
Yeah, that would feel like.
That seems like a good time to let them decide whether someone should cut their dick off. It's like, all right, you're going to be a man now. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Because I feel like if that was the option, nobody alive would be circumcised.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. There was an old Bible story somewhere in Genesis, and it was like Abraham was fleeing, was going back to Egypt or something, and then God decided to strike him down until he cut his son's foreskin off. And it was like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's a random story. God's all fine with him, and then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna slaughter that guy if he doesn't cut his foreskin off. It's like, that's weird.
Didn't God also want Abraham to kill that child?
Yes, but
God's got some weird ideas
out of context in so many different ways. That is one of the most biblically out of context stories used in media, and it's sad.
Do you
but
have
it's okay.
the true context which you would wish to share with us?
I have religious context, and everyone's going to make fun of me for this, but I think it's okay.
Go for it.
The whole basis of Christianity, you see, okay, we had a religious stream a long time ago, but I feel like everything boils down to that in some way or another on each stream. Weird.
It's an important topic. We've discovered on this stream that people care about religion. This is the first time anyone's ever.
And I really respect that. I think it's great.
Okay.
And so the way that I look at that story is the whole of Christianity is based off of faith in some way or another, and people will argue about that all the time. But the foundation of Christianity in the Bible is faith, and so. That story, what people don't realize, it's not that they don't realize it, it's that they kind of don't touch on that subject is that while yes, God did tell Abraham to kill his son, that was much more of a test. And because Abraham had enough faith to actually do that and had a belief that God is good, like he believed ultimately that God is a good person and that there's a good reason for that, he was able to pass that test, and he didn't actually kill his son because God provided a ram or a lamb in the bushes nearby. You ever heard of that?
No.
Really? Really?
I'm not very knowledgeable on religious stuff, so
Huh.
it's
Well,
don't
the way
blame
that
all
story-
of Christianity on me.
Yeah. The way that story ends, just some Genesis facts, is that just as Abraham is about to kill his son, and he's like totally crying as he's doing this because he loves his son, God literally says no as he has the knife above his son and says, I provided a substitute, and there's a ram stuck in these bushes nearby, and he doesn't actually end up killing his son. And that's really crazy because that's what God told him to do, and he was faithful enough to actually do that, and God provided a way out of that.
So which happened first, the circumcision or the potentially kill your son?
Wait, did I say Moses? No, that was, I think I might have goofed. I did a good little Bible goof. I meant Moses. That took place way after Abraham.
Okay.
That whole circumcision thing.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I was about to
I
say,
messed up the name of it too.
it's. I mean, yeah, I
But,
was about
yeah,
to say,
I
like,
think-
taking your logic there, it's like God doesn't want you to kill your kid, but God thinks it's pretty hilarious if you cut your kid's cock off.
Yeah, that's the weird
He
thing.
didn't provide a ram for that one.
This is true. But
He
it
was like,
wasn't
you know
a
what? I
well,
actually
it
do
wasn't-
want this. I actually do like this a lot. When you cut that kid's
Uh-huh.
cock off, that before I was just joking around with the ram. You took it too seriously, but this time,
Uh-huh.
I'm so glad you actually did that because that makes me feel good.
On that subject again, there is an interesting one more quick story that happened in somewhere in the Bible, and God used circumcision to help the Israelites murder an entire town.
Oh.
Because this was kind of on a weird killing spree. And the book
He's
of
having a
Judges is
bad
just, like
week.
all about
God's having a
how
bad
Israel
week.
like conquered everything.
Okay, yeah.
And I've only read it like twice, and so I can be fact checked on this and destroyed epically. But basically, they made all these guys friends with the Israelites, but the Israelites were going to try to take over their land, and so they told them to circumcise everyone in the town, and so they did. And then it says like the next day, as everyone was still in pain, they went and slaughtered everybody and took over the town in God's name. It's like, oh, that's kind of
Interesting. That's an interesting story.
yeah. It's somewhere, and
That seems like a good.
big beef of that.
But how did they
But-
did they convince all the grown men to circumcise themselves and be in pain?
I'm missing something about why they did that and the reason for doing that, but that definitely is in the Bible. So that's a good old story.
All right, hey man, thank you for calling in.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Oh, I work at Chick-fil-A now. How about that?
It is great talking to you. Have a great weekend.
Also, one more thing before
Yeah.
I go, just wanted to say that Derek, who talked about Nietzsche, he's my best friend. Sorry about that.
In
man.
real life?
Yeah, he and I wrote a book together, and we converted all of the guys in our senior class to Love Your Stuff, like the grill video. We quote that way too often. So,
Hell yeah.
yeah,
great
I
to
just
hear.
want to say thank you on my behalf and his behalf for being a good old role model.
Thank you, man. Thank you for calling in.
It's my pleasure.
All right, have a good one.
See ya.
Bye. Let's see if I can put on Do Not Disturb before someone calls me. Did I do it? Guess I gotta piss, but I think we can do short break here. Final short segment. And then we'll call it a day. All right, I think I got it. All right, cool. One last break. One last break leading into one last segment, and then we will be ending the show probably around a little before 8:30 or so. Cool. By the way, the music from all the stream is from French Class. If you click on the video description of this stream, you will find a link to their Bandcamp. Also, Drew Langlois made an animated music video featuring his Dudes of Hazmat characters with a French class song, one that we played during the last break. So if you want to check that, that's also in the description of this video. All right, be back in 4.5 minutes.
Are moving.
Right. All of the useful people are moving, or being fired because they're unvaccinated.
Yeah, like have you seen all the shit with like the ports and like
Yeah, they're all fucking backed up all the way, dude.
God, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare over there. I don't know what they're doing.
What do you think? The Minute Hour?
Yeah, you guys talking about ports?
Yeah.
Yeah, we both know about California, so we're talking about California right now.
Oh, they
talk about California, dude.
They talk about like USB ports.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Type A, baby, all the way.
Dude, I'm a C man. USB-C man.
C sucks shit, dude. I don't like C.
What is
I'm a C man.
What is
C-man.
Type A? Is that the original USB?
Yeah, that's the rectangular one.
Yeah, the one that only goes in one way and it takes some fucking 80 tries to get it in.
No,
Yeah,
it
dude.
doesn't take 80 tries if you like set up like you're figure it out.
No.
You're like, oh, I've got this cable. It's gonna go in this way.
No. Welcome to the future, Moxie Famous. The cable goes in no matter what.
No, I don't like Type C.
Any which
It's
way.
like, I have never I had mobile phones before and you have to deal with them. They had like mini B. Once
that
they went to
fucking
C,
shit.
once they went to C, like I have on multiple occasions had to like dig out lint and shit from the port to
that's
make
true.
it work. I never had to deal with that before.
Dude,
That's true.
USB Type
Never.
USB Type C, type conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Amen, brother.
Right.
All the lint, Big Lint wanted USB-C.
Big lint.
Yeah, big. Who's the CEO of Big Lint, do you think? It's just this big fat fucker with a huge belly button.
Some Jew bastard who runs Van Housen or whatever.
Oh god. Okay. All right.
I just
cool.
ate 2 burgers.
Oh yeah. You made
Yeah.
them?
Yeah, and then ate them.
Oh hell yeah! Actually, you were talking with what's his face? I don't remember his name. He had a very youthful voice, probably a ladies' man, but he was talking about like Sinatra and shit.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? I actually have something to say about that because I think Sinatra was in with like the mobster connection.
Yeah,
you know,
he
he
was.
was very much with like the Italian mobster connection, and that's a big battle between New York and Los Angeles. Is New York was very much more of a Italian mobster controlled scene, and then down in Los Angeles as more of the
gays,
the gay Jew
gay mafia.
scene. You know, like they were controlling that. They don't actually control it, but they do. You know, you know what I'm talking about. So it's like that. There has been a continuous battle between New York and Los Angeles when it comes to entertainment and getting like that control of media. At the same time, New York and Chicago have a big battle when it comes to politics. California does their own thing when it comes to politics. They think they're hot shit.
Who do you
They
think is
do their own
more?
thing.
Who is more entertaining, the Italians or the gay Jews?
100% the Italians.
I hate everyone.
What?
You know,
The
how I
Italians
feel,
brought us The
you know how
Sopranos,
I
dude.
feel about Italians, right?
But which do you like more? If you had only if you could only associate with
Gun-
Italians or gay Jews,
You had to
who do
kill
pick?
every gay Jew or every Italian.
Yeah.
Drop of a
Okay,
hat. Just
it's like,
press a
okay,
button,
do I
they all
go
die.
for Scorsese or do I go for the Coen brothers? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's a tough shot.
Maybe I'll just stop consuming media.
I guess that's an option. You don't want to do that though. You
No one
love
can do-
media.
You're not allowed to. You have to consume.
You love consuming media, Moxie Famous.
That is true. But with a hateful eye.
Yeah. Evil
Okay.
eye.
Hey, Quate.
Hey.
You're new in chat. You haven't been around. You just
Yeah, I've been cooking these fucking burgers, which I just ate in one go.
you made a couple burgers. How big are these burgers you talking about?
Well, total, raw meat, we're talking over a pound.
Ooh.
I didn't even realize those are burgers.
I sent a picture, and Moxie's like,
I've
looks
seen
like
two
slop.
pictures. I was like, what is this? A mess of burnt onions on top of an egg with some English muffins?
The Minute Hour. Is there any way you can show this on the stream?
No,
These pictures?
I do want to bring this up because I'm looking at them now, and
those do not look like burgers.
I don't even see any meat. I just see a dirty pile of onions on a
Onions, English muffins, and some shitty melting cheese.
No, they're not even English muffins. They're fucking buns, dude.
I know they're supposed to be buns, but they look like cheap ass English muffins, dude. These look like garbage.
What is in the mug? Is that butter or is that mayo?
Yeah, that's garlic mayo. I made it in the mug.
Garlic mayo in a mug. Oh,
I think
New
the stream, by the way.
Yorkers.
Wait, hold on.
New
Here.
Yorkers, man.
The the stream is being blocked off by the boys chat. Yeah.
All right. This is what Quate made. I'm all the way.
This fucking hour.
I'm all the way.
I said, "Oh, I'm gonna be busy cooking," and then you spent an hour making a mug full of garlic butter.
Do you see that red? The drippings, red drippings on the bottom. That's raw meat juice. That's that's our ketchup.
I'm all the way zoomed in, and I can just barely see some meat underneath this pile of onions.
Yeah. So that's anyway. Slaved over that for an hour. About 1 minute flat.
What's this? What's this in the corner here? Cola. It's like a little tiny bottle of something.
Oh, that's vinegar. That's dark cola vinegar that I use to make the onions.
Good, I like it. They got a nice dark complexion.
Yeah, they're very caramelized, you know.
A really, really small bottle of vinegar, and then your embarrassingly small bottle of mash, your beverage to drink.
Well, you
at
don't like
least
fucking
I
mash.
have mash.
Yeah, wait. Did you use this whole bottle? The bottle's empty. You.
I dumped it all in. Yeah.
You crushed it. All right, good.
You
They
can see
look
the
good.
meat thermometer, which I did not use. I had a meat thermometer at the ready to see if it was cooked through, and I just didn't use it at all. And we raw dogged it, you know?
All right, yeah. Well, you don't meat thermometer a burger. It takes like 4 minutes to make.
Oh,
It takes about an hour to make.
It took 17 minutes from on the pan to off the pan.
You're fucking killing Moxie Famous.
You need to stop cooking.
I'm an embarrassment to all chefs.
But they were good, right? You liked them.
At
That's all
least
that counts.
I have mash.
That's
At least
all
I
that,
have mash.
Hey, that's all that counts, Moxie Famous. He enjoyed it, eh?
Hey. I love my pathetic burger killing Moxie.
It's just that your burger is just entirely.
I waited around for hours for anyone to show up. This is it.
Oh god. All right, Quait. Ignore Moxie. Just let his cackles ring out in the background.
Mhm.
What are your conspiracy topics today?
Oh, talk about San Francisco and New York.
Yeah, I was actually about to. Well, I unironically think COVID. There's like a grand conspiracy to break America up right now via COVID measures.
In what way? Like breaking up the cities against the rural?
Yeah, the cities against the rural, like, or full on like war. You know, like civil war.
Expand on this.
So all the fucking all these COVID measures. I'm Dr. Quate, so I know every science.
You are a doctor,
and I can affirm that none of these fucking measures make any goddamn sense. Mask mandates, vaccine mandates. They're all designed to put us against one another, man. They're trying to get us to fucking fight like little chickens in a cockfight. And that's the game, you know. They're not based in science. They're based in division. And I think the goal is a two-state solution. We're getting the two Americas are going to come out of this. I don't know what they're going to be called, though.
Would that be such a bad thing?
To have yes, it would, because I'm going to get forced to live in the fucking bad one.
That's the thing. Like, you could just go to the good America that doesn't have any.
Yeah,
of the
but
big
I'd have
cities.
to move, and moving fucking sucks. I just moved across the goddamn country. I'm not going to move again.
Right.
Yeah, dude, we all live in bad America right now. We'd all have to move.
That's true.
That's true, actually.
All right, so what about like? So is it this thought that that how the cities deal with COVID should necessarily be different than how suburbs and rural places deal with COVID? Like, this is the idea.
Obviously,
that I've had. Right.
Obviously,
it's like
yes.
But it's not obvious to the friggin' public, where it's like, in a suburban or rural area where not everybody is stacked on top of each other.
The public, when people say the public, they mean city people.
Yeah.
The public that has this opinion. That's not the reality in most of the country. If you live in like some far off suburbs in rural areas, the public, that doesn't mean shit.
You're not part of the public if you're
if
you're in a small locality.
Yeah, that's why I feel like everything should be on a county by county basis.
Yeah, but here's the whole problem.
Statewide mandates, especially in states which, okay, like I've lived in California. It's like okay, statewide mandates that basically appeases only to the San Francisco Bay Area and LA. Everywhere else can suck shit.
Yeah.
In California,
I live in Minnesota
the
now.
majority.
I live in Minnesota now.
Yeah.
And like state mandate means, St. Paul, Minnesota, Minneapolis, the Twin Cities. That's what it's appeasing to. The rest of the state sucks shit.
Right, because like in either of those cases, the majority of the state, obviously by landmass, is not an urban area.
There are very different needs in Minneapolis versus Winona, Minnesota, small town. California, very different between.
I need to draw attention though. The whole thing,
the Central Valley where the farming goes on. Very, very different situations. That's why I think it should be a county by county basis.
There shouldn't be any of this. I don't think there should be a county by county anything. I think none of this should be happening, especially at this point. Well, the main problem, and this is where the conspiracy comes in, is that they've invoked emergency powers.
Yes.
For 2 fucking years. It's emergency
ridiculous.
Goes on for 2 years? 1 month at most. It's not an emergency anymore.
That 2 weeks to slow the spread. That's about my patience level when it comes to stupid bullshit. Once it goes on beyond that, and they keep making it go beyond that, and it goes on for 2 years.
Yeah.
And in my local community, I don't see anything. No issue at all.
Yeah.
That's my problem when they're trying to do shit on the state, especially in California, the state level. There are some very, very diverse communities in California because it's so big and so varied. The Bay Area, LA, I've worked in both of those. I've spent time in different areas in the state for pleasure, for leisure, to be around sane people. People in North California up in the mountains don't need the same shit as people living in San Francisco, people living in Los Angeles. That's why I think it should be it should be local. Local powers have been just shat on. Totally. State level, city level, county level. It's ridiculous. We need to have more focused I mean, everything needs to be more focused. Like it's ridiculous having like the everyone wants the federal government to do everything for everyone. Right. That doesn't make any sense.
That's been the whole thing since the pandemic started. Is like who should be determining what happens at what level, and like it's been, when Trump was president. The whole line of argument was that like Trump's doing nothing about COVID, which was a good thing. Which is like when the president was not overreaching with his federal powers to like reach into localities and change the way things are going on. That was a good thing.
Yeah, it was really weird when I don't always agree with Trump. I'll tell you that. But like when he would like draw shit back at the federal level, be like, hey, I don't think we should be having this, forcing this shit, and the states should decide what they want to do.
That's a bad thing.
That was a bad thing. It's like, oh no, we need a central government to tell everyone to do everything. I think the state and local powers should be stronger, and the federal government is way too strong as it is. Way too strong.
But it kind of it follows with the national corporate media, where it's like, because so much of media is a national thing, like they're able to turn,
not even national, it's multinational.
Sure, yeah. But they turn everything into like a federal issue, where it's like everybody is involved with this. Everybody, the only way to change this is to change the president and have the president have this ultimate authority. Like, we want the federal powers to override the states and localities, because we can talk about that like on a national level. Like CNN and MSNBC or even Fox, like they can't get into the nitty gritty of every locality. So it's just easier to preach a federal message.
People think that the federal government has more power than it does, more power than it ought to have. And they try to give it as much power as they can give it if it agrees with them. And that's the problem, is people don't realize, well, I don't know, they don't think ahead that if they give ultimate power to a federal government, a central government that agrees with them, that can change. It's not going to be the same government,
but it's
4 or 8 years from now. But it's also, it will swap, and then you give ultimate power to the other side.
I feel like, I don't know this. This is entirely my feeling, but it feels like it's almost easier to influence people on a mass scale like that, because you can generalize the issues a lot more. When it comes to like your actual locality, it's more specific, and it kind of obvious to people there what's happening, because it's within your purview. You're actually like living in it. Whereas like if it's a federal issue, you can kind of just be like, it's these very existential crises where you can say a lot more speculation and have it be taken as fact. Quake, what do you think? Yeah. Quake, what do you think of Corona shit?
We got to bring it back to the conspiracy roots here. We're just saying opinions about what's going on, but whatever the fact may be, the issue is here's my real conspiracy. So I already told you I think this is just designed to have the urban and the rural people fight each other. I think that's been going on for a while, but I think this is like really trying to incite that. Evidence, I'm going to give you a piece of evidence, and then I'm going to give you an ultimate actual conspiracy. So piece of evidence is just that, Republican won Virginia. So all the people were like, nah, fuck this, right? Like 2 days later, Biden's like, fuck that. I'm not going to fucking, listen to that. I'm going to double down on these, this mandate, federal crazy fucking mandate. All right. So what does that mean? That means that they want us to fight more than they want to get reelected. That's fucking piece of evidence number one.
Yes.
Piece of evidence number two, actually, this is where I get into the real shit. Remember that thing I said, the fucking 2-year emergency powers? You know who called all the shots during all that? It wasn't Biden. It wasn't the governors. It was the fucking doctors, dude. This is doctors, their payback for having to each of them go through 15 years of hell to get their medical degree. And I know this because I am a doctor. I'm the only good one. Call me Dr. Quaid, the only good doctor. This is doctors getting pissed off. They had to do too much school. And they're like, you know what? I got my degree. I did my PhD, MD. I'm going to fucking jerk off on the public. And they're going to like it. And so this is doctors. 100% through and through.
Taking that idea, but in a slightly more serious direction, is the
no that is serious. That
yeah, that was 100% serious.
Like that is 100% serious. Like the medical industry is insane. They have so much sway. Yeah,
this is my perspective on that. Is that like I agree with what you're saying, that the medical community has been given these powers. The thing that I think is wrong about it is that like the medical community is not
industry.
They're not
the medical industry.
Sure, they're not normally tasked with running things. They're tasked with dealing with public health or whatever. But they don't have a true conception of like balancing public health with living in society and having the economy like actually function. So it's like if we just gave all the control over to unelected officials who don't know how to lead, they only know how to like keep corona cases down. It's like, of course, if that's their main goal is to eliminate corona, then yeah, like we should just shut down everything ever and vaccinate every person and like have no regard for how life actually functions. We should just do everything in our power to eliminate corona because that's their goal. It's not their goal to lead a prosperous society. It's a goal to eliminate viruses and shit.
At this point, the goal is to like eliminate dissidents and become more powerful.
Yeah.
Like if people like if people like actually give a like attention to you and pay attention to you and think you're a hero, that's bloating like what you think about your own.
These doctors finally got their all those fucking pots and pans. Remember I was out their fucking window, bang, 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 bang. It went right to those doctors' heads. This is a secret elite society, a doctor cabal. And
this
actually,
is like, doctors usually like they meet with some obese, like, who gives a shit? Like they're like, I feel bad. I'm like, yeah, I take these drugs. I learned that in school. Nobody likes going to the doctor. Now they're heroes that get to put up the sign.
Yeah.
Heroes work here.
Pots and pans.
All that bullshit. Like they are the heroes now. They have power. They have that prestige. They don't want to give it up.
It's a doctor fucking cabal, and guess who's at the top of the doctor cabal?
Dr.
It's a
Quaid.
guy. It's Dr. Cabal himself.
Oh shit.
Dr. Cabal.
Dr. Cabal, he's above even Fauci. What's his name? Fauci?
Fauci, yeah.
And Dr. Quaid's above Dr. Cabal.
Medicine is an industry, especially in the United States. It is an industry, absolutely. So you can't trust it.
Right.
You can't trust it. They're trying to push everything on everyone.
Right, like they can push the idea as much as they want that it's like for us. It's for our public health, but obviously at the end of the day,
once they
it's
get the government doing it for them.
Right.
That's the big thing. Like once they get government telling everyone to take this shit, then people will just take that shit. And then it's like, oh, something went wrong, blame the government.
So what do you guys think about then COVID in the future? We're at this weird point in COVID, like the cases are dwindling once again. And there's
what are the deaths at? Because I know in the early days they would report deaths. In the last year and a half, it's been cases.
Yeah.
It's always been cases. People get, when someone gets the flu, when someone gets the cold, nobody gives a shit. This is comparable. what are the deaths? They used to like report the deaths. It can't be that bad anymore because it's always about the cases. That's a bigger number.
It's been going down significantly. We're at a low point.
I'll tell you, California. Look up California cases. It's about to go up, and you can see the uptick. They're done with their low.
It's the
wave.
winter.
It's
like
the winter. California's going up.
Everywhere.
Northeast is going up. Yeah. So in the short term, we're gonna hit a bad winter, but in the long term, dude, I think we're seeing mask and vaccine mandates forever in cities where doctors have sway.
This is what
it's just 2 years to slow the spread, right?
That's what I think is like the crowd of people who is vulnerable is dwindling massively by the day.
Oh, yeah.
People either get vaccinated or they get the disease and they either die or they become immune because they've had it and they survived. Like, those are the only three options that exist.
Yeah.
So every single day, as more people get it, more people are either dying or getting immunized. So, like, what's the rush to vaccinate every single human being in America if that pool of people is dwindling so rapidly?
I don't really get it too, because there's a lot of stuff coming out about vaccinated people still getting it, still spreading it.
Oh yeah.
There's
the only good immunization is fucking natural infection.
Yeah, natural
infection plus vaccination equals you're done forever with this disease. Not forever. You'll maybe in a decade you'll get it again.
Now there's the great thing where they haven't officially recommended this yet, but they've said this is that if you get the vaccine and you've gotten like 2 doses, like the booster you get should be a different vaccine. You should get all the vaccines.
Pfizer,
because you gotta spread it all. Yeah, the money.
You'll only be perfectly safe if you get every single vaccine that's available.
Yeah, dude, most of this doesn't make sense to me. Like, when all this shit first went down, like, I would go to the grocery store and be like, hey, we have like a specific hour for at-risk individuals. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Old people and sick people, they can shop at this hour, and that's like, I will not go into the store as a dirty little boy. I will not go into the store. I will wait in the parking lot, in 10-degree weather for 20 minutes. I will not go in there. I will respect that. And then just like, yeah, everyone needs to get vaccinated. It's like, I don't know about that. Right. I'm a healthy young person. I don't think that doesn't make sense to me.
The vaccine is so effective that if you get it yourself, it's useless. You have to make sure that every single person in the United States has to get one, or else it doesn't work.
Hey,
that's how great.
And don't forget, wear your fucking mask. Gotta wear it all the time.
2 masks.
2.
It was shown.
Shit. Triple mask.
The CDC
don't even breathe. Don't even breathe.
The CDC did prove as a fact that a single mask is only 40% effective, and a 2 masks is literally 80% effective. It's
guess what 3 is then? Boom.
Exactly.
120.
So if you aren't
666, baby.
So if you won't wear 2 masks, fucking give up your position of moral superiority because you're an asshole. Like, 1 mask is half as effective. If you aren't going to wear 2, you are the reason coronavirus has killed however many people it did.
Yeah.
Can you believe that we're like 2 years into this shit and we are still subversive?
I just want to say we got a guy named Reno Kenosis who's a big old hater on the conversation we're having.
Come on, Reno.
What's going on with you, big guy?
What? This isn't my channel. Everyone who doesn't agree with me should just leave.
Yeah.
Unsubscribe.
Hey, is Toner actually around? Is Toner there?
Yeah, dude, are you here?
What?
Talk about shit.
Yeah, Toner. What do you think?
I actually I I hopped in the call when I was on my commute home, and I lasted the whole commute until now. I'm just chilling in the driveway.
All right, it's
Wow.
now your time. It's your
Oh.
moment. Were you
Right,
listening to
right.
us? Do you can
Yeah.
change the topic if you want, but you can also
All right.
expound on this.
Okay. I guess my mind is very blank and neutral. Do you know the poem The Emperor of Ice Cream?
No.
Okay. Well, there's a line in it. It says, "Let be finale of seem." And whenever I heard that in like 7th or 8th grade, I was like, I'm gonna live by those words. So I take everything at face value, pretty much. I mean, like, if you think about conspiracies in general, there's always this like factor of like, even if you try to disprove it, whatever you're disproving it with could also be bullshit. So there's really like, you can keep going and going and going. So honestly, I'm gonna spare myself the mental effort and the emotional effort and just take things as they are. So
Toner,
and
the ultimate centrist viewpoint right here.
I know.
This is Toner refusing to take a side.
Yeah. It's how I think. I'm kind of like I don't know. I mean, I just don't
do it. Say something.
I'm
Say something
there.
about the Jews. Do it right now.
All
right. Okay. Wait.
I'm so empty and despondent when it comes to things. So I have yeah.
That's good.
I don't get angry about the world for being the way it is, or for people for being the way they are, because that's all there is you know. It's just I'm just here.
You're in the fucking lion's den right now, Toner, because we're all angry.
Yeah, we're fucking pissed, dude. I'm angry every time I put on a mask, and here you are being like, "Yeah, this is okay. I don't blame anyone for this."
You put on a mask,
dude.
This guy lives in New York,
dude. Only in the fucking subway, if someone gives me a dirty look and starts, advancing towards me, I'm not gonna cough on them. I'll put a mask on to get them to go away.
Subway as a matter of transport, or the sandwich artist store?
Oh, dude, I jerk off inside the sandwich artist store without a mask on, without even underwear on. Dude. So that we know what diseases are getting passed around at Subway.
I thought we
E. coli all over your dick, baby.
Yeah.
I thought we weren't talking about jerking off. I thought we advanced.
We're not jerking off. We're just talking about dicks. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about dicks.
I don't jerk off either. I just look.
We're talking about some multi-coastal dick play, okay?
A Zoom conference where we're looking at each other's dicks? Is that what you guys are interested
we're singling in on Quate.
Yeah.
Quate.
What did I do?
The West Coast and the East Coast dick boy.
Quate
have two halves of the same dick. 2 coins. 2 halves of the same dick coin.
Quate has the West East Coast perspective. Moxie Famous has the West Midwest perspective.
I've got the West fat cock Midwest. Yeah.
That's okay. It's not what I was. I'd never heard that before. Is that a thing? The West, the big cock.
What was it? West big cock.
The Midwest is full of farmer fat cocks. Okay.
Yeah.
And you've got the perfect combination of the long West Coast dick and the fat Midwest dick.
Yeah, I'm the perfect dick in the world, okay?
Quate?
Huh?
Got anything anything to say to that?
I have the best.
You've got just the coasts.
I got each coast. We're talking West Coast, we're talking East Coast. Guess what, baby? I have been to the capital of a state.
Nice. And 2 micro dicks combined.
That makes one small dick for mankind.
Hell yeah. Showed off the Lincoln Memorial, babe.
All right,
The Lincoln Memorial.
Toner, you've got the southern dick, eh?
The southern dick. All right.
How would you describe it in the terms that we've been talking about here?
So, do I need to describe my own dick or the general dick of the southern?
Can you describe your own dick in
I'm
exquisite detail?
I'll leave
right
it to
now?
you. I'm gonna leave it to you, Toner.
All right.
You can do what Quate said if you want.
Okay. So the southern dick, and trust me, I've seen enough to make this analysis based on my immediate group of friends. I'm going to go ahead and say that I think the South has the longest dick average, but we don't win on the girth.
Yeah, it's the thinnest.
I have a friend who when he gets a hard on, his dick like touches his belly button. All right. Yeah. And I have another friend who's comparable. I think it's like we're gonna go with long and sweaty, but like not satisfactory.
My God.
Smelly, sweaty.
Toner has seen a lot of long, sweaty dicks.
We're losing a viewer after viewer. I see the number go down right before my
I don't
very
get it. They
eyes.
don't like my opinion on dicks. What the shit? There's
Okay.
a lot of moxie hate in this chat. I don't think you get it.
They don't understand you like we do.
Yeah, we get it.
Okay.
Our dicks combined.
Thoughts on conspiracies? I'm
Like,
about to
no
leave.
one gave me shit about my conspiracy talk. It's my dick talk.
That's because
What
the
the
topic
shit?
is conspiracies. People want to hear about that. They don't want to hear about your dick. It's my fault. I take, it's at least partially my
You're
fault.
the big dick boy. I get it. I get it.
But I was asking. I was probing about y'all's dicks. That's that. I take responsibility.
Hey, what about your dick? What about your do you use lotion?
Tona, what kind of dick you got, Tona? Hey, Quake, tell me about your dick. I'm done hearing about Moxie Famous's dick. I always hear about that shit.
What do you even know about my dick?
What you gonna do?
Moxie,
You gonna ask about my dick?
all right, who's circumcised?
Me.
Hey, no, make Mr. Minute Hour guess. He needs to talk about all of our dicks.
I bet.
Go down the line and
I-
talk about all of our dicks in detail.
I bet you're all circumcised.
Talk about it in detail. We're not talking about generalized shit. Go down the line and talk about our dicks.
I don't know how specific I can get. I bet they look like dicks, sort of like, I'm going to bet they're all circumcised and that you're all growers and not showers.
I'm a shower.
You're a
He
shower.
doesn't know anything about
You got
our
a
dicks.
long, floppy,
Why are we even
faceted-
paying attention to this guy? He doesn't know nothing about any of our dicks.
All right. Actually, I don't want to talk about dicks anymore.
Oh, shit. You're done talking about dicks? It's only taken several hours.
Yeah, I finally realized that we shouldn't talk about our
That was a bad move, talking about dicks.
At first, I thought it might be like a way to achieve some common ground among the boys because we all have dicks. But now that I'm thinking about it, like we just should leave that alone.
Okay, so what
dude, like, you're
conspiracy?
just like, hey, let's all band together in the Bohemian Grove with some dicks and owl play. That's not how
Let's
it
all-
works on the internet, buddy.
Let's all tie our dicks together into a big knot and see what happens.
Okay, I have a conspiracy theory about No Nut November.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I think it was done by the Plumber Society because when everyone finally does N, it's going to be a big one, a big old fat old fucking gigantic load. And what do? Of course, you flush it down the toilet. Duh. And
Dude,
it's going to cause
gonna block
clogs.
this. That's not going to block the toilet.
Maybe yours won't.
Where do you live where you have such nasty ass plumbing that one massive load cannot flush?
I don't think you know how bad the toilets are in New York or how big my loads are.
Moxie,
We're not talking about dicks anymore. We're just talking about cum.
I visited.
Cum is good. Yes.
I visited Quait's apartment in New York, and
Yes.
Moxie, I can tell you, Moxie, if you saw Quait's apartment, you would be cackling nonstop.
Oh baby,
Like
I gotta
the-
go there someday.
The
I gotta
image,
come.
the image of Quait's kitchen is still hilarious to me.
That's why it took me fucking an hour to cook these burgers.
It's just like a converted storage closet, and he's got like 3 windows in his apartment that you lift them up, and they just like you can reach out and touch a brick wall beyond the window. They're like 3 feet away.
So he lives in like the apartment from Blood Simple, but without any of the drama. Just trying to cook.
He lives in like tenement housing that immigrants would be satisfied with in 1920.
Ooh, hell yeah!
I live light. I live lean. It only costs me $10,000 a month.
What the shit? Are you
Okay.
serious?
It was 11,000. But you
What
know.
the shit?
Dude, I know the real price. He told me the real price, and it's fucking absurd.
Oh yeah, I forgot I told you.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
I'm not gonna
we
say
got
it.
so fucking drunk, dude. And also, by the way,
You brought the
towards
booze.
I don't want to spoil any Carman, clips, but we did end up talking a lot about our own dicks towards the end of
I
it.
actually don't remember that, but
You don't remember that?
I'll be happy to include that material.
Yeah.
No,
So-
we were really fucking drunk because you
shit.
bought us like 4 of those 20-ounce Steel Reserve fucking things. Like
What? Like the tall cans, 24
They were-
ounce?
They were I think they were 20.
Yeah,
ounce.
24.
But they were
Hell
like the
yeah.
8.5% alcohol.
Yep.
Yeah,
and we
Steel
each
Reserve.
immediately
Hell yeah.
slammed down 2 of them. It took like
Oh,
Mr.
baby.
The minute hour showed up, and I was like, let's start drinking right away.
Classic,
We
yeah.
Classic.
I remember very little from all that.
Yeah. Yeah. And your very safe drive home as well.
Yeah, actually, I went to, I drove like an hour out of New York City. I was trying to drive as far as possible out of New York City before I fell asleep in a gas station because I knew that was going to happen. And so I did fall asleep in a gas station like maybe an hour out of New York City. And I woke up terrified because like people were like surrounding my car, it felt like. Like I woke up and like there were headlights shining into the car and there were like 4 or 5 people who were like walking around my car, and I really thought like I was about to be fucking something was about to happen.
That's paranoia.
It was. I ended up being wrong.
I remember, you told me about that. I was like, that's paranoia.
But
I know
was-
that situation from parking in the middle of a goddamn farm field in the middle of nowhere with some people.
You had people.
Same feeling.
Did people around you in a farm field when you woke up?
Dude, yes. Okay. I was driving with with a couple of other people. The other person was driving. The other person, 2 people. One person was driving. One person was in the driver's seat. And we like got off on the side of the road because it was super foggy, and we like parked in the middle of a farm field to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And they're heavy sleepers. And in the morning, like some random person was like, oh, there's just like a car in the middle of a field off the road. Maybe we should go see if they're in trouble, if they need help. And they just like pulled up in front of our car and just like shined a light on us and honked. And we're just like, hey, do you need help? And the 2 people I was driving with are not easy wakers, you know. They just like they woke up and they're just like, oh, there's like what the shit's going on? There's some conspiracy shit. What's happening? I was just like, just open the window and wave at them. Just like open the door and just like, hey, we're fine. That's all it took. That's like that conspiracy situation. Like people just like park on the side of the road and be like, oh no, everyone's trying to like, you know, get their hot fat cock in my ass
Yeah.
pussy.
What's up?
And it's just
What's
like,
up?
no, that's not what's going on. They're just like, mindful of people on the road. That's kind of a road trip sort of thing. You see someone on the side of the road who needs help and you help them. They saw a broke down car in the middle of a farm field in the morning when, oh, those people probably need help. If you're just sleeping through it, you don't get it. If you're not a road tripper, you don't get it. You don't get it.
That's definitely how I was feeling.
Communicate.
No. Whenever I stopped in a gas station, I was very concerned about rape, about me being raped.
Yeah.
I told you this before that I wouldn't even roll down the windows a little bit to get some fresh air in there. So whenever I wake up, I was like sweating. But it's like, I didn't even want to roll down the windows a little bit because someone might have been able to pee on me.
I can't wait to go on a road trip with you where I'm driving. You're going through so much shit.
No, I'll feel so safe because it's like
you won't get pissed on.
I'm a big, strong boy. Yeah. I know the road. I'm a road warrior. I get it.
You'll know what you're doing. If anyone's gonna piss on anybody, they're gonna piss on you.
Yeah.
Oh no! No one's ever pissed on me. I've pissed on other people, but
really,
yeah. Yes, not out of I didn't do
not
it
out of
purpose.
spite, just
not out of spite, not on purpose, not out of pride. It was just along the way, walking.
What's
home
the best
from the
reason
store.
to piss on somebody?
I think it's pride. I think Maxie Famous saying that he never pissed on anyone out of pride.
It's just there's some places which are really good for taking a piss when you're walking home from the liquor store from the bar. And it's also a really good spot to sleep when you're a homeless person. That Venn diagram has that overlap. And you know what? I overlapped. I pissed on a homeless guy.
I think the best way to piss on somebody is out of an abundance of caution. And that's what you did. Out of an abundance of caution, maybe you should have just said, "Hey, your hair was on fire." I bet he would have believed it.
All I said was, "Oh shit, I'm sorry. I pissed somewhere else," and I kept walking. What can I do?
All right, boys, I'm gonna take some more calls now. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
We're gonna wrap it up. I'm only gonna do maybe 20, 30 more minutes.
Is there another boy session, or can I go batshit insane drinking?
Whatever you guys want. I'll take a look at right before I'm gonna close. If you guys are around, I'll come back.
I'm a slave to your whim, baby. What do you want?
Let's say that there will be one more boys segment.
Okay, I'll be around.
Okay.
All right. Cool, boys. See you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Oh, Quaid's gonna do something.
Call from.
They call me Reno.
Reno.
Yo.
What up?
It's been a minute. I've been waiting. I've been hoping.
You're on. You did it. Reno?
Hello?
Yo.
Dude, I'm missing you. I'm so sorry. The sound is coming in and out.
Oh shit. I thought I lost you. Are you outside or something? Go get the good signal.
I'm back in. I'm back inside. I'm ready to rap.
All right,
Let's
cool.
talk.
Reno, what do you got? You're calling into the Conspiracies Colin show.
I don't think you guys are really considering the major conspiracies here.
Okay.
All I've heard is some blah, blah, blah basic bullshit. If you want the real conspiracies, consider the lobster. That's right. Consider the lobster. It's a callback to the 1980s, a book that, I don't know, some schmuck wrote. Fuck that guy. I hate him. It's awful. Why aren't you guys talking about real conspiracies? You guys are talking about some, like, lambasted, basic bitch conspiracies. I was hoping for some fucking cloud people, or maybe lizard people. Deep shit. I I want some Alex Jones.
All right.
Where are you guys at with that?
Well, do you want to tell us what the lobster conspiracy is? Because I'm game. I'm down. I'm ready.
The monster conspiracy is wait. The monster conspiracy is it's not a conspiracy. It's a fact.
I said lobster. Did you say monster?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard. Yeah. Basically the same thing, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Lobsters
they are
more or less monsters.
They are.
They just have big, dirty claws. They want to clamp on your head.
Yeah.
They're doing some weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
From my perspective, lobsters have been for years trying to take over. It's been a sad side effect of society that we've allowed lobsters to take over as much as they have. But the reality is, lobsters have been lobbying for control. You see how I worked that in there? Lobsters are lobbying.
Okay.
Yeah, you feel me.
I see the
All right.
connection. Okay.
They're working their claws into society, slowly and surely.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to grow, they're trying to get big, and they're trying to decimate us regulars. We're regulars. Me and you, we're regular people.
Sure. We're not lobsters.
Yeah. But we're not lobsters. Fucking lobsters.
Part of the protected class of lobsters?
I mean, they're protected by that hard shell of, what is that, cretin? Something like that? Fucking lobsters.
Some sort of exoskeleton?
I don't know what it's made of. Do you?
Nah. Okay, so can I ask you this?
Go on.
What do you believe, and you don't have to, claim to know the answer, but what do you believe is the lobster's goal? What are they trying to do with us?
The problem is that lobsters need a hierarchical structure. I don't know if you've ever heard of Jordan Peterson, but he will tell you about lobsters and their official goal. Their official goal is to, create a hierarchical structure. And humanity, we don't have structures. We've never had structures. From the foundation of humans in 1776, we've never had structures. We don't know what a structure is. Pinch the market is right.
I mean,
you got a fucking claw on the market, man.
I don't want to sound like I know what I'm talking about, because I don't.
Go on.
But
okay.
Don't humans organize into hierarchical structures? Isn't that what everything is in society? A hierarchical structure?
You're talking Big Lobster, okay? You're speaking the Big Lobster lie. We're all, birds aren't real. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, if I'm being real with you, like, lobsters are monsters and birds aren't real, and that's just the facts. I don't know who you are.
Are they connected?
If you don't believe that.
Does that have to?
No.
Oh.
No, actually, no. The government destroyed all of the birds in the 1970s and have replaced them with robots, but that's unrelated to the lobsters trying to take over society. Completely unrelated.
The lobsters are maybe they don't like that. Maybe that's an alternative global domination plan that the lobsters aren't a part of. Right?
I think honestly, I think it's just serendipitous. Like the lobster problem is happening, has been happening. We've been unappreciative of their abilities, the scope of their ambitions. We didn't know. We just didn't know.
Lobsters.
Right, lobsters. But the birds, I mean, like, we were responsible for the birds. The CIA exterminated all the birds in the 1970s and took over all of Big Bird. I mean, that's why the big yellow thing is there. It's to let you know that the government knows,
So Big Bird on Sesame Street is a diversionary tactic for Big Bird, the conglomerate of birds.
Right. Now you're picking up what I'm putting down. I feel like we're on the same page. We're jiving here.
Yeah.
The most important thing to remember is that all the birds do, because obviously they've been replaced by robots, all the birds do is record you. They're just recording everything that you do and say.
And shit.
And, well, the shit that they... I have a lot of conversations with people. They always tell me, well, how do you explain the bird shit? The bird shit is just a residue from the gears, man. They just have residue.
It's like
It's
old
just like
oil, used up oil or something.
It's like any other robotic system. They're trying to excrete the residue, my man. That's why it's so easy to wash off. You just wax on, wax off. It's.
You been shit on by birds?
I would never shoot a bird. They're a protected species.
Have you been shit on by birds? You seemed like you knew exactly the protocol for getting bird shit off.
My car has been shit on by a bird. It was very hard. My wife and I had to, we sheltered in place for a little while, and we figured it out. It's okay. But I was scared for a while, Like, initially you think, why did the bird shit on my car?
Mm-hmm.
Is it because it knows that I know?
Oh.
That's what's crazy. Is like, that they know that we know, but do they know that we know that they know that we know?
So you've got this problem here where you're perhaps being gang stalked by birds.
That's all they do. It's a literal conspiracy. The whole purpose of birds is to watch you. Wake up, people.
All right, hey, thanks for calling in, dude.
Hey, thank you, man.
Have a great day. Great weekend, too. Bye.
Yeah.
Like that guy. That guy reminded me of a Chatterbox caller. You guys ever listen to Chatterbox, the Grand Theft Auto 3 radio station? It's good stuff.
Call from
Jacob Garcia.
Okay. Jacob?
Oh, hi. Oh, my God.
Yo, what up?
Not much, man. So I guess my conspiracy would be, did you know about Big Vampire?
Big Vampire?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Vampires exist, but they own the blood banks.
I like the sound of this. I like where this is going. Some sort of vampire Jewish thing. Is it Jewish?
It doesn't have to be Jewish.
Okay.
I mean, like, it could. I haven't found any, like, evidence to point to, like, one ethnicity. I think it's, like, an international cabal, like, all religions, all ethnicities.
Vampires, they travel across cultural boundaries easily.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, they're the undead. They live forever.
Right. So they know everything they need to know about infiltration.
Exactly. Like, they're above the government, and they use the government as a, like, ploy to distract everyone.
So,
I got a couple notes written down about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, I'm pretty sure that they have, like, blood banks to satiate their blood, like, their intake for blood through, like, air quotes, donations. If there's not enough donations, like, more crimes start coming up, more abductions. So I think we need to, like, keep the blood donations going to keep the abductions down, if you get me.
Okay. But are the vampires then rich? Are they part of the elite ruling class, or do they have their power? Is their power solely based in their vampiric powers, not in their money?
They're not, like, magical. They would definitely have money. They'd be, like, older than the Vanderbilts or, like, older than the Rockefellers. Like, they're old money, like Rothschilds kind of money.
Ooh.
Like, they don't need to work or do anything, and they can just kind of sit in the background and just, like, rake in the bucks. But they're not really magical. They're just undead, and they need the blood to stay alive. So, like, I have this other theory that, like, they're not really allergic to, like, garlic. Garlic is, if you eat too much garlic, it thins your blood out, so it makes it easier to drink. But even then, do you ever make, like, a tomato sauce or, like, any other savory dish without garlic? Because my thinking is like they want us to eat more garlic, so that way our blood's already seasoned.
I personally always use garlic. I'm not a shill for big vampire, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it personally.
Oh, same. No, I do too. Even if like they are drinking blood, I don't think I'll stop. But the other thing is like I'm thinking that they're also lying about like being allergic to silver or even being able to like not walk out in the sun. Because like if someone points out and be like, hey, you're kind of young for being like 70, air quotes 70, right? Like they're 1,000 years old. Right. And they're like, no, it's fine. They're like, I think you might be a vampire. They can just walk outside and be like, see, I'm a vampire. But they're like, well, like Blade can walk outside, right? So then they can just eat garlic, or they can like be like, oh man, I got like this silver pen or whatever, and I should be burning alive because of it. And like, oh man, or like they have Christian iconography in their house, like symbols.
So all the things that we know that weaken vampires are just they were made up by vampires to prove to us that they aren't vampires.
Yeah, and I think some of the first stuff was like the writings of Dracula, and then even in like films like Nosferatu, just like different ideas of vampires just thrown through pop culture to get the idea that like there's some sort of weakness, and there's really not. They're just undead. You can't really kill them because they're already dead.
What is the source of them then? What do you think? Where's a
I
vampire
don't know
come
if there
from?
is a source.
What?
That's the great question. And like trying to dig through this, you're just gonna find just like not really differing ideas, but just no coherent idea of where they come from. Some people are like, they come from like a great vampire that goes way back, but you can't find the great vampire. And like even if you kill the great vampire, is it gonna kill the rest of the vampires? You know what I mean?
The great vampire, as in like that's like an original vampire that started the biting trend.
Like the root, like the seed of the family tree of vampires.
Yeah, I watched a movie with Moxie Famous. It's one of his favorite movies, Vampires by John Carpenter. And there was a thing in that. There's a thing in that where it's like I forget what they're called. The Master, I think, is like the real deal vampire who bites a bunch of people, and then like they're his vampire slaves, and they're kind of just like going off following their vampire intuition, but they're kind of guided ultimately by the master vampire who's like super old.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get it.
So how do we find him? How do we end this?
So here's the thing. Here's my other theory is that like I don't know if you can end this, because I'm pretty sure since they kind of run our government, but other governments, similar to like the light bulb thing earlier, where it's just like collections of vampires, like vampiric councils working with each other to like put up fake events, not even fake events, but like real events to just distract people. Like anytime that there's like an explosion or like a mass serial killer, it's definitely like a plant. It's a real plant, like it really happens. But it's to like distract people from like looking into big vampire. Like when people are getting close, they're just disappearing. And like nothing can be known about them because like things are just getting erased. There's people within newspaper companies that are just like removing articles. There's people with the FBI just like removing names, like social security numbers. And there's no real way to like find who's able to like look into them.
As if the vampires themselves have infiltrated all these aspects of society?
It's not that they infiltrated them. They were like some of the original ideas for like putting these out there. Like some of the original people for even like coming up with the U.S. government and how the U.S. government runs, or even how like the monarchy in Great Britain runs. Like they're like some of the oldest families. So like they just already have their fingers in these like organizations for keeping track of people and like giving out identification. So they can just kind of get rid of stuff if they need to.
All right, then a final question I want to pose to you here. Are the vampires then working in concert, in conspiracy with each other? Or are they just these lone wolf types that have their own their own desires that they're trying to fulfill, or are they working together for some sort of vampire cause?
So, like, there's a big vampire that's definitely overlooking a lot of, like, the crap that's going on. And, like, they own the blood banks and they own, like, big financial corporations. But then you even have, like, rogue vampires, but they still have to follow the rules of, like, not biting people and not killing people. Like, they still need to go to the blood banks to get blood because they can't be seen as vampires are real. They're trying to, like, keep them a secret so that way, you know, there's not, like, revolts. There's still definitely more people than vampires. They don't want, like, entire nations to, like, start going to unrest because there's vampires running their government. So they're trying to, like, keep a thumb on, like, the smaller vampires that would be causing issues.
Right.
So as long as, I guess, we keep donating blood, we don't have to necessarily worry about, like, essentially more murders and, like, killings from, like, even smaller vampires.
So that
it's like keeping gas prices down. Like, there's no revolts when, like, gas prices are $1, but, like, people start freaking out when gas is like $5 a gallon.
So this is your suggestion then, is that to avoid some sort of vampiric genocide or revolution, we just continue to donate blood in a voluntary way.
In a voluntary way, like, we don't need them, they need us. But to keep it from, like, bloodshed happening, we should probably just, like, keep up the blood donation until we can figure a way out to, like, find who these vampires are and get rid of them.
All right, cool. Hey, thanks for calling in, dude.
Thanks for having me, man, and keep up the good work, and make sure to give everyone a head bop for me.
Yeah, will do. Have a great weekend, dude.
You too, man. Bye.
Bye. All right. I think that's going to be all the callers. Let me see if there's boys in here. Oh, we still got some boys. Let's wrap up with the boys here. Yo.
Oh, shit.
Boys. Last boys segment.
Last boys segment. All right.
Shit.
You guys ready? You guys ready to close the show with something?
No,
really
I was
great?
like in the middle of listening to the stream. You talking to that guy about vampires, John Carpenter vampires. And I was talking to Quate about Kirin Metz grapefruit soda.
Yeah, we were trying to talk about grapefruit soda and get it shipped.
We're in the middle of grapefruit soda and vampires right now.
Yeah.
You take whichever direction you want. It's up to you. Vampires or Metz soda. Up to you.
I mean, you know me. I love my John Carpenter's vampires.
I said a little piece about it. It's part of my thing now. It's not yours anymore. It's mine.
I know. I shared it with you and I regret it because it's no longer my thing.
Now it's mine.
Now it's your thing. You've got a way larger audience. It's going to be your thing.
Yeah.
Shit, baby. Shit.
That's what I do, baby. People tell me the things they like and then they become mine. My things that I like.
That's the conspiracy. Is everything that the Minute Hour does and puts out is actually originally Moxie famous.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. In the last couple of years, who knows?
We can't, and nobody can dispute that. All right, guys.
John Carpenter's Vampires really is good. Like, people need to watch that. It's some cheesy, dumb fun. It's a really good, fun movie. I can't believe people shit on that. It's a good movie.
I gotta piss so bad. Can you guys talk among you guys? Can you guys hold the?
Yeah, I'll talk about the movie I like that I just recently like. You know, you just barely learned about it.
Right.
Go to the bathroom. Okay. I'll talk about the movie I introduced you. John Carpenter's Vampires. It's a very good movie. It's got James Woods in it, doing
Who's that?
James Woods. You don't know him?
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, he was in a Disney movie. He was the voice of a Disney movie character in Hercules.
Herculean? He's the Hercules guy?
He's
Oh, he's the bad guy?
Bad guy in Hercules, but more importantly, like he was in Videodrome.
No.
You've never seen Videodrome?
No, what's Videodrome?
It's really?
Yeah, no.
You don't know anything about it?
No, I've never even heard of it. It could be made up for all I know.
Okay, I'm not going to describe it because it's worth watching.
Okay. Videodrome goes on the list.
God damn, what's that guy's name that made The Fly? He made Videodrome.
I don't know what The Fly is.
God damn it. Are you worthless? Jesus Christ. Do you watch movies from the 80s? God
I watched, no, I don't think I do.
Are you still explaining who James Woods is?
Did you already piss? That was fast.
I'm trying to explain it. I was explaining it as like The Fly.
He's
I was
Hades. He knows Hades, right? From Hercules.
I couldn't remember the name. I did mention Hercules, the Disney movie.
The blue-haired flaming devil man. You know, Hades.
You know.
What?
I was just referencing Turnip somehow. I was just saying, you know, the way that Turnip does, because you said it the way that Turnip does.
Cronenberg. That's the name I was trying to remember. Yeah, Cronenberg, who made The Fly, who made, Videodrome.
Yeah.
God damn it, there's so much good shit going on. Quait, what are you doing?
Going on back in the 80s. Yeah, I should get on that. I'm still working my way through the, movies from the 40s. I'm watching them all, in order by release date.
Okay,
so
well, anyways,
it'll take a while
John
to get there.
Carpenter's Vampires is a fun-ass Western horror vampire movie. It's pretty cheesy. It's not scary, but it's a good movie. And it's got one of the Baldwins who knows how to handle
killer,
a gun.
murderer?
It's got like Daniel Baldwin who knows how to handle a gun on set and not kill somebody.
It's got the
it's
second
got
or
James
third.
Woods with some really good lines. It's some classic John Carpenter like 80s cheesy shit, but it's made in like 1999. It's a really solid, fun ass movie, dude.
It is very fun. And there's a whole lot of great scenes
Sex?
of no
Tootie dad
the
sex.
Baldwin, the second or third Baldwin brother that's featured in that movie. I'm not entirely sure. That's the one?
Daniel Baldwin.
I think that's the third best Baldwin as far as I know.
I think he's the best. Like I literally only know about Daniel Baldwin and Alec Baldwin, and Alec Baldwin is like some shitty ass who gives a shit who killed somebody, and Daniel Baldwin was in Vampires. So
There's
Daniel Baldwin is the tops.
There's William Baldwin too, who was in Backdraft.
Who the hell? I've
He
never
was in
seen.
Mo- You never
I
seen
don't
Backdraft?
know. I never watched Backdraft.
William Baldwin and Alec Baldwin were like almost tied at one point in the early 90s between best Baldwin brother. Daniel Baldwin was never in contention.
Dude, who gives a shit? Because Daniel now is the guy who's in Vampires, who is slapping around a whore and killing vampires.
There was some
and
movie
didn't kill somebody on set with a gun.
There was some
in a Western.
There was some TV movie with Daniel Baldwin called Crime Time that I downloaded and
Crime Time.
That's a really
what time it is?
It's a great name. It's a great name, and that's why I downloaded it. But that's the plot of that movie. It was confusing. I only watched it for like 30 minutes, but it was like Daniel Baldwin was like some actor, and there was like some serial killer going around, but then like he's like pretending to be the serial killer for like the cameras or something. I remember
he's trying to cover for his brother, huh?
He had a really weird sex scene in that movie. That's where I turned it off. Was like he turned some lady around on the street and was like effing her from behind, and he was making this weird
on the street.
Yeah, on the city street. And he was making a weird face, and it reminded me of when I watched Vampires because he's got a bit of a sex thing going on. Like that's his arc in Vampires. He's attracted to the The blonde lady who's turning into a vampire.
It's not even it's not even attraction. It's like they're falling in love.
Right. It's a beautiful.
You know, it's not a sexual thing. It's like an emotional thing because most of the time he's beating the shit out of her.
Yeah, I do go back and forth on that, whether he's beating her or falling in love with her.
It's pretty good. Everyone should watch John Carpenter's Vampires, which, by the way, the soundtrack, it's got some really good Tootie Dad sax, which is played by one of the guys who was one of the founding members of what's the group? God damn it! I don't have my trivia.
Mother's Brothers.
Is
the Doobie Brothers? The Doobie Brothers.
Is Tootie Dad sax a thing, or is that a phrase you invented? Because you said that a lot when I was there.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know if that's a thing, but I've used that phrase a lot because it just fits. You know, that Tootie Dad sax. That hell yeah.
I was definitely convinced when I was there that was like a band or something. Tootie Dad sax and the Buffalinos or something, like some sort of weird. But no.
Hell yeah. I mean, you know, it's a good listen to the soundtrack. It's got some good Tootie Dad sax, and you know, that's all you need to know. It's like the track Motel Sex. That's the name of the track. That's the best Tootie Dad sax track from that movie. Look that up. Motel Sex.
Is Cowboy Bebop considered 2D dad sax?
I don't pay attention to that shit.
That was the only thing I had to contribute to that line.
We're on totally different wavelengths.
The wavelength was not matching up with the Hootie Doody Doody Pooty, whatever you're talking about.
Tootie Dad sax, Vampires, John Carpenter's Vampires, Tootie Dad sax. Get with it, baby. Motel Sex. Look it up.
Motel Sex. John Carpenter's Vampires. Tootie Dad sax. You guys
John Carpenter is the name of the guy who won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
That's a different one, okay?
He won remember he got to the last question and didn't use the lifeline? And then the last question was like, which US president was on some fucking TV show? And then he's like, I'm going to use my phone a friend. So he called his dad and was like, hey, Dad, I don't need anything from you. Just want to let you know I'm about to win fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah, dude, that was a total Chad move.
That was the best fucking
That was
moment
really good. He was like,
ever.
he's got the name of a celebrity. He's gone through all this shit. And he's like, oh, I'm going to use my phone a friend. By the way, hey, Dad, I'm telling you, I'm about to get $1 million because I know this shit. What a Chad move.
And that guy's name was John Carpenter, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, dude, that guy.
I'm a big Carpenter head.
Anybody with that last name.
Yeah. Or people with that profession.
Anyone with a profession of making movies or being on game shows.
Like,
comparable.
Who's that guy who cheated on $64,000 question or whatever the fuck? Michael Doran? Van Doren.
Van Doren. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And then there's that one that movie quiz show with
about that 21.
What's his name? He's in all a bunch of the Coen Brothers movies, like the neurotic Jew guy.
Woody Allen?
No, in the Coen Brothers, he was in. God damn it! What's his name? You know,
Which Coen Brothers? Which one?
Which Coen Brothers? Both of them. The Coen Brothers.
In which movie?
A lot of them. He was in
Quiz Show.
a serious man.
I never saw that one. That one's really Jewish.
God, it is very Jewish. That's why he's in it. God damn it.
Wait, is it the main guy?
Jesus in the bowling movie, The Big Lebowski.
John Turturro.
The Jesus. Yeah, John Turturro. That's it. Yeah, that's him. He's in that the Quiz Show movie. He's very good in that. He's like the main character. He's very good. That's a very good movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it.
What
Quiz
is
Show.
Is it called Quiz Show?
Yeah, it's called Quiz Show. It's very good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never even heard of that.
Starring John Turturro, and he's not bowling in it. Okay.
He's not sexually humping the bowling ball either. If there was a bowling ball in this movie, he wouldn't like sexually hump it.
You're limiting my interest.
Well,
but I'll take your word for it. John Turturro, he's good. He can be a great entertaining guy even without a bowling ball that he's humping.
Yeah. That was one of my least favorite movies ever. Big Lebowski.
Yeah, I still don't really care for it. I've seen it a few times. Coen Brothers are kind of hit and miss. And by the way, he was not in A Serious Man. Someone did bring that up. No, he is not in that movie. The Coen Brothers and some Jew shit, they like coincide with each other. So I thought he was. No, he is not in A Serious Man. A Serious Man is a very, very good movie, but John Turturro is not in it. He's in a bunch of their other movies.
Fine. All right, boys, I gotta wrap this up. It's 9 p.m.
We need a grand finale.
Yeah, so you guys gotta say something now. That's the perfect thing to end on. Can you do it?
Here, I have a personal conspiracy. If you want to hear it,
yeah.
I feel like the financial institutions are against me right now. It's like, dude, what the shit? Like, I got one of those stupid ass apps where they're just like, hey, you can do, it's not Robinhood, but something along those lines where it's just like, hey, trade some shit, get a couple of free stocks or whatever. And I was like, okay, I got a couple of free stocks. I put in some money. I did some cryptocurrency trading. My bank was bought out by a different bank, and I had to change all my information. And then on this app with this stupid crypto shit, I sold some of my Ethereum so I could buy some other shit. And I'm trying to cash it out. And it's been a nightmare for like a week. I'm trying to cash out. They're like, oh, we can only cash out to the account that you deposited with, which doesn't exist anymore because my bank was bought by a different bank. I was like, okay, well, why didn't you tell me that shit when I changed my bank information? I've been spending 2 weeks trying to get the money, my money, out of this stupid ass trading app. You know what? Like, they're like, hey, okay. Okay. You're trying to withdraw to a different account. We need some proof. That you own both of these accounts. And I was like, okay, well, here's some shit from both the accounts. One of them doesn't even exist anymore because my bank bought the other bank and then they rejected it. I had to download the PDFs of bank statements because everyone's pushing this stupid goddamn hey, paperless billing, all that shit. That doesn't work for me. I had to go to the website, download this shit, and then open them as PDFs and alter them. I had to edit them to put in my full account numbers and then print them out and then take a picture of the print to send to this thing to get my money. I don't like these money institutions. It's been like 3 weeks I've been trying to get my money.
So they lured you in and now your money is just in limbo in this app?
Yeah, it's in limbo. And they didn't, like, when I changed, like, they're like, hey, you can only have one bank account linked at a time. I went, oh, that's not a problem because this other bank account doesn't even exist anymore because my bank was bought by a different bank. I'll put in my new bank account. I put that info in. They didn't tell me. They didn't tell me I wouldn't be able to withdraw to that bank account. They didn't tell me that shit in the moment because they have my money already. This is my personal thing right now. I am having such a big thing with these financial institutions. It's like, oh, I gave you money. You don't give a shit when I give you money. It's when I try to withdraw it. I have to go through this shit.
Quate, Toner, any advice for Moxie Famous in these times?
Do the Great Depression thing and put all your money in your mattress and invest in gold rather than Ethereum.
Yeah, I should. I'm about to withdraw everything from this stupid institution because I'm going through all this shit. And I'm dealing with the same shit on eBay and all these different things where I'm just like, I create a new eBay account. I put stuff up for sale, and they're like, you're a new account. So we're going to withhold everything for half a month. I was like, I kind of need that money, you stupid assholes.
They can just hold on to it for you in the meantime. That's all right. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, it's like, hey, don't you know I have this other eBay account linked up to the same address and all this sort of shit? You should be able to detect that shit. That this is an alternate eBay account. One's for buying, one's for selling. One's got 800, 900 positive feedback, 100%. And they're like, yeah, whatever. Ignore that shit. You just sold a few $100s worth of shit. We're going to hold on to that money for half a month. It's like, I would like to have my money.
Quate? Any words of advice?
I have an advice for Moxie. I actually just received this email. I think it might be useful. It might be a good place to put your money after you take it out. It says, hello. So the title of the email is, welcome to Great Illuminati Brotherhood Family. Willkommen in der großen Family der Illuminaten. Bienvenida a la gran familia de la Hermandad Illuminati. Benvenuto nella grande familia della confraternita degli Illuminati.
This is all the subject?
That was all the subject.
Sounds good.
I got some good keywords in there.
Yeah. And then
in the YouTube chat, all the people who don't like me, can you just send them to hell immediately?
Yeah, you just ban them all.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid assholes who don't get my drift.
Ban off 2021. Ban them all. Ban off. Ban off.
I do have that power to send them directly to hell, to strike them where they stand.
A lot of them really don't get my drift. And they should die and go to hell.
I want to let you know the body real quick of this email. It says, hello, I am Floria Holm from Denmark, happily married. I am a member of this large Illuminati brotherhood. It was founded under the principles of love, justice, unity, peace, and relief. And don't be confused about your invitation, because you have been chosen, because the Illuminati see a very rich man in you. You will be the one to help people in need. The homeless will enjoy you. You will feed the poor with the help of the Illuminati. We can move your business and we can give you any position you want in your workplace, or be creative and the owner of the business in everything you do. You and the Illuminati are bringing people of goodwill together, regardless of their differences and backgrounds, and making these good men/women better in society. Would you like to be a member of the Illuminati and get rich of €2 million, famous, powerful, and outstanding in life? Please reply to this email, Illuminati666-Temple407@gmail.com, or WhatsApp the Great Grandmaster with +1 803-525-4653. And then the email goes on in another language. Ciao, sono Floria Holm dalla Danimarca, felicimenti sposata. Sono un membro di questa. Yeah.
They see potential in you. The Illuminati has scouted you out.
Yeah, I want to WhatsApp the Great Grand Master.
All right, good. All right, boys.
I got a final word. I'm the anti-conspiracy. I'm the ultimate sheeple, and that's why the authoritarian regime will succeed and usher in the new world order. Yeah.
That's a terrible final word. We were just about to have the final word with the funny spam email. Now you ruined it.
Oh, it's okay. We can go again. Hola, soy Floria Home de Dinamarca. Felizmente casada. Soy miembro de
ban all the anti-Moxie people. Send them to hell. That's all it takes.
Hallo, ich bin Floria Home aus Denmark.
Goodbye, boys. I'm deafening you, boys. Good. That's the end of that. That's the end of the show. All right. We'll do one more song at the end here to close everything out. The music from the stream has been from French Class. The link to their Bandcamp is in the description of this video. All the songs I played on the stream are from their Bandcamp. Also, there was a song that Drew Langlois animated into a little music video. That's very good. The link to that is also in the video description. The HUD from the stream has been from Slouch. The link to his channel is in the description. The images, the slideshow that's played on the computer screen is all things that were submitted to the Mighty Lighthouse. There's a link in the description. You can look at all the past issues of the Mighty Lighthouse. The thumbnail from the stream is from Odang OB. His Instagram is in the description. Everything he needs in the description. Anyway, thanks everybody for calling in. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed the show. And see you in a couple weeks. Bye-bye.